Any girl who walked in his house had to strip naked.
Right.
He wouldn't let girls in his house. He wouldn't allow them in with clothes on. He wanted them naked. Then he'd say to him, have you like put any of the drugs where the sun don't shine? Let me have a check. And that's what his kink was. Stuff.
How humiliating.
Yeah. A couple of miles away, it was like, it's on. There's someone coming through the house with a shotgun. But he was our nephew who was in the house, and he was like 6 years of age at the time. I'm waiting outside for these guys to come, so I've got an axe on me. I know it's quite futile, an axe with a shotgun, but I didn't have time to do anything else. So they've ran with the shotgun, jumped in the van, but me, out of anger, I've got the axe and I've whacked the axe at the car window screen. I thought, what have I just done? Like, they're trying to get away and I'm trying to stop them with an axe.
Well, they've got a gun.
They've got a gun.
Is it ever the case that a hit contract is put out where anyone can fulfill it, so you're in competition with someone else to do the hit first?
Yeah.
I've been beat to it before now, yeah. Well, I've had to pay people to do hits for me on other wing.
Subcontracting?
Yeah, subcontracting the hit out to someone else.
So they were a gang in Manchester?
Yeah, they're very, very dangerous, yeah. Very dangerous firm of... my mate was like plague holding him, one of them. And he must have pushed it too far, because what happened is he got unlocked one day and all of them surrounded him. Like, they really wanted to rip his head off, do you know what I mean?
People think they're big and bad on their own, but once a pack of them go in on them, they're like a pack of wolves.
Nothing worse, is he? Yeah.
And then you just get them on the floor and it's all over.
Yeah.
It's like with Andrew Tate, they were saying he's a kickboxer, he's going to be fine. But if he goes in a Romanian prison cell and 20 guys have got a shank...
Doesn't matter. You can be the biggest, baddest man on the planet and go to prison, and you are found out who you really are. He said, will you agree to have a drug test? So we went, yeah, sweet. But they said, the thing is, the drug test, we take a chunk of your hair.
I was mortified.
The chunk what they take is just like, right from the side, just cut it right out there, took it right like that.
It mortified me that much. I ended up in hospital that
Yeah,
night.
she did.
With reduced movements from the baby.
Yeah, she lost the plot.
A child in need, even when he was in my belly. Because I've got mental health issues. But people that are listening to this shouldn't be scared to go for help. Like, I still get like that, get scared to go for help.
So why do you think you're still standing after... Because how many years were you in that lifestyle?
20 years.
How are you still standing, Marvin?
God knows, mate. How am I still standing? Wow. How am I still standing?
Because you got a good, strong woman behind you, mate. The police are only the bad guys when you're the bad guy.
Yeah.
All right, we have got Lee Marvin Hitchman back.
Hey.
He's been viral on this channel. He's been viral on Lab Bible, Jelly Smack, Unfiltered Stories, you name it. And what we've got, new news, his book is out, Born in Prison. Link is in the description box. Check it out. It is such a brilliant read. It is a harrowing story, though.
Yeah.
And you'll see what he went through as a kid, the struggle, and it explains how people who go through trauma end up living certain lifestyles that we feature on this channel. So huge thank you for coming back, man.
Thank you, guys. Nice one for having me. I appreciate it, Sean.
Always welcome.
Jen. Yeah.
We'd like to start out with one of your craziest untold stories.
Yeah, geez.
We've got the shotgun story this time.
Yeah, so wow, yeah, bleeding hell. Someone threatened Ciara's brother with a shotgun. Said he was going to run through the house and shoot him.
Why did they say that?
He had a fight in a pub, in a nightclub the night before. So he's had a fight with some lad. He's got better of him. He's got the better of the lad. Straight away, the lad's got a gang, so he's got angry. Started threatening him, saying, I'm going to shoot you and all that, yeah? So, literally, we got the phone call. We lived a couple of miles away. It was like, it's on. There's someone coming through the house with a shotgun. But he was our nephew who was in the house, and he was like 6 years of age at the time. So I was just thinking of the baby, do you know what I mean? So I said, right, I'm coming down straight away, straight down there. So I'm waiting outside for these guys to come, so I've got an axe on me. I know it's quite futile, yeah, an axe with a shotgun, but I didn't have time to do anything else. It was literally on the way, do you know what I mean? So I'm stood there, and they're all sat in the living room, so I decided to wait outside and go to one of the neighbours' doorways. And I see these 2 guys walked past and start looking at the address. Yeah. So straight away, I went to them, put my arms over both the shoulders, and put my head between them both. Went, now then, boys, what are you up to? Who's you looking for? And they went, Marv, oh no. Right, and I said, what are you doing? You trying to get into my... Oh, we didn't notice your people. Sorry, mate. So they've ran. These 2 other guys, there was 2 there. There was 2 over there. There was another guy in the van, revving the van. So these guys just legged it straight away with the shotgun, jumped in the van. But me, out of anger, I've got the axe and I've whacked the axe at the car window screen, and it's caught like down the one side of the car window screen and put like a big gash in it. Do you know what I mean?
So it didn't smash
transit
it?
vans. No, because it caught like the between of the windows, at the corner. And put a big dent in it, you know what I mean? Like those little small tranny van things. Oh my God, it was crazy, I swear. And then we got this phone call. Why is Marv getting involved? You know what I mean? But I said, look, it's family to me. I've got to get involved with family, do you know what I mean? There's like a 6-year-old kid in the house. They're threatening to go through his house with a shotgun, do you know what I mean? God knows what they would have done with this shotgun anyway, to be fair. They're shooting a man over a pub fight, but that's how it goes sometimes, isn't it? Gets a bit like that, doesn't it, eh?
And was that the end of the beef?
I think it ended the beef. I think what it was is because I was involved, I don't think they wanted to push it any further, do you know what I mean? So I said to him, look, if you're gonna have it on, no guns, no weapons, just have a fist fight. The best man wins. But I think because her brother was a bit stronger than the other lad, I think he just wanted to quash the beef, do you know what I mean? So he just left it there and then didn't carry on any further. So yeah, that was quite a lucky one, yeah. Yeah.
What happened at Ciara's dad's 50th?
Oh my God, so Ciara's dad's birthday party, 100 people there, all the old blokes there in the pub and everyone's there. So I'm smoking at the time, so I need to go away from the pub to have a quick smoke, okay? So I stand in there's these like trees at the end of this row of houses. So I put myself in the bushes, so I'm stood in the bushes smoking and I'm thinking, I see these 2 black bags on the floor, but they was both massive, perfectly round, those big, huge black bags. And I thought to myself, that is not rubbish. It's too round to be rubbish. I've found before. I've undid it, ripping this bag open. It was full of green. It was full to the brim of green. All buds, all ready to roll. I couldn't believe it. I thought, oh my God. What I'd gathered, what's happened is a landlord must have found all the green in his house growing. He's ripped it all down and just threw it at the end of the street in the bushes. You know what I mean? That's what must have happened, yeah. So I found it. So I told Ciara's dad, I went, Martin, I've just found some. He went, how much, where have you found it? I went, over the road, Damon. It's no one in the pubs. I went, nah, it's been there for ages. Oh, we was buzzing, we was. Loads of we was giving weed away for weeks, I had loads of it. The green, what we found, it was like ready to roll, and it must have been through like a week before. So it was literally just perfectly ready, do you know what I mean? And sold a bit, give a bit away, giving it away in the pub. It lasted me weeks, I had it for weeks on end. Yeah, it's great.
Not surprised, your lucky day.
Really, yeah, that was one of the lucky days, yeah.
So the next one is the Salford Man United football hooligan.
Right, okay.
Right.
Yeah. So, I'm on a wing one day in Strange Ways, and this lad comes on the wing. So, he wouldn't speak to anyone. He was like really dead standoffish, you know what I mean? You could tell he was like a boy, a proper lad, you know what I mean? And a couple of the lads said, yeah, we know him and that, but like not really well and stuff. So, we go out on the exercise yard, and he's walking the opposite way to everyone else. So everyone walks anti-clockwise around the exercise yard, and he's speed walking the other way, okay? So everyone thinks he's quite strange and stuff, and no one really wants to talk to him, but the whisper is, like he's a proper man, a proper head from Salford, all right? So think nothing of it anyway. So in Strange Ways, I'm playing up and causing pure hand for my right hand full. Anyway, get moved prisons, punishment prison, end up in HMP Stafford. So like I'm condensing it here into a few weeks, like a quick story into a few weeks.
Why did you get put into punishment?
We was playing up in, he was suspected of parcels of drugs coming over and burning, breaking the rules and whatnot. Do you know what I mean? So on GOAD, you know, like a punishment being watched and all that. Anyway, they said to me that I've got sent to a punishment jail. So I'm saying to him, I'm single celled up. I don't want no one in my cell. Next minute, officer opens my door. Went, you've got a visitor. In walks this fella, right? Oh my God, I'm thinking, oh wow, this is a bit weird. Do you know what I mean? They put him in with me because he's a bit weird, and they want me to start kicking off, like saying, nah, I don't want him in my cell. Do you know what I mean? So I say to him, you man, you aren't you? He went, yeah, my man. I went, sweet, you're welcome anytime, you know, and just turned it round on the officers. So anyway, it turns out this guy is a football hooligan from Manchester United in the 80s, right? But he was dead staunch. He had a way about him, and he was really, like, if you said something to him and he didn't agree with you, he'd tell you straight, I don't agree or whatever. He was really, really strong with his points and stuff, right? So we'd play cards and I'd lose every time. He wouldn't let me win. And every time I lost, he'd make me do press-ups, right? So this is the first night I'm in the pad, so I'm doing loads of press-ups and that, yeah. I've got me doing more workouts. Guy doesn't smoke or nothing, yeah. So he's got me doing all these workouts. Next morning, I wake up and I can hear him grunting. I look round, he's doing commandos to the cell wall. He's got his head on the floor. He's got his arms there and he's pushing himself up and down on the cell door. So he's doing commandos,
Oh
they're
my
called.
God, yeah.
So they're like upside down press-ups, and you're doing that upside down off the floor. And he's doing this, 1, 2, 3, and you can just hear him grunting. And I'm thinking, oh my God, this guy can do some workout. He's fit as a fiddle. The guy was a very, very fit man. So anyway, I did a 10th of what he did because he was so banged up with me, and I got out as fit as a fiddle. It was the fittest I've ever been. And he only done a 10th of what this man had me to do. So it turns out, I got talking to him, it turns out that Everton fans caught him in the 80s and slashed him with blades, with Stanley blades, right? And he had these scars on his back, from the top of his back right to his bum, like that. And it looked like he'd been bitten by a crocodile, honest to God. And like, you know, because it was down and it had these big lines going down like that. You know, like you draw a scar as a kid. And it was just thick, big, massive scars. And they asked him what happened. And he said to me that he got caught off Scousers in the 80s. And slashed him up and that, yeah. And then on the next match, apparently, I read a little bit about it then. I had to look a bit of research afterwards. And apparently it turned out that the fans who did it, the next match, they started putting signs up saying, show us your ass to the fellow. You know what I mean? Yeah, like goading him after what he'd done to him, do you know what I mean? So, yeah.
Did you see him lose his cool over anything?
I tell you what, he would not have a drug test. Like, there was a drug test prison, so you had to do drug tests. So he'd come round, just random drug tests, yeah. And he was doing 2 years. He refused the drug test, even though he never touched a drug in his life, yeah. And he's getting 28 days added onto his sentence every time he's getting a drug test. I'm refusing it. So I'm saying to him, bro, just go and do the drug test. It's like I'm doing nothing for him. I don't listen to prison staff. I don't do nothing what they say. I'm like, whoa, mate, all right. You know what I mean? Sometimes you've got to do a little bit of what they say. This guy was doing nothing of what they say. You know what I mean? Just refusing everything. And he ended up doing the full 2 years of his sentence every day of it.
And would you say the guards are scared of him?
He was, yeah. Everyone was scared of him.
Yeah.
Yeah, everyone was scared of him. If you're walking the wrong way around an exercise yard, speed walking, you know, you're not like a normal...
I thought that was I could be wrong, but because you were a wrong un. Is that just a rumour? If somebody walks the wrong way?
No, I've never heard that one.
No?
Nah.
I swear I read that.
Yeah,
Maybe
what,
previous
they're a
podcast.
wrong un if they go the wrong way around the yard. Well, do you know something? It's funny because apparently we always walk, prisoners always only walk one way when they're doing them, you know, the yards. They only go one way. Yeah, I've heard that they only do one way. But yeah, I was away and at the time it was absolutely crazy. I was away with, there was a young lad from Salford as well called Joey Morris. His name's been about at the minute all over social media, over the other fella, I won't say who, but there's a bit of something been going on. The other fella went and had a fist fight with a young lad and got beat recently. And the lad who took him to the fight, this Joey Morris, went to protect the other fella to make sure no one got hurt or anything like that.
Like a fair play man.
Yeah, so he was a fair play man. So Paul Venice was the fair play man for Robbie Brown, and Joey Morris was the fair play man for the other fella. All right, but he had a bag on him. And when he got back, everyone was asking him, did you have a spinner in the bag? A spinner.
What's that?
A spinner, a revolver.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So everyone was asking him, did he have the spinner in the bag? And everyone was kind of buzzing off him, saying, you know what I mean, you didn't have it and all that, he was lying. But, you know, I reckon I could vouch for him and say he probably did. He probably did have a spinner in the bag, because he would have, man of his word. He said he's going to protect him. He's going to protect him, do you know what I mean? My only concern was he'd not looked into in detail any history of anything like that, do you know what I mean? And that's what he should have done before he went and protected him and took a risk of going to prison to protect someone. You want to know everything about them, don't you? So I was quite concerned that he'd not really done his homework, and now he's stuck now being trolled off a lot of the other fellas' fans, saying that like you left him to rot and all that lot. But he didn't. He did a good deed. He went and protected him at the fight. Fair play, man. Had some weapons in the bag to make sure that no harm would come to anybody. Do you know what I mean? But in the jail, me and Joey used to have a right little laugh, yeah, and even done a few hits with him as well. You know what I mean?
When you say hits, what do you mean by that?
Like people have owed money and stuff to like Salford firm, and I've had to take Joey with me as like confirmation, you know, to confirm that the hit's been done and whatnot. Do you know what I mean?
So they get beat up because, like in America, a hit is you're killing them.
Yeah, no. The hits in British jails are not as bad as that. Do you know what I mean? It's just a couple of cracks or something. Do you know what I mean? And sometimes you wouldn't even do that to him. You know, you'd find a way around it. Do you know what I mean?
I'm just shocked to hear that if you've got a hit on someone, you go out and you have to have someone come along for the confirme.
Yeah, of course.
Well,
Yeah,
in case you lie.
Yeah, so
because you could go in and say, "Look, I've been sent to do this to you.
Yeah,
let me just pretend like I've give you one.
Pretend that. Well, I've done that a few times. I have actually cracked people, knowing it's not going to hurt them, like over their eyebrow, you know what I mean? Because you pop an eyebrow dead easy, can't you? So I have done that in the past, you know what I mean? And like told them, look, there's a hit. The man wants to see blood when I walk out of this cell. He wants to see blood coming out of this cell, do you know what I mean? So your eye's getting popped, whether you like it or not, do you know what I mean?
This is what my dad said about you after reading your book, Born in Prison.
Yeah.
That you're a nice guy. You're always caring for people.
I do, that's what I mean. Even when I have to do hits, I was caring, do you know what I mean? I mean, believe it or not, I did a hot water and sugar hit once, and I let the water cool down. I let the water cool down, right? So the water wasn't red hot. It wasn't red hot. It was just warm. So more than anything, it scared the guy. Do you know what I mean? Yeah.
So nice.
I know that's nice of me, that, isn't it? It is nice. It is. Yeah. No one knows that. That's the other first people who know that as well.
Content.
Yeah.
Did you say to the guy, "Oh, look, act like it's boiling"?
No, he scared him. He didn't know. He scared him to death. Yeah, no, he screamed and everything. He did. He went screaming
his
and
skin
running.
was melting.
Yeah,
that was the perfect reaction for you to get away with it. Wasn't
it was. That's what I thought. That's why I didn't tell him. I just went. And he had a PlayStation as well with loads of games like everyone wanted, so we knew he'd run and leave that in his cell. So that's what was left behind. But yeah, honest to God, yeah, I let it cool down a little bit.
So we've gone off on a tangent. You were on about the Salford United football hooligan.
Joey.
Yeah.
No, before Joey. Did that guy tell you why he was in prison or any other stories from his life?
He was away for... he was one of these fellas who collect money, so you owe 200 grand to someone and you get not problem paying it, and someone pays you a visit and says, look, the money's got to be paid. So he was into that league, do you know what I mean? But his mate used to tell me a story about his mate, and his mate used to drive around with a van with Grass Watch on the side, written, do not go to the police and all that. If you do that, you are a police informer. Yeah, and he had a big van and it had Grass Watch written right down the side of his van.
Wow.
And this fella was a
The
proper
opposite of Crime
staunch
Watch.
fella.
Yeah, Grass Watch.
Oh, the fella was a proper staunch fella, yeah. He did a lot of good things for Salford as well, I believe, yeah. But yeah, he was very, very upset when that fella passed away, yeah. Yeah, I think he'd just passed away when I met him and he was telling me about he'd just died. But yeah, his mate with a van with grass watch on it. What do you think about that? Yeah.
So where did he get his, I guess, need to exercise so vigorously in the cell from?
I think he was a fitness freak. So he was exercising from the minute he woke up, you know what I mean? He was doing like a 3-hour circuit every day.
There's a lot of them in there inside.
Yeah,
It's
and
like-
he was like a fitness
I thought you were going
freak.
to say military or something.
Just a fanatic, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Real fit man. But like not like weights fit, you know, just natural human body strength fit, do you know what I mean? Because to do commandos, very, very difficult maneuver. Very difficult. I mean, I was doing about struggling after like 8 or 9, you know what I mean? And he was going up to like 100, 150. Crazy.
Remember, I tried to do a handstand, didn't I, outside that event we went to when we were getting a photo at the end, and my impingement kicked in.
So Sean has an impingement.
Oh,
Not
yeah.
anymore, it's gone.
It went on for quite a while.
Right, so you had a run-in with the Snakehead Triads.
Oh my God, mate. I'll tell you what happened. I'm stood on Claremont Road one day, it's one Sunday afternoon, and this car's parked up with these Chinese in it. Can you get me green? So I said, yeah, I can get you green. Gives you money, mate. Took the 40 quid, just ignored him, walked over there, went and bought crack. Went over to go and smoke it, okay? Next minute, came out. The boy who bought it off went to me, you better go. So I went, why? He went, this car's looking for you. So what do you mean? He went, that money you just took off that boy, this guy's looking for you. They've got a tattoo on their hand of a snake. Right? All of them have got this tattoo on their hand. Yeah, and every car's coming round and round looking for you. And listen, Marv, mate, you better hide, yeah. I'm thinking, at first I thought, nah, and I thought, you know what? I can hear these engines, you know, the fast cars like the little Toyotas and that. Brum, brum, brum. And I thought I best hide. And I've heard it go round again. And then another one, and I'm thinking, oh my God, mate, this is coming on top, yeah. And they didn't catch me anyway. They didn't catch me. I stayed there for about 12 hours before they come out again. I got scared.
Did you not know who they were in the beginning?
I didn't know who they was. That's what I mean. I just wiped. You know what I mean? Car parts. So yeah, give us your money, mate. See you later. And then I didn't even realise it was Snakehead Triads.
So they were a gang in Manchester. Sorry, I'm none the wiser.
Yeah, they're very, very dangerous. Yeah, very dangerous firm of. Well, I was away with them as well. Gang of Triads, right? And my mate, who was about 6'4", was like play gold in him, one of them. And he must have pushed it too far, because what happened is he got unlocked one day and all of them surrounded him. And he was all like, you better, because he couldn't speak English. He was all like, and like, he was like looking to do him in, do you know what I mean? And we had to jump in, like I was on the wing with a few lads and we had to jump in and sort it out. Like they really wanted to rip his head off, do you know what I mean? Like I think he'd been poking him or something, you know, just to make irritating the kid. And just flipped in the end and they all just surrounded him. Yeah, like a pack of hyenas. Have you seen that happen, Sean? When someone gets surrounded and beaten up, gang?
Yeah, all the time.
Gang beaten. It's hard, isn't it?
Because people think they're big and bad on their own, but once a pack of them go in on them, they're like a pack of wolves.
Nothing worse, is it? Yeah.
And then you just get them on the floor and it's all over.
Yeah, sometimes though, if there's too many people hitting you, you can't kind of get away with it. Do you know what I mean? I mean, I had come on top one day. I went on some wing in this jail in the north east, not the north east, like the Midlands somewhere. I don't know where it was now. But I know I come on top in the jail with these lads. I was arguing with this firm. I'm like, come a bit too much for me to handle. Do you know what I mean? I forgot what I was saying then.
You're talking about when a gang go in on one person.
Yeah, so it come on top for me, and I've ended up fighting with them anyway. But because there's so many of them, they're all trying to get kicks and punches in. You know, they're all trying to punch you over you, so they couldn't really hurt me. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, but yeah, if you do get caught and it's a proper like organised, you finish that, you get a right beating, don't you?
Doesn't matter how big and bad people think they are.
Doesn't matter how big and bad you are, does it? Not at all.
It's like with Andrew Tate, they were saying he's a kickboxer, he's going to be fine. But if he goes in a Romanian prison cell and 20 guys have got a shank,
doesn't matter. You can be the biggest, baddest man on the planet and go to prison, and you are found out who you really are. I used to find them all out, me, because I'd have to be doing hits and I'd be working a wing, so I'd have to know more or less everybody on that wing, whether they was like they buy drugs or they was good for money or, You know what I mean? Like, you don't know what the history or whatever. So I'd have to know everyone. You'd have to know how to treat, you know, certain ones, right, differently.
That's a delicate position to be in, Marvin. What was your decision-making process on deciding whether to do a hit or not? I mean, were people trying to trick you into doing stuff that could have blown up in your face?
Well, you know what it was with the hits and that? It was necessary to keep the under control, the rest. You know, if someone sees you do a hit, straight away everyone else sort of respects you, you know what I mean? They think, wow, like, he's so unpredictable. One day there could be a hit on me, you know what I mean? So I best be nice to him, because I don't know if there's going to be a hit on me one day.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? I've come across that a lot of times, people being exceptionally nice to me, do you know what I mean, when I land on the wing. But like I say, you find the true test of someone who they are when you land in prison. They can be big, steroids, muscles and all that. That could be all a cover. They could have body dysmorphia, all as you know, and they could have been a skinny little boy at school and they've just wanted to work out ever since and get big. They're still that skinny little boy inside, do you know what I mean?
If you're living with people in such close quarters, it's like you got an X-ray on them, isn't it? It all comes out, everything.
Everything, like you hear the little burps, you hear the little things what they do every morning, or like little different things start irritating you.
Personality quirks.
Yeah, everything. Like
their strengths, their weaknesses.
Yeah, what they like to watch on TV and all that. Do you know what I mean? And like, you can get really argumentative over the minorest things, can't you? Something can flip, just the tiniest thing will make someone flip out, isn't it?
So who is your worst ever cellmate? The most annoying?
Wow, my worst ever cellmate. You've got me thinking there, you know, my worst ever cellmate.
Original content coming, folks.
You know that, yeah. One worst ever cellmate, my God. I think it was this Polish lad. He was on basic, because he wouldn't change his clothes and he wouldn't wash and he wouldn't eat and all that.
Smelly.
They put me in a cell with one of them, you know, just to try and get me aggravated and all that. But I was sound with him in the end. I just talked him down and just related to him instead of like giving it them what they wanted. Because sometimes you get put in a predicament where they want to see a fight. Do you know what I mean? He's probably been winding them up for the last 3 or 4 days, and they want to see him beat up. So they put you in the cell thinking you're going to flip out on him. But I'd never do that. Me. I'd always like calm it down.
Did you kick him in the shower though?
Oh yeah, definitely. Get kicked in the shower, yeah. They're like some stinkers when you get in jail, isn't there? Some people who are very, very scared of the shower, do you know what I mean? And
Are they just doing it for a dirty protest?
I think some people do it just out of like a fear. I think it's a fear thing, you know, like being naked and vulnerable. I think that's what they're scared of, don't you think?
Because you are vulnerable in the shower for attack.
You are. It's a part of the place where you are very vulnerable.
When I was going in, I was flashing back to Shawshank.
Yeah.
Thinking, is it going to be like that? That's one of the worst things, isn't it? You go in the shower, you got not any clothes on, they just go in and get you.
Yeah. Well, I've seen some incredible fights in showers naked. You know, people fighting naked in showers. Oh, they can't cause some damage. Because they're sliding everywhere, you know, you're slipping everywhere, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm trying to think, have I ever had a fight in a shower? I'm sure I had one in Inley when I was a YO in the shower naked, throwing punches with some lad. It's either me who I can remember rolling round or somewhere else.
What was your most difficult hit?
Most difficult one? I think it was I had to do a hit on this guy who did a gym class every other Wednesday. And that was it. That was the only time I could get him, because I was on a different wing. And I did the job anyway, and it turns out the job was getting done for these proper major gangsters, and this guy had got like these gangsters 15 years. So yeah, the hit was done, and it was a hard one to do because I couldn't get to the guy, do you know what I mean? Like, I'd see him move through the other fence and I'd be like, oh, I want this hit. Good wages. I couldn't get it anyway. In the end, I got it, and that was that.
So was it the more difficult the hit, the better the pay?
Well, yeah, that one was quite difficult. So the guy was quite a game lad, do you know what I mean? And he could have fought back, you know what I mean? But he didn't, like, so just smacked him a few times, you know what I mean? And he just crumbled and started shouting, you know, and then just all ends then, do you know what I mean? But I've done hits for the Asian boys as well. Some of them are quite crude, you know, on a Muslim prayer route and all that, you know what I mean? That Jummer on a Friday. Someone, I'd go to Muslim prayers just to sort some out, and someone would say to me, do you want to do a hit on him? You know what I mean? And it'd be some other guy who've just seen him speaking to his best mates 10 minutes before, and it's just so crude.
Oh.
Yeah, and I've seen it have to do that, and that's happened before now. But never, when you're doing a hit in jail, you're not killing anyone. You're only giving them a smack at most. You know what I mean? Or a little dig somewhere to draw a bit of blood. You're not like breaking the neck. You know what I mean? You just like, but yeah.
Is it ever the case that a hit contract is put out where anyone can fulfill it? So you're in competition with
So it's
someone else
like
to
a
do the hit
race,
first?
Yeah, well, that's happened before. Yeah, well, there's like a lad's come on the wing and it's like the first one to him gets the pay, you know what I mean? Yeah, so like I've done that before now. We've had to rush to and get the pay. Honestly, yeah, quick time ones, yeah, to get the pay.
Has anyone beat you to it?
I've been beat to it before now, yeah. Well, I've had to pay people to do hits for me on other wings. Like I've been paid a wage to do a hit. I can't get to the person, so I have to pay someone else to do the hit for me.
Subcontracting.
You know what I mean? Yeah, subcontracting the hit out to
Big
someone
business.
else. Yeah, well, that's what happens if an inmate moves and he owes money, they don't pay his bills. You know what I mean? There's a wage going on and he's getting done. You know what I mean? Especially if it's a lot of money as well.
Was your network such you could get it done if you got moved to another prison?
Oh yeah, prisons, wings everywhere. Yeah, it's only a phone call away. Do you know what I mean? It happened. A lad next door to me was holding a big parcel of, but another lad who got moved on a security move back to a Cat B. And the lad who was next door to me, because it was 3 days. 3 days have gone past. 3 days have gone past and there's no shout. The lad's not got the order back to get the weed back, so he starts giving it away, bits of the weed and swapping it and all that. And then the shout comes back then, yeah, you've got 3 ounces of weed. And he didn't have it, he had like 2 left and he had to pay the money and all that and he had to vanish. I felt sad on him, it was quite sad on this kid as well. Because he was doing a favour for the kid, but then he got too far in, started giving all the weed away, you know what I mean? And swapping it for like scran and all that, thinking that the lad wasn't going to get it back. And it just took a phone call. The lad phoned from the Cat B and said, yeah, in next door to you, man's got that weed. And I had to say to him, have you been giving it away? And he was like, oh, what am I going to do? And I went, mate, you're going to have to just like take a bit of a beating here or slam your door and get yourself banged up. And that's what he did. So he banged himself up, got moved off the wing.
Rupert.
I'll tell you about my mate, yeah. He had a flat in the city centre of Manchester. And any girl who walked in his house had to strip naked.
Right.
He wouldn't let girls in his house, like to smoke drugs and stuff. He wouldn't allow them in with clothes on. He wanted them naked. So then he'd have him naked, and then he'd say to him, have you like put any of the drugs where the sun don't shine? Let me have a check. And that's what his kink was. So his kink was having a little searching around while he was high. Yeah. Or sometimes he'd just... I didn't like going in the house. I didn't go in there often. But a lot of the girls told me they had to go in and be naked, you know what I mean? Stripped naked and stuff.
How fucking humiliating.
Yeah. But getting to that, I'll tell you about the pub I got into. Did I tell you about the pub where I got into? No. Oh my God. So I get into this pub and it's pitch black. And I see these big silver bins, you know, the big bins that they used to put their thing in. And they're full to the brim of coins, and I'm thinking, yes, I've got about £2,000 in pound coins. And I've had to drag them all the way from one end of this pub through this floor and get them up these steps. Oh, and they weighed a ton. I've got them all to the top of the steps. And I'm thinking, yes, get a taxi with ease now. Looked at him, he was half a pence pieces. To the brim, every single one of them. I still got 80 quid for it though. I took it to the bank, believe it or not.
I was going to say, was it still legal tender at that point?
The bank took it, yeah. The bank took it. They wanted it all counted up into £200 bags. 200 of the things for a pound coin. So we had to count 200 into a money bag. And this lad who I was with, I got him to do it with me because I said to him, every tenner is extra drugs for us, so keep counting. And we just start there counting all morning.
The staff hated you there.
They did. Let's go for a quick break.
Yeah. Hope you're enjoying the podcast. Here's a word from our sponsor, Rocket Money. Many of our viewers have saved thousands using Rocket Money to save the money off subscriptions they didn't even know about. Rocket Money cancels subscriptions for people that are tricky and time-consuming. Rocket Money also alerts you to subscriptions that can save you money. Try it free for 30 days, just enough time to try it, and then completely forget about it. In fact, over 80% of people have subscriptions they forgot about. You could be wasting money and not even realizing it. Rocket Money helps you find those forgotten subscriptions so you can stop paying for ones you don't use. Rocket Money is a personal finance app that finds and cancels your unwanted subscriptions, monitors your spending, and helps you lower your bills all in one place. Stop throwing your money away. Cancel unwanted subscriptions and manage your expenses the easy way by going to rocketmoney.com/Sean, SHAUN. That's rocketmoney.com/Sean, rocketmoney.com/Sean. Thank you for supporting our sponsor, Rocket Money. Enjoy the podcast.
I remember you guys told me, like, I think it was a year or so ago, something happened down south. There was an attempted kidnapping, and wasn't it in broad daylight?
Yeah, it was in broad daylight. Yeah, it was crazy. Me and her had just come out of my auntie's people carrier. All of a sudden, put the baby out first. These two guys appeared from nowhere, and I was talking to me auntie. I wasn't really taking much notice of them.
What did it look like?
He didn't see him at first.
I didn't see him at first. Yeah, it was Kate who got on her.
We got off the train and went to meet his auntie, and obviously they was putting the luggage in his auntie's car, so I put the baby in and he was strapped in. And as I turned to I said something to Marvin, and I've just looked round and there was like Eastern European guys, and I'd noticed the baby's pram had been unclipped, and he was like leaning over him with his hands, and I went, "What are you doing, mate?" And he went, "I just wanted to give him a cuddle." I went, "Move away from his pram right now." Yeah. And he went to pick him up.
Yeah.
I don't know whether he thought Marvin was with me or not.
He must have thought his mate had already got me.
Because his mate was waiting by the alleyway bit, like as if to. Do you know what I mean?
I got onto his mate and went, "What are you doing stood here?" He was like, "Oh, welcome to London," like just some random thing he said. So I jumped right in front of my face, trying to hide
his mate was trying to tell her out of his pram.
Going there.
Yeah, it was proper set up, ready. He was really ready to do it, wasn't there?
Yeah, and he's strapped really tight in his pram, obviously, because he's autistic. He climbed out of his pram, so he had to really, unclip his pram.
It's a 5-point strap, 5-point clip.
So I just freaked and just went, scream Marvin.
Yeah.
Like, Marvin's turned round and he's kind of jumped back and he was like, "No, I was only trying to hug him, mate."
Yeah,
and I was like, "Furthermore, you don't go near someone's child."
Yeah, it was really freaky, wasn't it? Yeah.
So if you hadn't noticed, what would have happened?
The baby would have been gone. And because of the street that we was on,
it was all scaffolding all along the street.
It was
so
near a back
vanish.
street. Because we met her outside, we meant to meet her inside St Pancras train station, but there was all roadworks like there normally is in London. Yeah. So she had to drive near the back street so she could park up because of the parking thing in London.
They literally came
and that's
from
literally
nowhere,
when Marvin started getting in her face. They actually did run down the alleyway, so they knew.
Vanished in seconds.
Vanished. He couldn't find him.
He was gone.
So whether someone had been. Had a car waiting nearby. It was gone by the time Marvin, within half a second, went to run after him.
You just got to give it a moment's thought to that darky, murky underworld, can't you?
Like a Madeleine McCann situation.
Because obviously Talon can't speak or anything, and he's a little bit more vulnerable.
He wouldn't have been able to
probably would have gone with him.
Yeah, he wouldn't be able to speak, would he?
No, I think that's the scariest thing with Talon, because he can't speak.
Yeah, it's very scary.
So now, when he's in his pram, we have a wrist strap that's strapped to the pram and to him. Yeah. So then if someone takes him, they're going to try and take the buggy because
it's magnetic
I've got the magnet to it. So you can't take it off.
She's got some proper stuff now to make sure the baby doesn't get
So I carry the magnet, so they wouldn't be able to get the wrist strap off him without the click to the magnet that's on him, unless they're just going to stand there with a pair of bolt clippers in front of him and clip him out.
That's how scared it was. Yeah, it was real scary,
Did they just look like normal people?
They were just younger.
He was young.
He was
in the mid to late 20s.
Yeah.
Mid to late
20s.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he was ready though. You could tell he was proper up for what
professionals.
He was doing.
Yeah. 100%.
Yeah, he was proper up for what.
They knew what to say.
He came from nowhere, bang, just appeared.
They knew what to say to weasel out of it.
we'd only been there 2 seconds and he just come out of nowhere like that.
Nowhere. The baby was unstrapped already.
Already unstrapped? Yeah. I literally just went...
2 seconds?
Yeah.
If that.
Yeah, it was rapid.
If that.
Welcome to London, right in my face. I was like, what the fuck are you? You know what I mean? Just like proper jump right in my face. Wow.
God, I wonder how many times they've done it and got away with it.
What
What's
I was
happened?
thinking. I was thinking
It's just a nightmare to think, isn't it?
That's
Look how many
exactly what
kids
I
go
had.
missing every year, Sean. There's like 500
people
kids
like
or
them.
something what are missing every year.
That's literally what I had.
And that's
Nightmares.
she terrified her for weeks afterwards, yeah.
Even if I go into the city centre now, I don't really go out with him on my own.
I know you guys don't like talking to the cops under any circumstances, but in this case, did you?
No,
Pointless. What's the point?
We couldn't really say.
They're not going to go through CCTV in London because they're just going to say, well, you know, they didn't take the baby. Like,
To be fair, we just
pointless.
didn't think about the
just wanted
police,
to get
did
him
we?
away.
Just wanted to get him away, do you know what I mean? Just wanted to protect him. Now, in hindsight, now you say the police baby, we should have, do you know what I mean?
You don't think at the
Like,
time.
even as much as you don't want to, but then it's something like that, do you know what I mean? It's a line, innit? It's a hard line to cross, but
It just
you've got to
totally
cross
took
those
the
lines,
vibe
haven't you?
out of even going down to London, enjoying the week that we was meant to spend down there because you know, like to do things with him. And
Yeah,
obviously
it
'cause
knocked
London's
us.
busy.
It really knocked us, didn't it?
We've not been back.
Well, no, we've not been back.
So when you turned around and saw him, the seat open or whatever it was,
His post straps was open.
what went through your head at that moment?
I froze, like literally. I just froze.
Yeah.
Like literally, I was froze for 1 second. I was like, "What the fuck are you doing?
Yeah.
Go away, get away from my son." Like I was just gonna hug him.
Yeah.
And that's when I screamed him because I don't think that they thought that I was with him.
Yeah.
Because I don't think they're gonna see a big guy and think
Because I was at the
Beck-
side of the car though, and she's at the back, so he got, you know what I mean, to them, he was just a baby on her own with a girl, do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then he must have seen me at the last minute and jumped in front of me and went like that,
Welcome
welcome
to
to
London."
London.
Yeah. Because I didn't even see his mate who said that to Marvin at first. I just seen the one that was in front of Talon.
Yeah.
Do you think they probably get paid to like
Absolutely,
drop them off to
100%.
people?
100%.
Million
All I
percent.
kept thinking was they must take him from London and then they shipped out the country within
Ships
the
him
day.
somewhere else. Yeah.
You know, you don't even want to imagine what they do with kids. Like you said, Madeleine McCann, you know, that's a mystery that has never been solved and
Never
probably
been
will
solved.
never get solved.
No, I know.
And it's scary to think that, you know, it can actually happen.
So when you go places now, have you got like eyes in the back of your head
Oh,
all the
we've got
time?
eyes in the
Eyes
back
in the
of our
back of your
head.
head.
I mean, we fought for that baby as well, you know, to keep him, you know, we had like social services down our neck when she was pregnant.
Yeah, when I was 6 months pregnant, I got...
We ain't ashamed to say that social services jumped on us like from a great height and was on us, wasn't there?
When I was 6 months pregnant, I'd been out buying baby clothes. I come home and there was a social services card through the door.
Yeah.
Obviously, as people know, I've got bipolar. And I phoned him. I literally flipped my lid. I phoned a private solicitor and said, social service on my back. They was like, you don't have to work with him. Like, you're under no court order. But if it comes to a point where you do get a court order, the judge is going to look at it and
Yeah,
think...
she phoned straight away, solicitor to try and...
numerous solicitors.
Straight away her fears was,
You're
they're
gonna
coming
take
to
him.
take the baby. This is what they ultimately want, do you know what I mean? And I was saying to her, look, they're coming to make sure the baby's going to get the best upbringing possible, do you know what I'm saying? They've looked at my history and your history. Both of us together just look terrible on paper.
Because
Do
obviously
you know what
his
I mean?
criminal record, his drugs,
Yeah.
my criminal record, my bipolar, my
Yeah.
drug taking.
Yeah.
You know, the police always being involved.
Yeah.
And it's always been like I said, always been together. So it's not as if they could say, all right, well, Ciara's a calm one. Let's Marv with a criminal
Nah,
record.
they jumped right on us, and you know what we
So
thought?
intense.
The first thing that came into my head was all that criminality I've done now, and I could lose my baby for that.
Going to come back to bite you in the
That's
arse.
what I thought. I thought it's all going to come back to bite me on the arse now. Do you know what I
Because
mean?
they look at your history and assume you've not changed often, don't
Yeah,
they?
that's it. Yeah, and like, but I knew that I'd never hurt kids or I'd never like hurt women or anything like that. I knew nothing like that was on my record, but that doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter to them.
They look at you like you're hot straight away, don't
Like
they?
if you argue in the police can get called, you know, if you argue.
Like
then
a domestic incident.
That's
it's marked
down on
down
it.
as like a domestic
Like,
violence incident.
He said if he's been arrested and it's drug related, or obviously because I've got a psychiatrist who knew that I was taking sniff at the time when I was going out and drinking.
Yeah.
Plus I've got bipolar, so like I said before, he had Talon. I was on the verge of going into respite every single week, which is to be an inpatient. So then, obviously, because I found out I was pregnant, you know, I was seen as vulnerable. And then from the minute they got involved, he was there the next day. it was just intense meetings every single week.
Yeah, we had meetings with like 8 people round the table, psychiatrists, police. There was a couple of police. There was
health
a psychiatrist, there was
visitors.
the doctors, there was health visitors, there was psychiatrists.
And they'd score you out of 10 every week.
Loads of them
you were
round
doing.
us, like, and every last thing what we'd ever done, we was thinking, right, they're gonna take the baby here. And they come to us one day and they said, this is a very serious junction we've come to. He said, will you agree to have a drug test? So we went, yeah, sweet. But they said, the thing is, the drug test, we take a chunk of your hair.
I was mortified.
The chunk what they take is just like...
I'd been the day before and got my hair done.
Literally a square of your hair from the root they take.
Well,
so they took a chunk of her hair. Right from the side,
And I'd just had my hair done the day before.
Right from the side, just cut it right out there, took it right like that.
It mortified me that much. I ended up in hospital that night.
Yeah, she did.
With reduced movements from the baby.
Yeah, she lost the plot.
I literally lost. I just thought, you're taking the piss. Like, they were showing up at my door at 8 o'clock in the morning when I'm asleep.
She was partying,
see if my
all
house
that.
was clean, to, see if he had everything for the baby. Yeah. They was contacting my family. Then we was having to go to meetings at the health centre, and they got a mental health midwife involved. So I went, like, a normal pregnant woman will just go for standard appointments. I kept having to go for him every single week.
Yeah.
And they was there the day, 12 hours after the baby was born.
Yeah,
Free social worker setting.
Yeah.
I just had an emergency C-section. I'm high as a kite off morphine.
And there's these social workers all sat there. She got really scared and thought they'd come to take the baby, do you know what I mean? You're going to, aren't you? You wake up to 3 social workers there. She got scared straight away. And
that's how I ended up getting in postnatal psychosis. Because the midwife come round, the mental health midwife, and asked me, could she hold him? And I said no.
Yeah.
And then she just turned around, she went, he's asleep. I went, I know he's asleep. She went, yeah, but you keep rocking him. So I lost my mind. Everyone was my enemy.
Rocking him too much.
Everyone was my enemy. Just kept thinking.
They kept her under obs in 7 days in hospital, didn't they? When you had the baby, they kept her in to watch her, monitor. You know what I mean? To see if she could manage with a child. You know what I mean? Because if you can't manage with a child, they just.
And what we didn't know is
difficult.
that there was. We was kept to the near where the desk was. They was writing everything down. So when I got out of hospital, the social worker Joey come and said the report's been fantastic. The only thing that they said is that he shouted to Marvin, "Will you just pass me that fucking bottle?" And he said, but we laughed about it because then it was, wow, she's up, she's doing it. You know, she's passionate about the baby.
Yeah, you've got to really put the work in to show that you're willing to have the baby and go through the hoops, aren't you?
Yeah,
do you know what I mean?
Intense. It's
really
scary.
Intense.
I think that's why I'm so overprotective of him now.
Yeah,
because I know what it feels like to have social services involved. Like, because I was really upset about it when I just found it dead unfair. I just thought, so I didn't even get to enjoy my pregnancy.
Oh, I was going to say, because the experts we spoke to said, Jen, you got to be relaxed.
Yeah.
Look at all the stress they were putting on you.
Yeah,
I think that's why my son comes in distress as emergency C-section, because of the constant stress that I had throughout all my pregnancy. And like I said, you know, it took me 12 years to have him. I never thought I was going to have him.
Yeah,
do you know what I mean? And all I wanted to do was to have a nice pregnancy. And honestly, it was nothing but stress from start to finish. Like, the only time I was happy is when me and him was just at home, like what we was talking about before, and it's night time and the baby's active in your belly. They was the nicest times, do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
They was like the snippets of, you know, we was happy when...
Of like family, what we could do as a family with him, for him and stuff, couldn't we? That's what we'd think.
I suppose we was quite lucky in a way with lockdown, because then...
Like, we had all that time to put work in with him.
Just him.
Yeah,
with just him.
Because
they were still involved then. They were still involved when lockdown was happening. They still had to work with him. They'd still come to the house.
Yeah.
And then I think he was 5 months old.
He told you, didn't he? You're doing really well, and we're gonna
set a meeting, and we're gonna
sign.
He was
sign her off.
as a child in need, even when he was in my belly.
Yeah.
So he was in need of whatever they were saying, because I've got mental health issues, but people that are listening to this shouldn't be scared to go for help. Like, I still get like that, get scared to go for help. Like, the past few weeks I've not been very well myself, because Talon's becoming more of a handful and it gets overwhelming. And, I don't get support. I only get Marvin's support. Like, I don't have someone to pick up and say, oh, can you mind the baby? Me and Marvin want to go out for dinner. It's constantly 24/7. If I want to go out, even to bingo, Marvin's got to watch him. If Marvin wants to even, go to the shop, I've got to watch him. So it's absolutely...
Because we've got no family behind us, unit. It's hard, isn't it? You know what I mean?
It's intense, but...
Like, we haven't got no family to help us. All our family just don't help us. It's as simple as that. They just don't help. They won't help. They don't help. We've asked before. They've never been along.
But what I'm saying is, like, people listen to this and they do have mental health issues. They shouldn't... Don't think, oh, they'll take my baby because it'll make it worse. Like, if you're honest with him, that's what Marvin said. Marvin said, don't go in and shout at him because, let me tell you, when I phoned that social worker, I don't think I've ever swore so much in my life. And he was like, you cannot do this. Like, you're going to show them a side that isn't you anymore. And they're going to want to take the baby. And then you're going to be like, told you, they took the baby. So we 360'd it. And I showed them
I made her stop being aggressive, you know what I mean? I said to her, you can't be aggressive, they're doing their job, you know what I mean? You've got to jump through a certain set of hoops and they want to see you jump through them. It's as simple as that. I remember
when the social worker come, I think...
And if you rebel, it's just going to keep causing us more and more problems. You're going to stay around us longer. It's going to be more chance of them taking the baby in the end. So, just do the little things and get it all done, didn't we?
Yeah, even when I come home I think it was home 3 days from the hospital. 7:30 in the morning.
She was terrified. She
turning up at my door.
Sure, but...
And I lost the plot. I said, I've been up all night with my baby.
Yeah, and they're still knocking on the door.
It's 7:30 in the morning. What are you doing?
Yeah, it was crazy.
And then they had a problem because I have OCD. Your house can't stay this clean when a baby comes in. Yeah. So you're getting judged for every little thing. Too clean.
Yeah, that's what they said.
It's too clean. My house was too clean.
Yeah.
So that's why they were showing up at 7:30 in the morning to see I was doing it because I had a visit booked or was my house actually immaculate.
Yeah.
So when she come at 7:30 in the morning, I was... my house is like this, just let me, mind my baby. And I think that's obviously when they start writing the reports down, there's no concern there, he's clean, he's fed, he's got loving parents. And then I think he was 5 months old, they just randomly phoned us and went, we're going to set an emergency meeting, and then that was it. I was like, what do you mean you're going to set it? And they went, no, he needs to come off it. There's no reason for him to be on it. But I've never ever felt...
They said they didn't want to discriminate against Ciara because of her mental health.
That's
you know what I mean? Because I was the calm one and I could talk to them about what was going on with Ciara, you know what I mean? And why she was reacting how she was reacting, and then they could see it from a different light. And they didn't want to discriminate against the mental health, you know what I mean? And then the urine drug test came back negative. So I had a tiny residue of something in mine, what they said they was looking for.
No, but with mine, because
addiction.
when they put your hair, it goes back months to about a year. So obviously I was only a few months pregnant, and obviously before I'd found out I was pregnant, I was obviously partying and I was sniffing. So my point to them was, you've cut my hair knowing it's going to show in
when
the hair.
When it goes back that many months, the hair goes back.
It's going to show in it. So why are you doing it? Why not just give me a wee sample to prove that I've not done it in that short? It was to see how you was going to react. I think if I'd have gone, you're not cutting my hair, they'd have been like, oh, is she taking drugs? So I was just like, fuck it, just cut my hair off. Just, But they don't just cut one strand.
Because we'd changed by this time. We'd changed, hadn't we, by this time?
Yeah.
I mean, like, I'd been clean for a few years by then, hadn't I? Like, you'd not committed a crime in years.
But I've not committed a crime.
I'd not committed a crime in ages. I mean, I make a point of not committing crimes now, you know what I mean, Sean? Because I don't want to. But I made a point. So the reason, they was all over us, and I think the reason why they give us that squeeze and said, look, you are going to be good parents, is because we did not been in trouble and we put the work in, didn't we?
Yeah.
I mean,
after.
Yeah, and I mean, they seen a change, didn't they?
Yeah, I changed massively.
They seen us grown up. That's why I think we got the chance to have the baby, didn't we? The gift.
Yeah.
So earlier on, Marvin was telling us a story about the shotgun and the axe. Have you got anything to add to that, Ciara?
What did Marvin say? That guy was like an absolute lunatic. If you'd have seen him, you'd have been scared. God, it was crazy.
What did he look like?
Did you tell him that was the night that was the last time that we got arrested, the night before that?
No.
When we talked about the phone thing and we got nicked because it had the tracker on it.
The iPhone with a tracker on it?
Yeah, the iPhone on the last one.
We
was actually in the police station because what had happened is, I don't know if you said who it was, there had been a fight right? There'd been a fight, and one of my family members apparently won this fight. This guy was saying, my family member jumped him with someone else. So this is where the drama caused. So they've rang me and said, look, because one of my nephews was in the house, they're going to rush the house. So I'm straight away saying, nah, not with my nephew in the house. It's not even one, it's not happening. Even my nephew had not been in the house, you know, be about yourself, you know, you want to start throwing hands. So that's when Marvin got involved. So we was down there for hours and we was waiting. And then he was getting phone calls saying, yeah, we're going to come with a sawn-off shotgun, I'm going to run in your house and take your Audi and all the rest of it. So like I said, it's only ever been me and him.
They meant business as well, these guys.
No, they meant business, right? But they didn't know that Marvin was connected to me.
They didn't know I was related.
Yeah.
So when they turned up and seen me there, they got a bit
I was
scared.
stood there with my weapon. And
What was your weapon?
it was a knife.
Yeah, you had a knife, didn't
Yeah, I
you?
had a knife.
Only for protection, that had to
Only
come in
for
the house.
protection. I would
Self-defense.
never have used
Yeah.
it, yeah. And he said to me, I'm going to the shop. So I stood there thinking, where's he going shop?
I wasn't
and
going
I've seen
short.
this white car pull up and they've all jumped out at me, the mouth, I go, Marvin. And they've come to steps in and went, so right, lads, let's have it then. And I'm thinking, I'm going to get wasted here. This madman comes round the corner with his axe going, yeah, you want it. He starts running at him, swinging the axe. He smashed the whole windscreen open. 3 of them didn't even try and come to him. They just legged it
the
off.
metal down the screen, the bend there, did it crack its screen? Did it crack?
Just cracked the whole windscreen.
Yeah.
Bearing in mind, they've got this shotgun and could have just
Hey, when I
shot him.
hit the car, when I put the axe through the car, right, Sean, and I seen it like dent into the metal, I thought, what have I just done? Like they're trying to get away and I'm trying to stop them with an axe.
Well, they've got a gun.
They've got a gun.
So then they got off, and my family member gets a phone call, and he's like, who was that guy? So he grabs the phone and goes, not remember me? All right then. I'll describe your house, shall I? I'll describe where your daughter's bedroom is, and
Yeah.
I'll tell you the last time me and you was sat in your house.
And if I wanted, I could break your front window and step right into your living room. That's what I said to
And he
him.
realised who it was, and he went, why are you getting involved,
Because I knew
Marvin?
he lived and his house was a low window to his living room. And literally I could break the window and step in his living room.
He went, why are you getting involved, Marvin? He went, you do understand that Ciara's my missus. He was like, oh, I'm sorry, mate.
Yeah, but got it sorted, didn't we?
Yeah, and then he got sorted then because they was going to end up coming back and jumping him because when they didn't realise who Marvin was. That's why Marvin got on the phone to him and went, lads, you don't want it, you know. Like, you
Yeah,
don't want it.
you
Like,
don't want this.
But it was crazy because my nephew was stood on the doorstep crying his eyes out, and,
Yeah, and
he's
these
still not
guys
giving
are
a
like-
fuck with his shotgun. There's a kid, not even a 1-year-old stood on the doorstep, you know, crying his eyes out because, you know, his dad's eyed him because he didn't want to get shot.
Yeah, that was it. I wasn't letting that happen. It went crazy, didn't it?
Oh yeah, it just went low. We didn't even live on that estate then.
No, we didn't, did we? And we moved on that estate about 6 months later, you know. And everyone thought it was crazy, didn't they? It was like, you've moved on this estate after you just run loads of these boys off here.
Yeah, because it's not a soft estate really, is it?
No, it's not a soft estate. I know.
What was the situation you had with water?
Oh, and I couldn't drink water, mate. I had drug tests regular. We spoke about this when we spoke about it last time. Drug tests regular, because I had these drug tests and I was literally losing actual days if you give a positive drug test. So I had to drink that much water in the morning, 6 o'clock in the morning. I'd have to drink like 3 litres. And then every time I had a week, drink another litre. So I had litres of water continually running through me. So then when they come for the drug test, it'd become back diluted to get a negative. That's what happened.
Now.
That's why I can't stand water now.
All he drinks is coffee.
I just give it away,
Or
haven't I?
Lucozade.
I just give it away, haven't I? Why I don't drink water now.
Give it away now. When you annoy me, I'm going to make you drink water then.
You said you saw a guy in another podcast, Paul.
Oh yeah, see my old friend Paul. Yeah, what a guy! This guy I was telling you about Paul when he was on one of the other podcasts. The respect that this man commanded was quite extraordinary. So you don't see many people who command as much respect as what this guy did. So he come on the wing, and he was a Scouser. And every other Scouser on the wing came to and give him something, whether it was like a bag of coffee, a bottle jar of coffee, or bit of drugs or, you know, anything he wanted, he would just be giving it him. So I knew he was a bit of a boy, and it turns out that he was like an old boxer, old school type guy, you know, a very tough man. But he commanded a lot of respect, a hell of a lot of respect. It was very, very surprising to see that even if he wasn't there, people would still send him bits over, do you know what I mean? And
Is that guy that makes you do the reps?
no, that's the other one. That's the Salford guy. I told you about him, didn't I? The Commandos. But yeah, I forgot what I was saying. You're not
Paul. You're on about Paul.
Oh yeah, so Paul, yeah, one day what we did is we had a drug parcel and we needed a way to get it in. So he said to me, do you want to pretend that you've swallowed loads of tablets and you're attempting to commit suicide and get us to the hospital, all right? Because I've got a guy at the hospital with a parcel waiting. When he sees you, he'll put it in the toilet where you're near, go to the toilet and grab the parcel. It'd been happening regular. People had been doing it on a regular. So I thought, this is great. It's easy, this one. So we tend to take these tablets. So I'm coughing in the cell and my eyes are bulging and I'm, you know, nose is running. And I've said, boss, I've took loads of tablets. And he's, what do you mean? I took an overdose. And he's like, no, you might have. I have. Right, you got to go to the hospital to get you tested. So off we go. I'm cuffed to this big screw, this 2 screws cuffed to him. So I get to the hospital and I'm sat there and I see the lads, these guys are looking for me and they spot me, right? And they're going like that, like nodding to this toilet. And I go to the screws cuffed to me on a long chain. I go, boss, let's just go toilet there. And they get up to go, no, wait, lad, no, this toilet here. And he took me to the other stairs, to the other toilet. Won't let me near it.
So you didn't get a pass?
Won't let me near
Oh, they
it.
know
And
that,
you know what he did to
yeah.
me even more? He sat me back next to where I got sat. And I knew the parcel was in that toilet.
I bet that killed
and I
you.
could not get to it. Tried to go toilet again and he took me off again. He
Yeah,
knew
they
it was
definitely
there.
do then, didn't they?
Knew it was there.
Didn't you have a guy bringing a parcel in who ended up getting 4 years?
Yeah, so I had some fella, I didn't even know him right. What it was my mate said to me, look, I've got this parcel at my house and I've got a runner as well, but I can't bring it up on my visit because I don't know how to like bring drugs up on a visit. So I said, I'll do it for you, not a problem, mate. Just send the guy to me. I'll send the VO out to him. So I sent a VO out to this guy and this guy's supposed to be coming up to see me, right? So this visit's happening now. So this Class A parcel's coming in. So the guy comes over to me, he goes, mate, do you want a brew? So I go, yeah, but don't get it out at the canteen, whatever you do. So we went, I won't, it's in foil. So I said, why have you put it in foil? Because you can't put tin foil parcels in your mouth. If you've got any fillings and you try and put tin foil on it, it just sends your head crazy, right?
Oh,
so
I've done that before.
I said to him, mate, what have you put it in foil for? So he said, oh, I wasn't thinking. So I went, right, go and get us a brew. And remembered I told him not to get out of the canteen. There's 4 people in the canteen queue. My mate's on a visit next to me with his bird and he knows what's happening with this parcel. Soon as this guy walks away, I say to him, mate, we're not getting this parcel. And he went, why? I went, watch what's going to happen. I can just tell. The guy stood in the queue and he's getting there. One person's gone, another person's gone, another person's gone. 2 people, he's about to get served. What does he do? Put his hand down his pants and goes and grabs the parcel. Watch him do it. What I don't realise is there's 3 doors right there, security doors. All with spiles in them, they're watching every move he makes. Just as he pulls it to his trousers to leave it there, they just pick him up like that, all of them. And I got up straight away, I just started walking away.
And he got 4 years.
And then a few months later, I'm in a jail or on the wing, and this guy comes up to me, Marv, do you remember me, mate? I got 4 years bringing that parcel for you. I went, you fucking dickhead. You don't fucking fault you got 4 years. Yeah.
And you were away with Salford's Vinnie Clay?
Oh, yeah, the legendary old boy, Vinnie Clay, young lad. Yeah, what a lad he was. He was a he was a young lad, but he was a hell of a lot of stories about him. And apparently he'd used a still saw and cut the roof off a police vehicle. Yeah. So the video was going around at the time. So I think phones had only just started happening then. So yeah, but if what happened to him didn't happen to him, I think he would have turned out to be like one of the main heads up in Salford. But unfortunately, I think something happened and he got killed, got shot. Yeah, everything caught up with him and
Normally does when you live that life, doesn't it?
tragically got killed. Yeah, I don't think he made it to 30. You know.
I remember Wildman, he had a game of, I think it was a game of cards with somebody, and he lost and he had to shave his eyebrows off. Did you get any situations like that?
I'll tell you what happened. I'll tell you this now. Oh my God. So.
No, wait though, you've been away for 9 months. You've not seen me for 9 months.
I've been away for months. I'm sentenced, mind, right? So bear in mind, everyone who I'm round is sentenced. And they're all doing 15 years, 18 years, 12 years, 9 years, big boy sentences.
You just finished your licence, weren't you?
And I'm on a wing with a big gang of Salford firm. And they all grab me. Because what we've been doing some naughty ones, to tell you the truth. Like, we've been grabbing, because people are going home and they're doing years. So the night before, they're grabbing him, shower gel and shaving foam and coffee at them and all sorts, tying them up and just making them eat all sorts of shite, just all mad ones, just out of boredom. And what was I saying then?
About your eyebrows.
Eyebrows.
Oh, fucking, I'm talking about my eyebrows.
He's embarrassed.
So, the boys grabbed me, right, and they shave half of my eyebrow off. Right?
Dickhead here gets mad and decides to just shave them both off.
I should have left it, because he'd only chop like a third of my eyebrow off, right, for a bit of a laugh. Do you know what I mean?
You got him drunk.
I think one of them, I was.
He don't drink and they got him drunk off it.
I don't know how it happened, but I woke up to half of my eyebrow off, and I just got that angry and shaved them both off.
Kept asking me to pencil them back on.
And then I was like, what have I just done, Ciara? I've got to draw my eyebrows back in. I look like a Martian, Sean, didn't I? With no eyebrows. I had to draw my eyebrows in every morning.
Because obviously he had a shaved head then he didn't have that. They kept going, please, pencil my eyebrows back. I was
like, pencil them in for me, please.
No.
She wouldn't do it for me, yeah.
Yeah, remember.
Wasn't that the night that you got in the washing machine?
Well, you're talking about washing machine, yeah. I've done a few times, got in the dryer for a laugh and just got in it and span.
What, in the industrial one?
Industrial
like
machines,
one?
Yeah. Done that a few times, just for a laugh.
What's that feel like?
Crazy.
Is it?
It gets hot quick.
No way does it, it's a dryer.
It gets hot quick, but you can get a good few spins out of it, like.
And how do you get out of it if it's spinning?
The boys, if you got to get them out.
What if they won't let you out?
Oh, well, you've done it. Yeah, you'd fry out. You've got.
Would you?
Death by dryer.
You're in the hands of them, aren't you? You're in the hands of somebody else, aren't you? Yeah.
No.
So they just spin it a little bit and get me out.
Were you taking turns?
Yeah, but he's doing it for a laugh. He was doing it for a laugh.
No.
I mean, he was jumping off the balconies as well for a laugh. That was funny.
So you broke into a bait car.
I broke into a bait car, and what had happened is I break into this car.
No, he went to rehab. So he went to rehab, gave up after the night. I goes and picks him up at rehab and he goes, drop me in handcuffs. All right, you go to school. The minute I drop him off, this is when he gets into the car. He's an hour out of rehab.
And I go get into this car because there's a sat-nav on the window, and I think, oh, dead easy, 60 quid for a sat-nav. And then there's a camera in one corner, camera in another, camera in another, camera in another. It's a bait car. So I didn't realise it's a bait car. So I get my pliers, I get these cutters out and I start cutting all the cameras off. Because I'm thinking, if they're not here now, it must be a recording car, not just one where they're going to jump on you straight away. So I'm thinking, how am I going to get this so they can't, the recording's gone. So I pull all the things off the front of the dash, start cutting all these wires, open the boot. I opened the boot and it's got its own battery unit and a big hard drive drilled into the boot. Can't get it off. I'm getting the battery, I start banging it, trying to smash it. Done thousands of pounds worth of damage to this car. Anyway, prints all over it as well, because I know I'm caught off the cameras. Anyway, left it and they come for me about 4 or 5 hours later, didn't they?
Yeah. Straight back to jail.
Yeah, they come
From
for me.
rehab to jail.
They come for me hours later, yeah. They knew it was me, right?
Took my door
But you know
off
what was funny though? On the charge sheet for that vehicle, they never once mentioned that I'd destroyed the police car. They never once mentioned it. It never come up on that charge sheet.
What did you just do? Get done
They just
for
said
theft?
they just done me for getting into a vehicle, yeah.
Oh, really?
So the police was putting a number of bikes around the city centre with trackers on them, all right? Now I knew, because at the time I was getting bikes, so I knew there was a lot of bikes in the city centre what was set up. So I ended up going to this place where I knew there was bikes all the time, what I took a few bikes from, and I see this bike, but I know it's got a tracker in the seat, Sean. But I still want the bike because the bike is that good. I know I can sell it. So I know why it says a police one.
Who would
because
even buy a bike without a seat on it?
I knew it was a police one because of the lock, what it was on, right? So I knew it was the police one. And I thought, right, if I do this, I'm going to have to be quick. So I get to the bike. I pedal over to this estate. I start banging the seat off the edge of this wall. Bang, 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 bang. But I can hear the police sirens. Kid you not. Get the seat, loosen it, pulling it, get the seat off in the end, launch the seat, yeah. Ride off down the road, the police just swarm that estate where the seat was, and I just ride off the area and get away with it, didn't I?
Yeah, but they caught you a few days later.
They caught me for it,
Do you know
yeah.
what they did to him?
What?
They ran him off the road. They
Yeah.
got the police car and rammed the back of his bike.
Yeah,
They went
they
down there
rammed him,
strange ways.
yeah.
And he came
Sent me
flying off his
flying.
bike.
The bike.
No, it was a different bike.
I told
That one got
bike.
sold.
I sold that bike straight away. But I told her, like,
Flicked him off the bike,
I've got
all his arm open.
Yeah, they'd rip me off a bike. That's twice. They did that to me before,
Yeah.
you know. I stole a bike out of this building, and it was one of them super bikes, but they race round tracks. Really expensive one. And I'm riding, I'm just starting to get some speed up, and this car comes behind me, goes, whang, just whacks into me.
They're not even allowed to do that.
I don't know, yeah, but they did.
So how were you feeling, Ciara, of him going in and out?
Of jail?
Yeah.
Bloody hell. Where do you start? It's tiring, you know. It's disappointing and it's tiring. Because like I said in the last one, my life stands still. So I can't do nothing with my life until he decides to do something with his life. Obviously, I've got a choice. I can walk away from him. But I didn't want to. It's not as if he was violent towards me or...
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
We've been
Like
together a very, very long time as well, haven't we?
Yeah, but he's saying that when you used to go to jail.
That's what I mean.
Yeah, it was hard because, like, when I used to go to jail, like, I'd be heartbroken, do you know what I mean? And then, you know, you've got to wait for the call from reception and then you're waiting for the letter. And depending how long he's got, like, so say he was doing 8 weeks, by 2 weeks, I'm getting into my own rhythm and my own routine, do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then I'm getting excited every time I go to visit him, but you're getting an hour and then you're coming out of there, I'm depressed, I'm like that for days. And then he's coming home and you're excited. But I know he's going to be back
Don't
in.
know if she put up with you, you know, Sean. The amount of jail I was doing. I was in and out of jail like a yo-yo.
It was.
I was out for a few days and I was back in.
Back.
I was out for 2 weeks, I was back in. I was out for a month, I was back
But
in.
at that time, you don't see him.
Because I was
he's
a
on the
prolific
road,
offender. I was
smoking.
committing so many crimes continuously. I had to be caught. If I'm doing 100 crimes every day, I'm bound to be caught in a few
I
hours.
did a podcast last year and I got asked by the person, right? I didn't really know how to answer the question at the time. What would you say to other people that was going to do that? So the way I've always looked at it, if I had a daughter and she come to me and she had a boyfriend, or it was like Marv, I wouldn't push her and say, don't do it. But you best believe I'm going to sit you down and tell you how lonely you're going to be at
There's
night.
no prospects
how
there,
many
is there?
tears you're going to cry, how many arguments you're going to have, and how many empty promises that you're going to listen to. So if anyone wants to be with a man or a woman that's coming in and out of jail, know that you've got to have heart and you've got to have strength because...
Commitment, yeah.
And commitment, because when it all comes down to it, when your man or your woman's behind that door, they solely rely on you. So I have to put my feelings aside, say to him, I could be crying in my bed, he rings me, I've got to sit up, hey babe, you all right, babe? So he doesn't have a wobble in jail, so then he's not kicking off and he's not going down the block because he's done it before, you know, got stressed out about me, kicked off. It is absolutely tiring. I did it for over 5 years. I look back now and I think, I don't know how I did it.
I hope you're enjoying the podcast. Here's a word from our sponsor, Manscaped. Cannonballs. This summer, it's not about the size of those cannonballs.
Thank God, as I can barely see them.
Well, they were big enough to do the job, weren't they, Jen? We kicked. It's about making a splash with our friends at Manscaped.
Prep for barbecue season by making sure your grill master has the hottest dog seen this summer.
When you're at the cookout, let the meat speak for itself with Manscaped's Performance Package 4.0.
It's time to get ready and not sweaty.
The Manscaped Performance Package 4.0 has everything you need to guarantee you'll have the most mouth-watering treat at the party. They have built the ultimate bundle for your summer grooming. So, get 20% off and free shipping with the code SEAN20, SHAUN20 at manscaped.com. That's 20% off with free shipping at manscaped.com and use code SEAN20. Manscaped, the perfect way to get your patties sizzling hot this summer. Hoo-ha! Thanks for supporting our sponsor. Back to the podcast.
Yeah.
Like I said in the last one, he gets to doing that many jail visits. I got mates with a screw. He lived on my... We used to get on the bus.
He knew a name and everything. He recognised that.
Because on Strange Ways, you go up the stairs and he used to be the man that let you in the main visiting. And I was getting the bus and he'd be like, oh, you're all right, Ciara, you're on a visit today?
Yeah.
That's how consistent it is, because you're in there. And then you'll get the phone call, I've been shipped out. So he got shipped out to Buckley Hall.
Well, look at when you got attacked and you had your eyes all smashed up and you come up and how they treated you. They was like, oh, Ciara's here.
Do you know what, right? You never ever get an emergency visit. You never.
Yeah.
So I got attacked early hours of Saturday morning. On the Sunday, I already spoke to the chaplain. The police had spoke to him, but I needed to do my police interview.
She wanted to come and visit me. She'd just been attacked.
No, I'll tell you...
Bear in mind, she'd had her face smashed in.
I'll tell you how much,
she wanted to come
right?
and visit me, but she was scared because of how I was going to respond.
No, I'll tell you how much you get invested in your partner being in jail. Less than 12 hours after I got attacked because Adam Downworth took my phone. Do you know what my first thought was? Marvin won't be able to ring me. Marvin won't... No, go and rested in bed. I need to go and get a phone. I need to get a SIM card just in case he phones me. And then when I went up on the visit, I was treated like I said, right, I was brought in. They explained the situation that was going to happen. They had a female officer with me,
Really
said at any minute, you're not on an hourly visit, you're on for as long as it takes. And like I said, but he's got to stay calm. And I remember being scared to go on that visit to tell him. And then I remember coming out feeling so disappointed in myself, so heartbroken with myself, because all I could hear was him screaming my name. Now, that's not how it should have been. How it should have been is that, you know, you should be able to look after yourself. But that's what I'm saying. When you get with someone, like I've said it before, I've said it in previous podcasts, you've got girls now, and it's all arranged to have a gangbanger boyfriend, so you can go and get your teeth done and your tits done because they're paying for it for you. But when he's copping the gangbangers are all good doing that. But when you're going to go and cop your 5 or your 10 years, is your bird still then going to be waiting for you?
Yeah.
So the man's also got to look at, right, is my bird going to wait for me? Or is she not?
Yeah.
Like when Marvin got recalled back to prison and he knew he was going to do the 9 months, he told me, leave me. Like, I'll be there for you. Keep living at my niece's.
Yeah,
You'll
when
be there for
when
me.
I'd first met Ciara, I said to her, you don't have to be with me, you know, you can move on with your life if you want. Do you know what I mean? You're only young, you know what I mean? Like, I thought she was 18 at the time. So, like, I just thought to myself, I don't want this young girl relying on me, living her life relying on me. I'm a raging criminal. I'm a raging drug addict. I put her up in my niece's house and I said, you go and live your life. You can't wait for someone like me, do you know what I mean? And over them 11 months that I was away, she grew close to me, didn't you?
Yeah.
But I wanted to make a point.
Just in letters.
I wanted to make a point out of that as well, because Lad Bible kind of missed a bit out. And the point they missed out in that story is, when Ciara told me she was being attacked off that guy, she told me she was being attacked as a child when she was 15. So she said to me, a 39-year-old man's been beating me up and doing things to me when I was 15. So I said to her, he's committing serious offences, sexual offences, a sexual criminal. You need to report him to the police, because all rules are off when it's a sexual criminal phone 999, get them off the street. I beg you. Do you know what I mean? When it's a sexual predator, you've got to do what have you got to do. And that's what I was telling her. I was telling her on that phone in Rislet.
That's what I mean, even though he was away, he was supporting me.
I was saying to her, look, Ciara, the guy's a sex offender. If he was doing that to you at 15, imagine who else he's doing it to at 15, what else he's doing to other 15-year-old girls. Do you know what I mean? And that's what convinced her,
Yeah,
to work with the child protection team.
No, 2.5 now.
2.5 years to go ahead with it. You know what I mean? So from when she was 15, she was getting 11. She didn't start getting him locked up till nearly 18. Do you know what I mean? Only because she had to, because he was still affecting her and looking for her and all that. Do you know what I mean?
Good point, because some people think they can't ever speak to the police, but there are circumstances of these kind of crimes, child snatchers, get at. That's what the police are for. Put them to good use. Put them to good use.
That's it.
Police
yeah.
are always the bad guys. That's the police are only the bad guys when you're the bad guy. Yeah. That's then when you've got a problem with him, or like when we talk about like the whole corruption shit last time.
Yeah.
When the police don't want to do the job, but the police are always the bad guys. I mean, the police officers dealt with my case. Obviously at the time, there was very. They're very accommodating towards you, they're very nice to you, but obviously then when the court case is done. But no, like for stuff like that, it took me a long time to figure out, look, like he used to say to me, Chaos, the police aren't your enemy, they want to put him away. But obviously, because I was so still wrapped up in what had gone on. And
she was still wrapped up in him, because he was telling her, if you report me, you're being a grass. But how
no one likes
a sex offender can't tell you you're being a grass for reporting him.
No.
It doesn't work like that.
Doesn't work like that.
And I was trying to tell Ciara, it doesn't work like that. Do you know what I mean? He was doing sexual crimes against you when you was a child. All you've got to do is think of all them other children who were being affected by him and get him locked up. And when he got out, he still carried on affecting you, didn't he? He come searching for the drama, chasing you everywhere, didn't he? I mean, I'll tell you now, I caught a big scar off his mouth. Caught him one day, giving him, and it didn't satisfy me though. Didn't satisfy me, because I knew that he wasn't bothered about a little, you know what I mean?
Some people just aren't when they're like that.
Yeah.
Well, our predators aren't, are they?
Yeah. I wanted more off him. I wanted him to give me more back, but he didn't have it.
So, Kid, earlier on, you said that, you like trying to keep the communication going with Marvin so he didn't kick off inside, but there were a few times he did kick off. Was that because the communication went down, or?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I was getting pissed off with it. Like, even when he's locked up, I'm still getting the police coming to my work. The police, I'm becoming public enemy number one, because I'm his biggest arbiter. Like, I know where he is. You know that I know where he is, but I'm not giving him up. Like, we've moved our old kitchen into my living room and camped out for 2 days before now with my dog, and they knew it.
Yeah.
So I was saying to him, like, you're getting out, you're coming home on the first day you're home. This was one time it really pissed me off. It's gone for 3 days. Like, where are you, mate? Home in a reception in Strangeways. You was at home for 3 hours. So I was like, you know what, I cannot do this anymore. You are draining the life out of me. I am trying to heal from what I've been through. I've got my own house, like, I cannot keep getting stuck. I might as well be in jail. Like, you're out here telling me, behave yourself, you're going to go to jail. But who are you to tell me that? Like,
when I'm in jail.
When you're in jail. Like, there's no support. Like, he was my only support, but you're not support behind a door. So I would, every time we go back to jail, the letters would start. This is how my letters start. Here we are again. And there'd be scripts, and then it'd get me angry and he'd say, I'm sorry, I'll change. And then I'd scream, so then he'd go back on the landing, he'd be pissed off. Someone would say something to him, then I'd get a letter them down the block. Yeah, because, mate, that's going to solve it, innit?
I know, I'd lose the plot and just smash up the cell or something, just wrap the telly around the wall, do you know what I mean? When they can't get through, or something's going on, you can't get any.
Because coming towards the end of it, I was just turning my phone off. I know at 6:30 you're going to phone me. I don't want to speak to you. Or if you did, I'd make sure I was in a crowded place for him to go, where are you, what you doing? None of your business. Put the phone down to wind him up. You know what? I don't think I could ever do it again. Well, we spoke about it yesterday. Yeah. I think that's why, I believe in the universe. The universe didn't give me a baby then, because I've always said, I would never take a child up on a visit. I've seen children on the visit, and let me tell you, you think anyone's going through my baby's nappy, or you know, your kid's playing there while the mum's talking to the dad, and then you've got to take the kid home. I mean, it's confusing enough for a woman or a man if, you know, if that woman's in jail. Can you imagine what it's like, you know, for the kid?
Heartbreaking.
But yeah, he used to just lose the plot all the time, like if I just ghost his letters. Because some mornings I get 5 letters, one after the other, because I've not writ back to him. And I ghost his calls. But then in the end, I'd just soften towards him. I'd never miss a visit. I've slapped him on a visit. I slapped him on a visit.
Why?
Because he went back to jail and he told me he wouldn't go back to jail.
Yeah.
So I smacked him around the face.
Did the guards see?
Just told me to
He
sit
did,
down.
yeah. He told us to sit down.
He told me to sit down. And he still laughed and thought it was a joke. No, what did you say to me? You go and get me a bar of chocolate?
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah. But yeah.
Did you say you had to go camping to hide away from?
Yeah, one day he was wanted, and we took our old, because they come round the back at the kitchen, so it didn't matter. They could still see through the blinds because it was a big communal bit. So he was wanted, but it was around Christmas time. No, you're not going away for Christmas.
She didn't want me to go away for Christmas.
No, because he did it one year. He got off on Boxing Day. Went missing, like, where are you? He phones me on New Year's Eve from Stranger's reception. So I said to him, no, you can't go away. You can't go away at Christmas. So I said to him, you're staying in the house. So for 2 days we took the kettle, the microwave, the dog bed, everything. And we camped out.
Everything we camped
out. And they was looking through the windows. But because no other room had moved in the house, they literally thought we wasn't there.
Yeah, they didn't think we was in, did they?
And you know what? We managed it. I think you got
to
locked up like 2 days after Christmas, didn't you?
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
We did, we managed it. We went to my mum's still for Christmas dinner.
We did, yeah, we got away with it, didn't we?
And I think the day after Boxing Day, he got locked up.
Yeah.
I've done crazy things for him, trying to harbour him in mine.
Did they ever arrest you for doing these things?
Yeah, you got arrested once, didn't you? Off, and they cuffed you up and went to drag you off, didn't they?
They've cuffed me up a couple of times.
When they left the battering ram at my house that day.
Yeah, they cuffed me up and then they de-arrest me. They only do it to calm me down because I go mad.
Yeah.
And the battering ram they took my door off with, they've left it there. We give it the lads on the estate.
Yeah.
Do you want the red key?
I passed it on to someone else, didn't I?
So how long did they hold you for when they arrested you?
Oh, they'd only hold me till they got him.
Yeah, they'd only hold me till they
Okay.
get me out of the house.
I only ever got nicked for that phone for him. No, they never arrested. It's pointless arresting me because if I'm arrested, then he's not going to come home. So they're not even going to be able to find him. Yeah. They knew as long as I'm at home, he's going to eventually come back.
Yeah.
And he did every single time. I mean, it was getting to the point the police was coming to my house going, do you want to tell me who his drug dealer is? No, we'll fund him 10 grand in private rehab. Your guess is as good as mine. Half of Manchester is his drug dealer. Do you want me to say about it?
Oh, yeah.
And then they sit there and they start putting thoughts in your head like, oh, but are you sure he's just taking drugs and he's not with another woman? And you know he's in crack houses where there's prostitutes. No shit, Sherlock. I think that's the only reason I'd stay with him, because I knew he was loyal. I knew it was about the drugs and he wasn't doing other things.
Yeah.
And I mean, if women put up with it from both ends, I do feel sorry for him in that way. But you know, I stayed with him because I loved him and because, you know, he was a good person. Even though he's a drug addict, it didn't make him not a bad person. So, but yeah, it does. It gets very tiring. I mean, I wouldn't wish it upon anyone. I don't think you could have handled it.
No, I couldn't have handled it. I don't think.
If it was me behind the door,
No.
I don't think he could have handled it.
No, I couldn't have done it.
Is crack still a problem, do you think? Or is it
For Marvin, or for the thing.
In general, yeah, bad problem.
Yeah,
Kara, was you in
Let
town
me tell you
yesterday?
a story. What happened to me? I'm
Please.
still infuriated. I was going to wrap a bottle around this kid's head.
When was this?
Friday.
A
went to
lad's
get
head.
me
Don't
head.
say kid.
Friday.
Not a kid.
Not a kid. Friday.
Last
She
Friday.
says kid, but she
I mean
means a man.
kid. In Manchester, it means a lad.
Yeah.
So I'm stood there and waiting for him. He's gone to the cash point, going to get my hair done. I've just been and got a couple of bottles of wine. So he's walked past, right? And he's gone, are they for sale? So I went, no, they're not, they're mine. His mate goes, have you got a glass pipe? I went, what are you talking about? He went, have you got a crack pipe? I went to him, do I look like a crackhead? He went, calm down, you can come round the corner and have a lick of crack with me. Oh, I lost my shit.
She lost the shit.
I literally was screaming the street down, saying, do I look like I smoke crack to you? And then he was coming back going,
to try and take
who
the
you getting
bottles off
mouthy
her.
with? Who you getting mouthy with? I went, don't step near me, I'll wrap that bottle around your head. And his mate was going, leave it. He went, fucking hell. You know, I was only offering her a bit of crack. I just got 12 o'clock in the afternoon.
Middle of the afternoon.
The audacity to just walk up to some woman.
I come back round the corner, she's like, they just offered me crack now.
I was absolutely
And as soon as they heard
infuriated.
her shouting, they walked and got off dead quick.
Like, who even does
Oh yeah,
that?
crack is still a problem.
Oh, yeah,
you
it's
know.
still a massive problem.
Massive problem.
How long has it been for you now?
Over 10 years now,
11 years in
years.
September.
Wow.
On the
long
road,
time.
11 years next month when you went to jail.
2012, I stopped it.
In September, yeah. 11 years. 11 years out of jail, 11 years clean off crack.
Yeah.
Well done, man.
And never
I know,
thought
man.
you'd see the, he never thought you'd see
Amazing,
the day.
isn't it, Charlie?
Yeah. Doesn't anyone like from the old lifestyle ever try and tempt you?
No.
No, what they used to do, people used to come and give me cracking mobile phone numbers.
Yeah.
Say, I've got a number here, Marv. Try that. Ring me, give me a ring and a piece of crack in it to try. I'd never do it, would I?
Never.
Just give it away.
And considering this man had an £800 day habit.
Up
yeah.
to 800.
So they
Up to
gave up on you
800.
then, trying to get you
Yeah,
back
up
in.
to it. Yeah, of course they did, yeah. But a few of them tried, though. A few gave me little testers and that, like,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? But nah, I never touched it. I just had enough of it, didn't I?
Yeah, it was killing you, man. You just had enough.
I had enough.
It was coming to the end of it where he was just, like, he was phoning me
Like,
saying, I
them
just wanna
crack
die.
addictions are just absolutely like, it's like having the most dangerous man you can imagine as you. You know what
Yeah,
I mean?
you want the same person.
It's
when
like
he's on
having,
crack.
it's like having the most dangerous person you can imagine as yourself.
His family liked him on crack because he was an absolute madman. So if they had a bit of trouble, it'd be, oh, let's phone our kid.
Yeah, that's
Let's
what
phone my
happened.
uncle. So they liked it because he used to get psychosis. He was a madman on crack.
Yeah. I
Like,
was a
not
madman
horrible
on crack.
towards people, but
Just crazy.
like,
It's crazy.
he'd just literally lose his head at the drop of a hat.
Yeah.
And, you know, he was known for fighting.
Your temper and stuff, isn't it? That's what goes.
That was the most dangerous when Wild Man was on crack, was when he was the most dangerous. Just no conscience.
Yeah.
And, your
And
temper
just
goes,
snap
"That's
and
me,
paranoid as well. And
Yeah, he's
so it didn't even
paranoid.
have to be a real issue.
that." Yeah.
He would manufacture it.
Yeah. Very quickly as well.
Yeah.
That's me, yeah.
Did you have to completely disconnect from that community then?
I did. I stopped speaking to everyone associated with it and everything, didn't I?
Yeah.
Was that
Everything.
hard to do? Because that had been your life for so long.
Well, yeah, it's hard. It was hard. Like, it was hard having to snap it all off because it was part of my life, wasn't it? But now I look at it as like I'm a different person now. I wouldn't have associated with them people if I never took drugs. You know what I mean? So I'm not going to associate with them now. You know what I mean?
When he disconnected, Ciara, did you think it wasn't for real? Did you think he was going to go back?
No, I knew it was for real.
Did you? What made you think it was for real after so many ups and downs?
I know, I'd seen the change in him. I'd seen the change in him.
What did you witness?
He phoned me one night. I got drunk and he phoned me one night and I switched my phone off. I was getting to the end of my tether. Like, I'll always look after you, but I can't do it anymore, man. And he was phoning me, he was crying, and there was something different about him and he was crying. And I said to him, you can do it. Like, when I met him, I didn't envision a life of always being with a crack addict. I did envision that life. And I think that's why when it got to 3 years, 4 years in, I thought, shit, like, no, I'm not meant to be this far in, you know, with a drug addict. But he was just changing and I just knew, like, it was either going to come to the end of his life or the end of the drug addiction. And yeah, I seen the change in him and I just said to him, look, the state of him, he was skin and bones. Skin and bones. And but it was getting to the point where it wasn't just jail every few months, it was jail every week. You know, it was police coming to my door 3 times. And I think he was, you know what it was? He was tired. He was on his toes all the time.
Yeah.
You know, if he went out grafting, he was smoking. If he went smoking, he was running from the police. So can you imagine what that does, like, to your body?
Exhausts your body.
It exhausts
It really
you.
does.
So
Wow.
you were just done with it at that point. You were
Yeah,
just,
I had sore feet and everything.
Everyone used to say to me, like, oh, how do you know he's not, you know, not going to back on it? And then when, you know, I was telling everyone he's clean, they was like, yeah, but is there?
Yeah.
Like, he said this before. And I never once questioned you, did I?
did you? No.
Never once questioned him.
No.
Never. I could have said to him, go and get a drugs test done. I didn't need to, I believed him.
you just knew instinctively.
He'd never lied to me before about crack.
Yeah.
What's he going to lie to me about it for
That's
now?
it.
You know, he could have took the risk. Like, if he would have gone back on it and gone, you know what, I am cares, I'm probably have known I'd have been there for him anyway. So
God.
he would have had no reason to lie to me. But no, I never doubted him.
Yeah, in the book, when you first do it, it's introduced to you, the way you describe it, you know, it's just like
Very,
this.
very realistic, isn't it? Eh? God.
Yeah. And you in the book, you describe introducing someone else to it, and you regretted that, didn't you?
Regret that for the rest of my days, don't I? I talk to you about that, don't I? We
All the
still
time,
speak to who it is, don't we?
Yeah, we do.
We still speak to who it is, and
Did he have some bad outcomes?
yeah, he had a bad life over it, didn't he? He got affected just as much as everyone. You know
I
what
don't
I mean?
think you really understood though, because that's how you got introduced to it. I mean, it's like if you're at a party and someone
Yeah, and I
goes,
was
"What
only
like?"
young, so
You're not going to think that person's going to get addicted, or you're at a rave and someone, do you want a pill?
Just keeping
Or
the party
even
going, aren't you?
Yeah, that's
you're in a
it.
pub and go to someone, do you want a drink? You know, and they take the drink, but you don't know that they've got an alcohol problem.
And that
You
killed
can't
it,
really blame yourself for that, do you know what I mean? Because it's what happened to you, how you got on crack. And I don't think you blame that person, you blame yourself
That's it.
for being weak. So I
That's
don't
it.
think you can blame yourself for other people's decisions.
no.
I mean, that's why, like, when you talk about when Marv was in jail, I didn't go crying to people. I'm not going to give someone sympathy, someone like me. You choose to be with someone of that certain lifestyle. You know, you made your bed, you got to lie in it. So you can't blame yourself because someone else got addicted to drugs. I mean, you know, there's probably people that can take crack, can take maybe even B and not get addicted to it. And, you know, we've talked about closet ones before. You know, if someone's going to get addicted to something, it's just your brain, isn't it?
I think there's
That's
some
it.
drugs though that can deteriorate people rapidly.
Oh,
Rapid,
absolutely.
my God.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
H and the crack.
They
Yeah,
just destroy you,
absolutely.
Within weeks, you're destroyed off them, because you can spend that much money on, especially on the crack. It just.
So why do you think you're still standing after? Because how many years were you in that lifestyle?
20 years.
How are you still standing, Marvin?
God knows, mate. How am I still standing? Wow. How am I still standing?
Because you got a good, strong woman behind you, mate.
Got a good heart as well.
Definitely.
Mate, you got a good soul.
heart. I'm a good guy. I'm a good person.
I always
don't-
say it's from I don't even know how he's still here, man.
Yeah.
I do not know how he's still here.
I've not hurt many people.
Because if
in my
you,
life.
I can show you old pictures of him when he was on crack, and he's just like he's a totally different person.
Yeah, a lot of skin and
Totally
bone.
different, just skin and bones. And then I show you ones from his prison card within a week of being in jail, and he's like the Hulk, because all he'd do then was comfort eat. Marv's always had something, like comfort eat in jail, he'd take drugs at home.
Yeah.
So it's always, you know, something with him.
But the book's not all harrowing. There was a bit that gave me goosebumps and made me smile. Was your description of the Thunderdome and then the conspiracy?
Oh yeah, we talk about the Thunderdome and conspiracy as well. Yeah, them great nights out.
We had to have been there on the same night.
I know, definitely.
Oh, you had to
definitely.
have
We was well on that stage
Kaleidoscope
together,
guy.
weren't we? Yeah. Oh, but I forgot him a pair, haven't I?
Oh yeah, we got you a pair.
I got you a pair, you know. Yeah,
He
they sell
walks-
them now.
Yeah, they sell them now.
They
He
sell
walked
these
into the
kaleidoscope
shop and
glasses
went,
now.
They took my idea.
They did, yeah. They took my idea. Kaleidoscope glasses.
It was just unique, wasn't it? The Thunderdome, a unique atmosphere.
Unique atmosphere, great vibe about it. Yeah, you got on that stage and it was like you owned the club, wasn't it?
Have you got on the front stage?
Front stage, like you owned the club, wasn't it? Right?
Just looking down, everyone, they're like,
And everyone's like looking at you like that, so you're like, yeah. You just think your pill, because your pill's peaking, you're like, yeah. Take me to the time.
Oh my God, I can just imagine you.
We'll have to take you to a rave one day.
It didn't
The
last
bells
long.
and whistles.
Oh, yeah, I'm not into raves.
It didn't last long though, did it, the Dome?
Nah, it didn't last long. Nah.
Why did it get shut down?
I don't know, you know, it was just a madhouse. It just turned into a crazy place, wasn't it? The police kept raiding it.
There was raids, wasn't there? Didn't they find a load of stuff thrown on the floor?
Drugs on the floor, yeah.
And they
that's
held
it.
the owners accountable.
They held them accountable, yeah. And there was people jumping account for the money, the wages and all sorts, weren't they? And like people weren't getting paid one night because the tiller got robbed and there was all sorts going on, yeah.
Shout out to all the Thunderdome ravers,
Yeah.
Jay Weird and Massive, and Vita.
All of them. Vita. I seen him the other day. Did you see him at Vita the other day?
Yeah.
Yeah. I've got his card in my
Manchester
wallet.
vibes in the area.
Yeah.
Come alive.
In Vita, yeah. Yeah. He's not got his hair now.
No.
Well,
his
you're not
hair's
good.
gone.
How many years ago was it? You're lucky you've still got your hair. Look at Paul
true,
Sean.
Yeah.
Mine didn't last long.
Yeah.
What about conspiracy? Because we moved over to the conspiracy from the
Oh,
Dome.
Conspiracy was a crazy old place, wasn't it? My
Yeah.
God. Wow.
The caves.
The caves. I remember watching these cheatable gunmen and Moss Side gunmen in there one day, all surrounding the dance floor, trying to shoot someone. Gee.
They were trying to shoot someone.
They wanted to shoot someone. I think what it was about was if they knew if they let off shot, there'd just be a massacre, so they didn't do it.
Yeah.
All guns, all with being guns right down the waist.
There was a few nights we had to walk out into police lineups, like walls of police coming out the Thunderdome.
Yeah, I've done that. Yeah, I've done that. I remember one kid telling me he was on a raid and the police have moved them all to one side of the room and all the drugs to the other. And he stood there and there was these two girls next to me, went like that. So we went, nah, I'm keeping my parcel on me. They're both lifting him up and sucking him with police.
I think someone got shot on knife at conspiracy and they had the lines of cops. Everyone, They were looking at everyone to try and ID someone.
Yeah, the knife. I think it was a knifing one.
Was it?
Yeah, I think I remember that knifing, yeah.
Wow. So check out Born in Prison.
Yeah.
All links in the description box.
Explosive, Born in Prison.
It's great. I loved reading it when I got it. Loved it.
I think the title...
I'm a massive reader.
I think the title is Born in Prison, How I Survived Shootings, Stabbings, Crack Addiction and Dog Attack.
Dog attacks, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's the title.
I said to him...
You can see the dog attack scars today.
Look at this right there, look. Dog attack
And you imagine
scars.
he didn't even get stitches in that. He put
No
Germaline
stitches.
in
Look, you put your fingers in that, look. No stitches in
And that's where he got shot.
No, I've got scars all up my legs from the top to the
Sorry,
bottom.
Ian. Literally don't know why he's still sat here.
I know. My waist and everything on it. I've got stab holes in my waist and everything on it.
Yeah, that one in your side. I don't know how you didn't bleed out from that one.
No, I don't look, I'm not dead. Someone's standing right on my waist there, lucky and they killed me, sure.
Is there any stories I've missed out today?
No, I think that's it. I think that'll do for now, won't it?
All right, brilliant.
Brilliant.
Check the book out, leave an Amazon review.
Yes.
Let us know what you thought about it.
Yes, guys, let's see this book code coming out there now. It's going to be an amazing, isn't it?
Yeah, it's really good.
Really good book.
And people can follow you on socials.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've got a YouTube channel, haven't we?
Yeah.
Lee Marvin Hitchman and Ciara Tell It All Network.
Yeah, that we're going to be start setting up now. Because we've stepped back from it. We've not done our channel yet.
Yeah, we've not done YouTube yet. We've not done
we
all
always
that.
do things at pace. We always discuss it with each other.
Yeah.
And we said, come summer, time's now.
When the book's there, we're ready to roll.
When the book's out, the channel's good. So everyone keeps saying, why are you not doing...
We've got thousands of fans, Sean, asking us.
To, monetise it.
We've got thousands of fans asking us.
But we've got to do things when the time's right. We don't just want to jump in there head first. And then you're only going to get one shot, really, aren't you?
Yeah.
The time is right now.
Time is right now.
Time is right.
And then you can follow us on Facebook or Instagram.
Yeah, Facebook, Instagram.
Jen, come in here.
Where's my rascal?
Where is she? All right, let us know what you thought about this video. Like I said, all links in the description box. We've done a bunch of podcasts with Marvin and Ciara. We'll put those links down there as well. Please subscribe to the channel.
Yeah.
Looking forward to more content coming out there. All right, give us a hug, Dan.
Yes,
cheers.
aye.
All right, cheers, girl.
Thanks, Sean.
Yes,
Thank you.
Bye. The guy.
Yeah, brilliant. As usual. Thank you.
I better go get a baby. Thank you.
You're stabbed over a beer.
Yeah. Put a big knife in my side over a bear, do you know what I mean? Uppercut to my face, bang, right under my jaw. I had my tongue out because I fight like I got this big rip in my tongue and it bled for 3 weeks solid. It wouldn't stop bleeding. Sean, check it out. Come here, just look.
Oh!
You see it?
Party trick.
My tongue was literally hanging off. So I couldn't lie back to sleep because the blood was filling up my mouth and I was choking. So I was waking up, full mouthful of blood, spitting it out like mouthfuls of blood every time I fell asleep. And it just bled for weeks and weeks and weeks on end.
So did you have to go to the hospital right away?
I was too busy for hospitals, mate. It was very rare I went to hospital. A man in a suit with no head. So the body was in Manchester, the head was found in Stafford to the body, and I just got released from Stafford. So this is where they found this connection. This is what they was questioning me about. Some masked men come to Ciara's house and start hitting me with a medieval ball and chain. Every breath, I can feel going up the back of my neck. Every breath, I was hitting in my brain. stay still. And I'm like, I can't stay still. I'm fucking getting ripped apart by this dog, and this dog pulling on me like,
Oh.
you should have seen the state of
I
me.
just laughed at him. You could see right through into his leg.
Yeah, it's never got better, has it, really?
Got your bail though, didn't it?
He got me bail, yes, I was buzzing.
Our own dad and uncle are paying to see a dance.
Yeah, yeah. My time, I've been a weapons maker, a drug seller, debt recovery agent.
In prison.
Yeah.
A weapons maker.
Weapons maker, yeah.
Shank.
Shanking, making sticks. Remembered this parcel between my bum cheeks. I've opened it, it was gone. It dissolved.
What?
Yeah, it was gone. Spice. It just made everything different. It was crazy. I remember seeing a boy on the floor and he thought he was Spider-Man. And he's trying to crawl on the floor. You know, we spill our secrets so they don't hold no power over us. You know, we allow the poison to dissipate. Do you know what I mean?
Otherwise it eats you up inside.
Otherwise it eats you up
100%.
inside. It rips you apart and eats you up. Do you know what I mean?
Loads of you have been blown away by the stories of Lee Marvin Hitchman and Ciara, 2 separate podcasts that we filmed a few months ago that are getting lots of love and support. And oh my goodness, if you've not seen them, links will be in the description box, as well links to everybody's socials if you want to get in touch. But we're doing Lee Marvin Hitchman Part 2 right now. And if you go right back to when it began, he was born in a prison, went through a traumatic childhood. Some of the stories in Part 1, just, you know, hustling on the streets of Manchester. The story that really struck me was the dog one, where the gang had called you to the carpet and the gang leader had the dog.
Yeah, to the estate, yeah.
And they were setting the dog on you. And
It was chewing me out.
That's just one of so many that's going to be over this series. We are working with these guys on a book as well, and we're already at chapter 3 of the draft. So in the future months or years, the book is going to be out as well. So fantastic. And if anyone wants to contact them for speaking engagements or podcasts, we are open to that as well. So just get in touch. All right, man, we left it on a cliffhanger the last one, didn't we?
We did, yeah. We left it on whether we got contact with the birth family because my adoption and stuff. I went searching for him. We opened my adoption file, me and Ciara, didn't we?
We did, yeah.
Like worked together, you know, she was helping me a lot with the, you know, helping me digest what was going on. Do you know what I mean? Because they kept telling me there's not always a happy ending at the end of the rainbow. And I never knew what that meant. I wasn't listening to it. So when they finally called me into the office, so I was ready to open my adoption file officially. So they sent us away, didn't they? And said, right, we'll message you with the information. So she contacted me and said, come into the office on Tuesday, we've got news for you. So I'm thinking, yes, I found my birth mum. Here we go. You know what I mean? My dream of finding my birth mum. So I'm so excited, thinking I'm going to meet my birth mum. And we went in the office and, wow, they gave me a death certificate and said, we're so sorry. We couldn't have told you before.
She'd known Nancy for months,
She'd
but
known,
she couldn't tell
but she
you.
couldn't tell me. So the happy ending at the end of the rainbow, she knew what she meant by that. Then it immediately clicked in my mind what she'd been saying to me all that time. Do you know what I mean? There's not a happy ending. There's not always a happy ending at the end of the rainbow.
So she was giving you a hint.
Yeah.
She was giving us a hint. And she said to us, didn't she, I'm sorry, I couldn't have told you before. Do you know what I mean? And that was a really difficult time. Wow.
So when that certificate got handed to you, would you say that you went into shock?
I went into shock. I went into plunged, didn't I?
Major shock, yeah.
Yeah, I was shocked, yeah. Because even though I'd never met my mum after she signed me away, yeah, I can still remember the last time she held me in her arms. I mean, I've said that before, but it really rings in me somewhere in my psyche, you know. And I can remember the upset, that when she was having to give me away. Do you know what I mean? But she didn't sign the paperwork for many, many months.
They had to go to London, didn't they?
Yeah, they had to go to London to chase her, to get her to sign it. So I was up in an orphanage. But I did spend a little bit of time in a foster home as well, foster care, somewhere along it when I was very young. I read it on my adoption file, an address where I stayed, like with a foster carer. So what it was my mum was told I was being given to 2 doctors. That's what it literally says, yeah. I was being given to 2 doctors. So she's obviously being torn by that, isn't she? She's thinking, I'm a drug addict. I can't really give him the life that I want to give him. His dad is, meaning my dad, isn't suitable to be raising a child. So she didn't name him on my paperwork. She named another man. Yeah, his name's one name, and the name what she named was somebody else. And we know now why, don't we?
Yeah, she only named the first name, though. She didn't.
She didn't give the full name. She just named a different name to the person who claimed to be my dad later on in my life. Yeah.
But we know why. No?
We know why. Yeah, we know why.
Man.
What a guy. What a man. I mean, I'll never know 100% that he's my dad because we never had a DNA test because he never turned up for it, did he? But
looking at them, pair of them together.
He does look like me, you know what I mean? And what happened is my aunties, the last time she saw him was at my mum's funeral. So it was quite a while ago now. So he was a drug addict, but he's still a drug addict. Yeah, but obviously back then he could mask it well. When we met him, it was obvious he was a drug addict, okay? So he must have, when my aunties found me, I think they must have contacted him.
She did, yeah.
And told him, look, we found the guy who's Martha's son, yeah? So he said, oh, that's my kid, all right? So he said, all right then. We're going to see him. Do you want to come? Okay. So unbeknown to us, we're meeting my aunties.
We didn't even know
this
he
guy's
was coming.
lurking in the background. Man, I just thought he was a driver at first. And then we've gone to this bar and he's went over to Ciara and said to Ciara, I'm his dad.
I'd said to him, oh, like, what are you doing here? Like, are you a family friend? Obviously, I knew he wasn't his uncle because he was, black. And he was like, oh, no, darling, I'm his dad. And I was like, okay. He was like, but you have to tell him. And I just remember thinking, oh, my God, like, I just had to go and blurt it out and just not sugarcoat it.
So what happened was we're in this bar and she's come over to me and went, he's claiming to be your dad. So I just didn't feel I'd never wanted to find my dad. It's weird. When I'm dreaming of my family growing up, and my dad never ever came into it, yeah, if that makes sense, because obviously somewhere I knew that if he was a good dad, there was no way I was getting signed away. Anyway, I would have had a family unit, do you know what I mean? So I knew somewhere, and my mum had always told me, your mum never wanted to give you away at birth. She wanted to keep you, yeah? My mum always told me that. That was my adoptive mum always said, your mum never wanted to give you away. But that troubled me as a kid, because I knew my mum didn't want to give me away. So I used to wonder why have I been given away then? Do you know what I mean? And so when we met this guy claiming to be my dad, me and him have come away from these lot and I'm talking to him, just chit-chat. And his phone's rung and I've heard him doing a deal about Valium, with Valium. I heard him on the phone talking like, yeah, I'm going to start this Valium. Blah, blah, blah. So just out of conversation, I know the fake capital of the North is 5 minutes away from where I live. Well, 20 minutes away, but local to me. So out of conversation, I just said to him, well, we can get them tablets round my way, cheap. And he just switched on. Then he's like, oh, can you get me some? Can you get me some? That's all he started talking about. Like, can you get me some? Oh, yeah, I'd be really appreciative. Oh, yeah, blah. Just kept repeating them tablets, didn't they?
Yeah.
And he phoned me a couple of times, and it was about the tablets. Do you know what I mean? It was like, how are you? You all right?
Nothing.
Yeah, have you got them tablets there? Did you get them?
Nothing about his, like,
Nothing,
who
no
he is.
sense. Just like them tablets.
wanting
So,
to get to know you, nothing like that.
No, nothing interesting. So
Bastard.
So he didn't ask any questions about your life?
Nothing.
Nothing?
no, he didn't.
Nothing.
He didn't, did he?
Just, I'm your dad.
Just the volume. Yeah, and he told me that he's got a couple of other kids, but I was his oldest.
He's got a son and a daughter.
I'm buying a girl. So potentially I've got half brothers and sisters out there, you know, who I've never met, and I don't think I'm ever going to meet them now, because what happened is on the way to go and buy the Valium for him, I lost 20 quid. On the way back, actually, it was like the air had just snatched 20 quid out my pocket. And I knew then that this was going to not go well. Yeah, you know what I mean? I read that, didn't I?
They said that they would like to meet him if he is the guy's son.
They was willing to meet me. Apparently he'd spoke to them and they said, yeah, we'll meet him. But if it's his son, if I'm his real son, someone said, well, let's have a DNA test, obviously, right? So he's on my case about these tablets. So like I say, I lose 20 quid. So I knew then it wasn't going to go well. And we get there, don't we? And have you got them tablets? Have you got them? I said, I've already told you I've got them, you know what I mean? So I passed him a couple of boxes and he went straight in the toilet. And we went to my auntie's compound, didn't we? Yeah. So we sat in the garden of the compound. I say it's a compound because it's an enclosed space with a couple of houses in it and a big, beautiful gardens. So we're in my auntie's compound and we're in the garden and he's drinking and he's smashed, he's high. And he starts telling us stories about himself, you know, not asking me anything, was it?
No. I don't think he asked you even one question about himself.
He just started telling me these mad stories. And
Disgusting stories.
Started saying the most disgusting stories you can imagine.
What like?
He's put guns to women's heads, make them smoke crack.
No, coke. Make them take heroin.
Heroin.
Yeah, make them take heroin. And then up to now, to this day, we're still doing it, forcing girls to smoke crack by the barrel of a gun. So we've been doing it for years. Right? And he's telling us these stories. Yeah, and I used to go mad at your mum for fucking giving you away. And I used to call her every name under the sun. And as he's telling me these stories, I'm thinking, wow, I want to smash your head in. How dare you tell me that you used to bully my mum and get on the case and all that? She must have been traumatised enough.
And like, as he's telling these stories, is he proud of what he's saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, is he kind of showing off?
Glorifying
He was
it.
glorifying it.
Like, no shame in it. No,
And I'm
like,
sat next to him knowing what my girlfriend went through. And I'm thinking, you're everything that I would dread to be becoming my life. Do you know what I mean? Everything I fought against. And she's got up in disgust, didn't you?
stormed off.
She just got up and just marched
Because I didn't really
off.
want to say anything because, you know, could potentially be his dad and I didn't want to rock the boat.
So she got up and stormed off, but I knew she was pissed off because she just went, put the chair back and just marched off. And he went, oh, I don't think I should have been saying that, should I, about forcing drugs onto girls and all that? And I went, well, not really. Do you know what I mean? Like, you on the right planet here, mate. Do you know what I mean? Like, you on the same planet as us. Like, you're just telling me that you're forcing girls to take drugs and bullying them and this and this and that, yeah? So he's ended up getting up, I've ended up going in the house and telling my auntie, saying, Auntie, can we just get rid of him? He's doing my boxing, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So she just jumped in got him in the car and dropped him off. So she said, just insist on a DNA test now. Just keep him at arm's length, yeah? And whatever my auntie says to me, I listen to it because it's you know what I mean? It's like closest I'm ever going to get to my mum, isn't she? My aunties and my uncles.
I was going to ask what they thought of the situation.
They were shocked and disgusted, weren't they? She was, wasn't she?
Yeah, your answer.
Yeah.
About, yeah.
She was disgusted. She dropped him off disgusted. And she said, right, keep him at arm's length and let's just sort a DNA test out so you can have a relationship with his son and his daughter.
Yeah.
Yeah? So I said, all right, then we'll do that. So my auntie's owns her own business, so she's got her own offices, okay? And she's got people who work for her. So we're arranging to meet at 2:00 in the offices. So an hour before, me and you were sat in the park and we never spoke to each other and we're normally talking to each other.
It was just an
It
air
was just
about
both
a
silent. Yeah, and I'll never forget it. They could feel the air. It's like we knew what was going to happen, didn't we?
I told you not to get your hopes up.
Yeah, so I ended up going to my auntie's office and sitting there like a kid, like a 4-year-old, waiting for his dad.
It was so sad.
And he never shown up.
He literally just stood in the window waiting for him.
He never
Phoning him. It just broke my heart.
He never shown up. So as the hours are going on and the staff in the office are all can tell they're feeling sorry for me, you know what I mean? I never wanted that. So everyone's silent and stuff. And anyway, my auntie gets on the phone to him and rings him, doesn't she? Mm-hmm. And he starts telling me about the reason why he can't come. It's just some messed up story itself. Like he's got some girl who's got drugs inside her and he's coming off a flight and she's waiting for him and he can't do it without her and she can't do it without him.
He needs to get the parcel.
And he needs to get the parcel out. So he's got to wait for this girl coming off this flight from like Amsterdam or somewhere. So he's standing me up for a drug parcel. It's like, wow. Like, the guy's not going to turn up. You know what I mean? So I'm there from 2:00 till 7. Never showing up. Ended up shutting the office up and leaving. So he phoned, didn't he, once? You phoned him once, didn't you? And just ripped
No, that's
into
the story. I need to sound.
Go on.
Oh, yeah. After this really, it annoyed me. Like, I was so upset because Marvin doesn't often cry and it broke his heart. So when I got home, I had a few drinks and I phoned him and I told him what I thought about him and I reminded him of what his potential son could have done to him for saying, you know, what he did. And he thought he could, like, you know, try and shout back at me. And I was like, do not try and shout me down. Stay away from him. We're not doing the DNA test. And then he was trying to call me back. I literally told him about
She
himself.
went mad and just
absolutely
ripped into
ballistic. Phoned him at 6:00 in
said,
the
how
morning.
dare you build his hopes up and you've
Yeah.
abandoned him again. You know what I mean? Because
Abandoned him the first time, you've done it the second time.
I'm like still an orphan because I've got abandoned by my parent. Do you know what I'm saying? Again.
Just to leave him sat in a window like
So
a
I
dog.
just thought, wow, how dare you do that to me? Do you know what I mean? And then he come back with, oh, I'm going to do a DNA test and I'm going to bring some.
We was going to do it through your auntie where she would go and get a swab off him, get a
Yeah,
swab
we was
off
gonna do it
Mark,
without even having
and then
contact with him,
she'd send
but
it
he
away, she'd pay for it.
He never even turned
because
up
she
for
said,
that.
oh, if it's the money, then I'll pay for it.
Yeah.
Didn't turn up for that, and then
We just left it there.
didn't hear nothing, and then we had
the baby.
we had Talon. We
The baby
went
came
down.
along.
He was born in November, went down for Christmas. And I walked into the kitchen room. His auntie was like, and I was like, no, who are you on the phone to? She said. And then she'd hit speaker and he was like, oh, we heard I've got a grandson now.
Saying he's
that
got a
was it.
grandson, he
I
hasn't took a
erupted
DNA
again.
test.
Just started screaming down the phone. You don't even know if he's your son. Don't ever call my son your grandson. Just like leave him alone.
You know, he just like tried to miss over all what he did and just like say like, oh yeah, I've got a grandkid, you know, because we had a baby. Do you know what I mean? It's, you know, it's
like
not.
we're still waiting for the DNA.
He doesn't deserve to be the baby's grandchild, does he? He didn't even give me nothing. Like no talk, no support, nothing. Like, you know what I mean? He just said that we was both drug addicts when you was born.
Do you think he was trying to ask for a second chance?
No.
You know?
No.
He wasn't.
He didn't know.
He didn't
'Cause
even.
Then he still didn't even arrange to meet up with his aunt to do the DNA test.
Yeah, he wasn't even apologetic.
No.
He just didn't really care, really. He was just like...
He just heard that he was back in London and just thought he'd get his 2 pence worth.
And I know what my auntie was trying to do. She was trying to, like, ease it a little bit and try and get the DNA test so I could have contact with my potential
So you
brother and
knew
sister.
where you came from, basically.
Yeah, but it never happened. So he never turned up for one. So to this day, I don't know if he's my dad or not.
So what's the age difference between you and your siblings?
Teenage, 18 years. 18. He was, how old was he? Yeah, he was, is that what you're asking me?
No.
Yeah, right. The age
Oh,
difference.
the
kids.
siblings. Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I think he said it was about 10 or so years, didn't he?
His boy, older.
Yeah,
He's the eldest.
He said by about 10 years, I'm the oldest, I think he said.
And then
so-
he's got a son and then a daughter.
Yeah, so we never turned up for that. So that was that. I just ended up saying, like, we'll just have nothing to do with him now. There's nothing else we can do, is there?
It's not worth the heartache.
It's not with the heartache, is it?
No, it's not, is it?
No, if he's just going to keep letting him down and letting him down.
Yeah, so that was a bit quite disappointing that I'm still on paper like this orphan who's abandoned off him, and he's there. You know, he could come and contact me anytime and, like, you know what I mean, try and build something with me, you know. Because when I was growing up, I always felt that I was alone, you know, like, because I never had no one who looked like me or anything like that. So I always felt alone, do you know what I mean?
And then he made you forget what's feeling like that, didn't he?
Yeah, so I went really, went down about it, then I plunged into this deep hole with it, do you know what I mean? But yeah, my adoption file, that was incredible what happened, wasn't it? So when they gave me the information that my mum was dead, they sent me a letter saying, sorry, we've got to close your case now.
Yeah, that was good.
Because the funding what we've had to counsel your area has gone. So you're going to have to go and contact your other services, didn't I? So about a couple of months later, I phoned them up. I was really down, and I just phoned them one morning. And I just got on the phone, and I spoke to like a manager type thing, and she said, what you've said to me now, I'm going to put in front of a meeting. We'll have a meeting about it. So they sent me a message a few weeks later, a letter, didn't they? And I got on the phone, and she said, well, you're really lucky. You're one of thousands of people we've kept the funding here. Like, your funding's not been stopped. We can continue with your funding. And we think we might have found your family, your birth mum. And we was just over the moon, weren't we?
Yeah.
My birth mum's family, sorry, he said we might have found your birth mum's family. So we was just over the moon, weren't we? We was just buzzing our heads off. Like,
Finally, he's going to get a piece of him. He's going to finally find out who he is, where he come from.
So one of my cousins got all the information off the adoption agency. But what's funny is they had to give all my previous convictions to my family. So they had to literally read all my previous convictions. But luckily, I'd never done nothing really bad. You know what I mean? I'd never been convicted or nothing like violence against women or violence against children or any child offences or anything like that. There was never nothing that on my record. So obviously they accepted me, didn't they? Said we was going to build a relationship with me, you know what I mean? And then, like I say, they brought him along, but that didn't spoil it for me. That just made it all more part of the experience, do you know what I mean? So yeah, it's been an incredible journey, hasn't it, Ciara? It's been an amazing journey. Like, having no family to having loads and loads of family. Yeah, it's mad, isn't it?
It was a bit of a whirlwind at first, wasn't it? Like,
yeah, it's like a trip.
crazy.
It's like a trip because it goes from having no cousins to loads of cousins to loads of these people's names that we've got to remember.
And you're
innit?
like, I've got to talk to people. I
Are
don't
you
know how
shit
to
with
talk
names?
to people.
Yeah, I'm rubbish with names as well. So it was like I couldn't remember who was who, could I?
No.
And then like I was like, I don't know what to say to people. Do you know what I mean? Like, what do you say like to my family? Do you know what I mean? It was really.
It was like watching a little kid, like, he'd
Yeah.
literally get saying to me, what do I say to him? What
Yeah.
do I ask him? Are they going to like me?
Yeah, so all my cousins remembered my mum. Like, they all had fond memories of her. And she was very loving to them all, do you know what I mean? She was like a proper kid person, wasn't they?
Like a mother hen, they call
They all said she was a really, really nice person, so that was good. But yeah, going through that experience was like a whole new It's opened a whole new world to me, hasn't it?
Yeah.
I never knew it existed, do you know what I mean? But yeah, going back to my criminality and stopping the drugs, the journey, what I went on to get there was something else in itself. Very difficult to stop taking drugs. It's because I had no family, I had nothing to stop for, you know, I had no one telling me to stop it, do you know what I mean? No one who'd sit down and talk to me, did I? So I was just like alive while I wanted her.
Yeah.
And
It was just an escape for you, wasn't it?
yeah, it was just an escape. I was using the drugs to deal with everything, you know. It's funny because they use legal medicines to deal with things and they're drugs. You know what I mean? So I was drugging myself from bleeding 6. And when I first found that black tablet in the kids' playground as a 6-year-old, taking that was me self-medicating and dealing with my problems. Do you know what I mean? Because I remember the first drug I ever took. So I'm in this little park local to me, and there's a swing in there, and I found a tablet on the floor, and it looked like a Smartie, but it was like a black tablet. I think it was black anyway, it might have been red, but I'm not sure now. But I remember taking this tablet and swallowing it, and all of a sudden this wavy feeling came over me and I couldn't stand up straight, yeah? And I'm walking, like, holding on to things and I'm feeling sick. But what was weird is I sat on my bed, I went straight to my bedroom and I'm lying on my bed and the bed is literally, like, floating. And I was scared, but I enjoyed it. You know what I mean?
Ecstasy, yeah?
No, it was a tablet, like a pill. I asked my mum, about 6 months later, and I told her what I did. And she said, I think you took a black bomber. That's what it was called. I don't know. So that's what she said to me. I think you took a black bomber. You found a black bomber in the park.
My mum was on about them recently. She took a black bomber.
What is
Yeah.
it?
I think it was speedy or
I
something.
think it was
said.
like a speedy, weirdy drug, what they all used to take back then. Do you know what I mean?
Prescription?
I think so. Was it a prescription drug, what they used to take?
It was a prescription drug, yeah.
So like something like Diazes now that
I'm
people
not sure
have.
what it was, but I'll tell you something. I just felt like I was floating in this spaceship, yeah. I couldn't, I was scared. I remember being scared, but enjoying it at the same time. So when I pushed open that door in that empty house when I was a kid, I went searching in empty houses when I was a kid. Don't know, I used to enjoy my own company and searching places. I don't know why. So I'm in this empty house one day and I pushed over the door. The door was covering the thingy and there was a guy asleep on the floor and he jumped up, "Why, what are you doing in there?" And I ran off. But I'd seen all these bags in there and like these tins like of glue and I could smell it, you know what I mean? And I was intrigued, so I went back the next day and he wasn't there, but there was like all the glue bags was there and the Evo stick was there, the big tub of Evo stick. So I flicked the lid on it and I've put the bag and I've wiped it round and I've started blowing on it. So I'm glue sniffing, yeah, I'm following what I can see, the bags. And it sends me into this heavy high. It's a very heavy high, glue. You know what I mean? It's a dangerous drug, yeah. It's very heavy high. Like fogginess, you know what I mean? And like you're just tripping like.
Is it a bit like aerosol?
Yeah, it's like aerosol.
Yeah.
It's like aerosol, but a bit more muggy than aerosol, you know, because you're smelling this heavy thing, do you know what I mean? So I liked that, but I liked aerosols more. Aerosols was what really I connected with. So I used to take a lot of gas. I enjoyed taking a lot of gas. It was one of those things what I really loved taking, do you know what I mean? And especially because they had like my dad like going mad at me and stuff. Like my dad used to beat me a lot. He was a bit crazy with that, you know, hitting me and stuff. So when he used to behave that way, I'd turn to the gas. So, like I say, one day my sister caught me sniffing in the house on my mum's chair Saturday morning. I thought everyone's gone out shopping, but they hadn't. my sister was upstairs. She had a line and stayed in. She didn't go down with my mum and dad. So as I got my mum's gas in my mouth, I just felt this whack right across my face. Nearly knocked me for 6. Gas tin went everywhere. And I'm like thinking that, I thought to myself, that was a really heavy trip. That's what I thought at first. It was like, wow, what's just happened to me? And then I've turned to see my sister and I could see her shouting at me, I'm going to tell her. But by then I didn't care, do you know what I mean? It was like, I was using it as like an escape, you know. Missing, obviously I had a lot going on in my life with my dad, you know, hitting me and stuff for we in the bed, and me being, because of that, I was playing up in school, you know what I mean, and getting the belt and the strap in school and stuff like that. And I was soiling my underwear, you know, so, and my dad didn't know how to deal with it, so he was just using violence, do you know what I mean? And then when we got to 11 and we moved and the paedophile got hold of me when I was a kid, I used to use drugs a lot to deal with that, do you know, the gas and stuff. Yeah. The effects of gas, it's a very strong high in it, Jen. It's very dangerous as well to take, because it can give you air bubbles in your brain. You know that, don't you?
Yeah, well, I didn't know that.
We could have died at any moment.
No, I know. And I think it was one of my friends who showed me how to use it with the tea towel and spray. I think it was Lynx or something.
Oh, yeah, we were doing the Lynx as well. Yeah. Well, I used to do Tipex thinner a lot. I remember doing Tipex thinner.
I've never done that. No.
Yeah, so the stuff what dissolves the white stuff, we used to squeeze that into our fingers and do it in school. All of us, it was a craze. We did it all the time. All day in school, we was doing Tipex thinners.
But our use was a delight to teach.
Well, Sean met one of my school friends the other night at Michael's event, didn't you, Sean?
Where the hand grenade story that just was mind blowing.
I heard about this one.
Yeah, so my friend I went to school with.
Can't name him, but
no.
Welcome to come on the podcast anytime, my friend.
Anytime.
He told us he went to a meeting and had to pull 2 pins on 2 live grenades and make sure his area wasn't being divulged and eaten up by another gang. So he took 2 grenades and said, look, this is what you're getting if you come on my estate, you know what I mean, on our estate. Like, so yeah, it never got took over, did it?
And the grenades didn't go off?
Certainly didn't. No, he said when he went back to his mate's car, he was panicking, like, put the pins back in.
Yeah, I bet he was.
Like, yeah, because grenades was for sale about a lot around for a while.
How much are we talking?
Called them like pineapples, didn't they? They called them pineapples. That's what they're called, yeah. It was around for a bit. You could buy them. Obviously, I wasn't involved in anything like that, but yeah, you could buy them. You could buy them.
So you're saying that Jen was bigger than Reggie Cray?
What? Oh, taller. Like,
Taller.
You made it sound like
I know,
Your
yeah.
stature.
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, he's tall. Yeah, yeah. I was away with Reggie Cray. Old Reggie, rest in peace. Reggie Cray was a lovely fella. Really, he was a nice fellow. He wrote me a card for my niece for her birthday one day, and it was just a scribble. Honest, his writing was crazy. I think he was left-handed like me. His writing was just out of this world, just madness. Yeah, and I think I've still got it somewhere. Well, we sent it to her, and she's probably still got it. But yeah, it was like I told him to write "Stay out of trouble" on it or something. You just couldn't read it at all. Do you know what I mean? But yeah, first time we met Reggie, we was in the gym, and the gym officer had a sports shop in the gym office. So like you walked in and he had a big selection of trainers up, like on this shelving set, what he'd come straight out of his shop. But because we was in like Norfolk, it was like a little town, you know what I mean? The prison officer had the local trainer shop as well. So we've gone in and we're in the gym, and Reggie's come in and we're all like, oh my God, there's Reggie Cray, you know, we all knew he was there, and he walked in the gym. Like he had this big gold chain on, gold chain and stuff. Yeah, it was just like mad seeing Reggie Cray, but tiny man. First thing I thought was, wow, how small is he? They was around London. That's, you know what I mean, small in stature. I was expecting like some big 6'5" man, you know what I mean? And he was just like little Reggie Cray. Yeah, wow, but what a powerful man he was. But yeah, he came in. And there was a lad there, and he smashed in Reebok Classics. What you could tell was hanging off his feet. And he went like that to the gym officer. He went, hey, fit him out with a pair of trainers. So when one of the lads come over and went, yeah, Reggie wants to buy you a pair of trainers. So this lad went in the gym office and came out with a brand new pair of Reebok Classic. You know what I mean? Which was a nice gesture, wasn't it? Yeah. I really thought that's nice, yeah. But you tend to, big gangsters like that, they tend to be really nice. You know what I mean? Like I've met a few of them who like have gave me money, do you know what I mean? Or like I remember Noonan years and years ago, I was outside a pub in Hume and he was talking to the landlord outside. No, he came outside and went, hey, what are you doing here? And the lad who was with him, there's Noonan, what does he want with you? And like, I was waiting to buy drugs. So he said, what are you doing? So I said, oh no, I'm just hanging around. And so he said, so he's going to keep out of trouble and give us 20 quid, right? So we walked around the corner, I had to run to the phone box, phone this guy who was buying me drugs and say, don't come to the pub. Noonan's outside. If he sees you scoring off buying drugs off him, he's going to beat you, you know what I mean? Like, so we ended up running off around the corner and like getting it from somewhere else. But yeah, Reggie Cray was like, what a top-notch guy. Like he lived on the billet next to us. Like, so it was a semi-open conditions. Like you could walk around the grounds, you know, like in work route time and weekends and stuff. So he just used to walk around freely. And you'd often see him sat on the back of the billets on his own, you know, just deep in thought, like. And we'd always knew when to like leave him alone or when to have a little bit of a banter with him, do you know what I mean? And he was like proper old school, like he left his TV under his bed and stuff, like, yeah, he just wouldn't watch it. It was just under his bed, yeah. And he had an old Roberts radio and all these walls were filled with all these photos of all these boxers and gangsters, you know, we was met like photographs and stuff. He was still in that era, wasn't he? That era.
Was he a bit of a celebrity in the prison then?
Yeah, oh yeah, of course, yeah. And all the cockneys like told us clearly, like he was untouchable. Do you know what I mean? Like it was only me and another two other Manchester lads in there at the time. One of them, a Salford kid called Gavin. Yeah, he was on the billet, same with him. You know what I mean? So he was telling me like what he was like on the billet and that. And he used to give them all tobacco, you know, on payday and stuff. So we had people doing tobacco for him. You know, like he was a bit of a tobacco baron. So we put a quarter on top so you could borrow one item. You know, like if you need to buy drugs or anything, you can't afford it, you buy items, you borrow items. So a quarter on top, he'd charge off half ounce, so 50% on top, you know what I mean? So we'd get a lot of business. And Gavin said that he used to give him all tobacco, you know, on the weekend and stuff, which is nice of him, isn't it? Yeah. But yeah, we didn't know, little did we know he had stomach cancer at the time. I didn't, he probably knew himself. But he probably kept it to himself, you know what I mean? So I got out of prison and I'm reading in the paper, my God, Reggie Cray's got stomach cancer. And I was like, oh my God, I've just been away with him for months and never knew, you know what I mean? It was quite sad and it ended up taking his life in the end. And he died not many months after I got out of prison. I got out from where he was in that Norfolk. He got out compassionate. They released him just before he was dying. So he died a free man, I think, which is a good thing. Do you know what I mean? I think he deserved that. He did enough prison, didn't he, Reggie Cray? Probably did over 30 years, do you know what I mean? So he deserved to get out. But like, yeah, he was such a nice fella to talk to, do you know what I mean? Really nice, open fella, nice fella, yeah. What
other characters did you bump into in prison?
What other characters did I bump into? Didn't I bump into? I was in Forest Bank once with the two kids. They ended up getting jumped on a sweatbox and going to Spain or getting caught in some other country in the end. But they got out from there. There was only young lads as well at the time. Ended up coming to Forest Bank from like a security move. And there was the only YOs on the wing, so in Forest Bank they'd let like 4 young offenders live with the older lads, believe it or not. Like, so if a lad was just 20 or 19, they'd let him live with the lads who was over 21. Do you know what I mean? Which was weird, but it was like young offenders used to be on there. And these kids, in the end, like there was a few of them, and some of them was like proper turned into real well-known gangsters, you know what I mean? Proper boys, like Salford boys and that. But these Scousers come once, and what happened was, they've gone on this other wing. So they come on our wing one day. So we said, "Why? What's gone on? How can you move wing?" So he said, "We got taxed off this firm, took our mobile phone and our drugs." So we're like, "What? We're not," you know what I mean? And he said, like, "If you can get us our phone back, we'll pay to get the phone back." So he said, "I'm not asked about the parcel, the gear. I'm not bothered about that. You know what I mean? This gang have come in and took my phone, and that's what's important, you know what I mean? Because he was getting throw-overs over the wall on a regular, so they needed the phone for like directional purposes. So they needed this phone back no matter what." So anyway, I've got one of the staff to unlock the gate, got off the wing, shouldn't have been off the wing, got off the wing, banged on this door to this wing and said, "Get the phone back now." So this lad's come to the door and went, "Oh," I said, "Get the phone back now, you know what I mean? It needs to come back, like it's a busy phone." So after a bit of discussion and that, the phone comes back, gets given back to him. So they was proper grateful, you know what I mean? And they started giving me, I got really on with them really well. And he was in for like some multi-million pound drug parcel, like he was building a drug empire in Liverpool. And like I say, a few years later, they got sprung from a prison van and got off for a few years. I think they've been caught now again. And he used to write to me and stuff, you know, when he moved prisons and stuff. Yeah, I ended up becoming really good friends with him, yeah. But what happened was he said to me, he said, "That firm up there have just robbed us. Any of them you catch, give them a crack and I'll give you a quarter of weed off everyone." So they used to shout medics to anyone need to see a doctor to healthcare the next day. They'd shout you about like this tea time. So you could walk to the healthcare and sit there and see a doctor. So I'd be like that to lads, "What wing are you off, lad?" You go, F2, be like, "F2, yeah, bang, fucking little knob, you know what I mean?" But I had some kid who was with me who was watching what I was doing, so it was like getting paid, you know what I mean? Because these lads were so embarrassed, like they got robbed, but like they said they're not going to get stabbed up for like a bit of drugs, you know what I mean? They gave it him, like the lads ran in to smash them up and take the parcel. They went, nah, we just give it him, you know what I mean? Because we knew they'd get it back, you know what I mean? And at the time, I was on the wing with like these young lads who like turned into very, very big gangsters in the end. They got sprung from a prison van as well. They was in the news for being sprung from a prison van and they got away to like Dubai or whatever, you know what I mean? And at the time, they was young and up and coming lads, you know what I mean? I even met that Mark the Iceman Fellows. Do you remember the kid who killed Paul Massey?
Not long just been in the paper.
Yeah, he killed one of the
What's his
kids.
story?
Well, what happened is apparently he killed that Paul Massey, one of the biggest
Got
Salford.
recruited to be a hitman, didn't he?
Yeah, he was paid to be a hitman.
Was he ex-military or something?
No, he wasn't actually. He was such a quiet lad, him. It was unbelievable when I heard that he was convicted for that crime. Because he used to have a colostomy bag. You know, you wouldn't think someone with a colostomy bag would be like capable of doing something so serious, would you? You just wouldn't think it, would you? You'd think he was a very quiet lad and very clean. And when he come on the wing, I remember all the lads was buzzing that he'd come on, you know what I mean? And like he turned a few years later, well, many years later, turned into like he was a stone cold killer. They called him the Iceman, they called him, because he was...
It's on the paper not long ago.
Yeah, it was a big story.
Yeah,
you won't know of
years
it, Jen,
ago.
but it was a really big story, yeah. So, yeah, met him, yeah. Met one of the biggest gangsters to ever come out of Manchester, and he had a tattoo on his back, Jen, and it was of a Black Panther, and it went from the top of his back right to down near his bum, and he had it done in Africa, a Black Panther. It was just, it's the sickest tattoo I've ever seen. He's dead now, he got killed, but and no one was ever convicted for his murder.
How did he die?
Shot or stabbed, one or the other got killed. He went to kill someone apparently and got killed himself. I don't know how the story went, but yeah, it was a very, very big story, that, yeah. But he had this panther on his back and it was just like incredible. But I knew him since we was kids, like when we used to hang around in the city centre when we was kids. Like there was a lot of kids there who turned into main known heads, you know what I mean, in the time, because there was a lot of gang wars, what happened in Manchester. I mean, the name Gunchester came out of Manchester for a reason, you know what I mean, because it was just hell of a lot of guns in Manchester, you know. And like, because I was addicted to crack as well, I was very close to them people, you know, because in Manchester back then, if you was an anybody, to defend yourself, you'd have to have a gun. Do you know what I mean? Like, they have to be known as like capable of using a weapon, do you know? Yes, you wouldn't get anywhere, do you know what I mean? So I was around a lot of very dangerous people growing up, do you know? I mean, I got shot myself.
I shouldn't laugh.
Yeah, got shot myself, you know what I'm saying? Like on a mad one. Like, but I deserved that. I deserved it, you know what I'm saying? Like, I got warned not to do something and I did it. So I deserved it, do you know what I'm saying? And like...
Did we cover that in part 1?
I think we spoke a little bit about it, I'm not sure.
Yeah,
No,
you did.
we?
Spoke about that in part 1.
Did we speak about that? Yeah.
We didn't speak about the police dog on you, did we?
No, we didn't, no.
Hope you're enjoying the podcast. Here's a word from our sponsor, Harry's. Having such a scratchy face, I'm always delighted to get a new Harry's set. There's a foaming gel, hydrating night lotion, and the razor with the weighted handle really gets the job done. The trimmer blade makes it so easy to get into those tricky places to reach. The shave gel offers effective lubrication and just comes off like butter. It's such a smooth shave. It shaves fast, efficiently, no discomfort, and it is so smooth by the end. The hydrating night lotion is light and non-greasy. Harry's is doing a £0 trial. Start shaving with the products, just pay for delivery. Save every time. Save on all your shaving products without sacrificing quality. You're in control. You can modify or cancel your plan from the account page. Make sure to support our podcast and start your own skincare journey by redeeming a free Harry's trial set. All you cover is £3.95 for delivery. Just head to harrys.com/Sean, SHAUN, and have your trial set delivered to your door. That's harrys.com/Sean, SHAUN. Thank you for supporting our sponsor.
We didn't speak about the police dog on you, did we?
No, we didn't, no. I was in an empty building in the city centre and I'm smoking crack, so my lighter's flickering. And someone's gone past and seen the lighter, thought I'm committing a burglary. Phoned the police and the police have came and they shouted me out, but I didn't come out. You know, I should have just came out. But the building was so big, I just thought I'm going to hide and try and get away, but no way. This dog just
From a
come.
police dog?
Yeah, so I'm hiding. I've gone right to the front of the store, the shutters was down and I've squeezed in, so I'm down at the side of the glass, you know, between the glass and the shutter. Squeezed myself in and this area's open to me and the dog's just come, a big long hair downstairs and just grabbed my knee and just dragged me out by my knee and it crushed my knee.
You should have
So now
seen it afterwards.
She should have seen the state of
I
my
just
knee.
laughed at her.
Should
You should have been at home and not been in a building where he wasn't meant to
I
be.
had gashes this
they was
big,
massive.
massive big gashes.
You could see right through into his leg.
Yeah, and it crushed my kneecap. This tooth had gone right into that circle below your kneecap. You know that bone? Right there, it crushed it. So my knee was just ruined. It's never got better, has it, really?
Got your bail though, didn't it?
He got me bail, yes. I was buzzing. That's what I thought. That's what I said to you. I'm buzzing. I got bail because I'd never get bail. Do you know what I mean? And they give me bail because they didn't want to sit there while I dealt with my leg getting sorted out and sewn up and operated.
Silver lining.
So instead of me sitting in the hospital, I just discharged myself and got home.
When it was locked onto you,
Yeah.
what was your strategy? Just go still, try and poke it in the eye?
I was just screaming, get off, get off. I was giving, get off. And this dog was ripping me, it's pulling on me. But when the police officer come, he didn't take it off straight away. He just stepped back and went, stay still. And I'm like, I can't stay still. I'm fucking getting ripped apart by this dog. And this dog pulling on me like, I got to the floor. It's just ripping on my knee, you know, like proper locked on.
I thought they were trained only to bite if you're resisting.
No, if you don't,
No, not in your case.
Oh my God, it just ripped me to shreds.
What made it stop biting you?
I think they get them off you in the end, don't they?
Cop
They leave
got it
them
off you.
They leave them for a bit. Do you know
Teach you a
what I mean?
lesson.
They go overboard. Like it was on me for probably 2 minutes or something. Do you know what
That's
I mean?
long.
Probably because
And
it was you,
pulling
though.
on me as well. It was like really pulling on me as well, you know, because like it was trying to get me to wherever it wanted to go, you know. But it, for some reason, locked onto my knee, didn't it, Ciara?
That must be one of the most painful places, your knee.
Yeah, I've got a big gash
Yeah,
here on
the
this over
scars
knee.
now on his legs
Oh,
from it.
the scars are ugly.
Like
aren't
you
they?
can tell they're done by a tooth mark and they're actually like
Yeah.
imprinted, like dinted
Like
in.
big rips, aren't they?
Yeah.
Got some big rips on my leg. Absolutely horrible.
You were still hobbling grafting the next
I
day.
was still hobbling, like doing thieving and all that the next day, yeah. Because I was addicted to drugs, I had no choice, did I? I mean, I was in and out of like the most craziest places possible. I mean, God, the people who was around was like something else, you know. Some of them was out like of a movie, do you know what I mean? Like just the most danger. Like a lot of them was ex-gang members who started taking drugs and started to drop back a bit, do you know what I mean? And drop themselves out and stuff, yeah. So some of them was very, very dangerous people, do you know what I mean? Like one of them now you see in the city centre, like he's gone a bit, you know, he's gone a bit mentally, but at the time he was a very, very dangerous man, do you know what I mean? But yeah, I've had a lot of things. A kid stabbed me in the park for not buying him crack once. Just stabbed me right in my side, do you know what I mean? And like put a hole in my side. Like just for not buying him a can of beer. That's what it was. I'm going to buy crack with him, right? And he's a well-known gang member. He still is, yeah. Still known as like a gang boy, yeah. And I'm going to buy crack with him through the park. And he says to me, Marv, you going to buy me a beer? And I said, no. I said, nah, I'm only buying crack. Because I'm not an alcoholic. But to him, I was being like out of order, not buying him a beer. And I just felt this big knife go in me. And he just stabbed me and just backed off and walked off. And like I've looked down and I've gone, you just fucking stabbed me. And like, he's gone. And I'm like, oh my God, this guy's just fucking plunged me with a knife. You know what I mean? I thought, are you fucking mad? Like,
You're stabbed over a beer?
yeah, he fucking put a big knife in my side over a beer, do you know what I mean? Like, I've had some things happen to me, I've had some things happen to me what I deserve, do you know what I mean? Like, I've
You've
never...
not fucking had a beer?
Yeah. Like, obviously, I've never named anyone. Everything what's ever happened to me, I've never named anyone. Do you know what I mean? I could never identify anyone. If the police ever come to me, I would say, I don't know who it is. Do you know what I'm saying? It's just like, because I was playing with fire, I'm going to get burned out. Do you know what I mean? Talking about fire, I nearly killed myself in a fire in a house smoking crack once. I was smoking crack I was smoking crack by a window, and when it got dark, I lit a candle. But I'm smoking that much crack. When you keep smoking crack cocaine that much and you're tired, your body starts shutting down. So you start falling asleep as you're smoking the crack, okay? Even though it's a stimulant, you start falling asleep. So, my God, I've woke up to flames.
Sorry, I'm looking at Sean's face.
Yeah, I know. I woke up to flames, 10 foot high. The curtains was on fire. The pile of clothes on the floor next to me was burning, right? It was like a full flame fire. And I think what only woke me up was the heat, because it's just round me. I'm sat at the windowsill and the curtains are just blazing. I've opened my eyes and we know how fast fires work. It was seconds. It was just like, first I looked there and then this curtain just gone up, whoosh. And then, I've looked there and then this curtain's just gone whoosh. And then I've looked down and all these clothes are just going whoosh. It was just like, wow, fucking hell. And like I just jumped back like that, just retrieved what was on the table, ran out and just, the house had burnt down.
The house burnt down?
The house burnt down, yeah. The house burnt down.
Not the first time you've done that.
No.
Not the first?
No, it's not. But yeah, let's talk about that today.
Yeah.
let's not talk about that today.
You little arsonist.
Do you know when you're a kid, you like love the sight of fire, don't you?
Yeah.
You're very
I never did. You thought
I did. I used to stare at my grandfather's fireplace.
Yeah, it's so cute.
Majestic.
Yeah. Did he have a proper burning fireplace?
Yeah.
Your auntie's got one of them.
Yeah, he's got one now. Yeah, the
She's
beautiful,
still got
the
one
big
where she
log
puts the
fire.
logs in it.
I think it's a man thing with fire, like man fire.
Yeah, it's got to be. Yeah, it's got to be. It's got to be. Yeah, but you know, God, I remember this girl. I was grafting with this girl, this working girl, and she said to me, like, she said, Marv, I'm going to take you to the house, but like whatever you see, just don't get angry. Just don't get angry about it, right? So I said, Chantal, what do you mean don't get angry? She just said, you know, we'll smoke in my bedroom, but like, just don't put any thought into what you see. So I went, all right, then I've gone in her house. Her dad and her uncle are sat downstairs. We've gone upstairs. She's got a big bolt on the door, a bedroom door. So I said, what's that for, Chantal? And she said, when I crash out, fell asleep off the drugs, my uncle comes up and fingers. And I said, what? I went, you kidding me? I went to sit. She went, you can't do anything. He's already been to prison for abusing me. So I said, so why? What are you doing here? Like, why are you here? She said, because my dad and him are the only family I've got. It was heartbreaking. Okay. It was heartbreaking, yeah. And then everything why she was working just all fell into place then, do you know what I mean? And she said, when you get paid, they want me to dance on the cushion on a thing in the living room, and they give me money out the payment off to get off the social. They pay me. So I was like, just don't do it, you know what I mean? She said, but I just do it to keep the peace.
Well, that's sad, that.
So sad.
Our own dad and uncle are paying to see her dance.
Yeah. Her own dad and uncle were seeing her. And he'd been to jail. Her uncle, for abusing her years before. Like, done his sentence and got out, and they was living together. Do you know what I mean? And I couldn't handle her doing punters. I couldn't stand it in my mind, you know what I mean? I'd say, Chantal, let's go and do a street, let's like get the punter around his ankles and I'll go around and take the money off him. And you know what I mean? She'd be like, no, I just don't want to cause trouble. We're like punters. I'm just going to do the business and just get the money, do you know what I mean? So one day she had this guy come, and it was like this well-known guy. And he was like, she didn't want to do business with him. Yeah, he like was doing something to her what she didn't like, because she came downstairs and said, Marv, I need to get him out of the house. What can I do? And I went, what can you do? I'll tell you what we do. Watch this. Where's the electric cupboard? I just found the big plug you get in the electric cupboard and just pulled it, bang. It was night time. The house went into pitch darkness. He started going, what are you doing? What are you doing? He ran out the house, just in his boxer shorts, because he thought it was like, it was a setup, and he went into this mad psychosis because he was a bit of a madman. And he ran out the house, and that's how I got rid of him, do you know what I mean? And it was a really heartbreaking to hear a story, do you know what I mean? Like, just one story. It's like so many different facets to everyone in there. You just couldn't, I couldn't wrap my head around it. So I couldn't resist it in the end. I went in the living room and I grabbed the uncle and I threw him to the floor and I put my knee to his chest. And I went, if you touch her again while I'm round you, I'm going to fucking smash her and you better leave her alone. And he's going, Marvin, get off me, get off me. That's what he's shouting. Leave me alone. And I'm saying, why are you doing it to her? You've ruined her life. You know what I mean? Like, she was out. You know, she would have probably knew, she would have probably threw me out herself, you know what I mean? When she come back. I said, you know what, Chantal, I've just grabbed him, but I didn't hurt him or anything. And she's like, Marv, it's my only family. That's why.
It's sad, that.
So sad.
Yeah. Real hard. But then you've got the other end of it. This girl who I knew, and her family was like very, very, very well known. Like her uncle was a chairman of a rugby league club, like on the outskirts of Manchester. And her family had tons of money. Her dad designed and built his own house, then got bored of it and moved to another house. So she took me up one day in the car and went, my dad built that when I was a kid, 4 or 5 stories, just from glass right down one side, from the top to the bottom. incredible house. Got bored of it. I moved to another house, like this big mansion. Do you know what I mean? And I said to her, why are you grafting? And she said, because I love drugs. I'm addicted to drugs. Do you know what I mean? I've rinsed everyone. Like, they won't give me any money anymore. I've been at it years. The only thing I've got left is to sell my body. Do you know what I'm saying? And she just ended up selling herself, but she hated men. It was weird. Like, she hated men. She'd been through a really bad time with men. And she hated men, she told me. But she liked me, you know what I mean? Like, she knew my heart was pure, you know what I mean? Like, I wouldn't either the girls for sex and all. Like, it wasn't my way, you know what I'm saying? Where you've got to have love there with it and compassion, and it's not just. I could never understand the point of doing business with a girl. Like, how can you just switch on to do that and then switch off? Do you know what I mean? And I could never wrap my head around it. And you know, it's funny. Much later on in my life, I met this girl, and she said to me, "You've ever thought about the girls, what they go through, like porn star girls?" Like, you was talking about something you're doing in the pipeline.
Not being a porn star, just putting that out
Yeah,
there.
yeah.
You've got to consider
people's disappointments.
When a man like is watching the porn, you don't consider what the girl is going through on film.
I've seen some sets, yeah.
Like, so she was saying about like, the girl's got to stay in the same position for 4 hours.
Because what you see in that 5-minute video is in fact an hour of
retakes and retakes, yeah.
Of the poor girl
positioning
just absolutely.
And someone cameras and taking pure time and loads of lube, and you can just imagine what they go through to get a scene.
We had Samantha Brown on, and she was talking about
she got forced into porn.
The tears in certain parts of the body, and
the rips and the tears,
and how they'll persuade you to go further and further and further into it.
Well, it's funny, you know, every working girl who I knew on the street would never work in brothels and stuff like that. Do you know why they said they wouldn't? Because on the street they control the situation. They've got a punt of 5 minutes they can get rid. In a controlled environment, they've got to sit for an hour with a punter, or paid for 2 hours or something. So they're just getting, like, going through trauma for 2 hours, aren't they? On the street, they'll make that in 10 minutes, done business, done and gone. Do you know what I mean? And I got it, and I understood why none of them would work like that. Do you
Gives
know
them
what I
their
mean?
independence, yeah.
Gives them their independence, yeah, and gets them a bit of freedom, doesn't it? But, like, yeah. So I was around a lot of working girls all my life. So I was always conscious of the fact that a lot of them are traumatised, but I was a traumatised kid as well. Do you know what I mean? So, like, I could relate to it a lot.
Well, Sean always said it's, you know, when people have endured trauma in their life, usually men go into drug dealing and women usually go into sex work.
Yeah, that makes
That makes a lot of sense,
That
yeah.
makes a lot of sense, yeah.
Well, that makes a lot of sense, because, I mean, when I was 13, 14, me and my mate, who was a couple of years older than me as a bouncer now in town, we were selling drugs for some girl. And that was just a normality to me from being 13, 14, was selling drugs, you know. Me and Sean meeting in the Thunderdome without a shadow of a doubt.
Without a shadow of a doubt.
Yeah, me and Sean coming across each other in the Thunderdome, like, was drug taking, but it was a happy part of drug taking, wasn't it? Then you've got the dark side of it. Do you know what I mean?
Well, don't you find with all drug taking, it always starts off all happy, and
Always
then it
starts off happy, doesn't it?
almost goes to the dark side.
Goes to the pot, doesn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
So there is like there is doorways what you can go to, and you go further and further slowly, don't you? And you're getting more and more adventurous with drugs. Do you know what I mean? And you'll try more and more things. And before you know it, you're taking cocaine, and then if you're taking a lot of cocaine and then you're around people who take cocaine, inevitably, when the cocaine powder runs out, someone smokes crack rock, and someone will say, I've only got crack rock, and you're sat in a party with all your friends, and inevitably you're going to try crack. And then, because cocaine and crack cocaine are identical. I mean, I used to live in a house where a lot of activity was going on with a lot of punters who'd be asking to buy cocaine, and it was a crack dealer, and they'd just come, crush it on the floor in the wrap and say, it's crack cocaine, it's cocaine. because you can't tell the difference. Once crack cocaine has been crushed, you wouldn't know if that's crack or not, because it's powder cocaine then, isn't it? Crack cocaine and cocaine are identical, aren't they?
Is there any different effects to it? Because I've
No.
never tried crack.
No.
No.
You
so
have.
I'll probably have, yeah.
You would have definitely snorted crack with a million
No, but
percent.
you always say that the hit's quicker.
Well,
It's
no,
quicker.
I tell you how you can tell that it's been freebase, the powder. If you put a lighter to it and it melts, that means it's been freebase crack cocaine. If it burns black, that means it's powder cocaine.
No, but she's saying what difference is the high?
No, there's no difference with the high. If
But
you're
you used
snorting
to
a
always
powder,
say to me that it gives you the hit
no, it doesn't.
quicker.
It doesn't. It's the same.
Smoking
thing.
hits you faster than
Yeah.
Smoking is different.
That's what I'm saying.
And eating, it's
Just
even slower.
Yeah.
Oh
That's
yeah,
what I'm saying.
just-
Slower, yeah.
yeah. Smoking cocaine and snorting cocaine are two different.
Well, that's what she was asking.
But sniffing crack cocaine and sniffing cocaine are exactly the same.
Well, they're going to be, aren't they?
Yeah.
So I potentially could have tried crack in my cocaine
Million
days.
percent. Million percent.
Because it's always seen as such a, dirty drug, and
Seedy
cocaine for
drug,
some
yeah.
reason.
So the reason why I think you would have done it without a doubt is because you can wash. Years ago when I was growing up, you had 28 grams of cocaine, and if you was making crack cocaine, you would lose cocaine because it wasn't pure, so you'd get like 22 grams of crack back or whatever. Now, with an ounce of cocaine, you can make 4 ounces of crack, because of the additives they can put with it and stuff now. That's how weak it's gone. So without a doubt, someone has made 4 ounces of crack and just crushed it back into powder. They've got 4 ounces of powder cocaine then, haven't they? Of course.
Yeah.
Of course.
With
That's what it is,
with these
without a doubt.
women who trusted you down the streets, did any of them have run-ins with pimps?
Well, all the time. There was always a boyfriend or someone a punter who they'd done business with and spent all his money over the period of days, and he becomes a boyfriend. And they're parked up down the road going, where is she? And she's getting money and just going, fucking leave him there, I'm going to buy drugs, you know what I mean? And before you know it, he's coming out and fighting with them and, you owe me money, and all the time. These pimps.
Did you have to intervene in anything?
all the time, Sean.
Got any crazy stories of that?
Well, yeah.
Sure he has.
I've got a guy who smacked my arm up with a claw hammer because of it, because I was arguing with him.
Set the stage. How did that come about?
What had happened was his girlfriend, he grabbed her by the back of her hair and dragged her to the floor. Because I was wondering what happened. I mentioned it before, but I forgot the story. So I thought about it, and I remembered he grabbed his girlfriend to the floor and he was smacking her, like telling her, not punching her, but he was smacking her, like over an argument or something. And I got involved and said, leave her alone. He pulled an hammer out and started whacking me with an hammer. Put a claw hammer right through my arm here. I had a big, massive, 2 big scars on my arm. And I took the hammer off him in the end, and I'm defending myself, and the police come, and I get arrested for favour of provocation of violence and possession of an offensive weapon. I was like, listen, I was trying to explain to him, I was like, I didn't do no, he attacked me first, you know what I mean? And the police was like, nah, what we've seen is what we get, do you know what I mean? It was like, they're not having none of it.
That's terrible, even though he was hurting her.
Yeah, I mean, there's a few times when these guys in cars looking for girls, and I know he's like, they're owing money, or like he's trying to bully him, do you know what I mean, and stuff. And I've got to walk over and say, mate, leave him alone, do you know what I mean? Like, get away from him, leave him alone. You're just like causing him pure shit, do you know what I'm saying? Like, you're stopping him and you're scaring him, and do you know what I'm saying? Like, if you're smoking crack with a prostitute and you've spent your money's gone, don't sit on the beat expecting him to like feed your addiction. They're gonna
They're
go
the
back.
worst kind of man.
Yeah.
Have you known of any girls go missing?
Or murdered?
Well, yeah, there was a few murders what went on in that beat when I was around there. There was a few who got killed, and a few people got convicted for it as well. I mean, I was questioned once on a murder. There was a headless body found at the back of the railway station. A man in a suit with no head, okay? And the police come to me about it, and I asked him what had gone on, and he said, well, your name keeps coming up, like as being round on the street. Yeah, at the time I was all over the street, and he said your name keeps coming up. So I was like, mate, I ain't done this, you know what I mean? It's nothing to do with me. And then I go to prison, I get released from prison, and the guy's head was found in the same area I got released from. So the body was in Manchester, the head was found in Stafford to the body, and I just got released from Stafford. So this is where they found this connection. This is what they was questioning me about. It was like,
Are you sure someone could, like, trying to set you up or something?
yeah, that's what I mean. It was like,
Gotta have been, hadn't they?
honestly, that's what happened. So I had to like, nah, it's not me, mate. Do you know what I mean? I ain't got nothing to do with this one. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, it was like, whoa, it was a heavy shit. Yeah, and I think in the end, someone was convicted for it. It happened in London, the murder. The person had driven up to Manchester, discarded the head on the way up, and then left the body at the back of Piccadilly railway station.
Very strange.
Yeah. How mad's that? A crazy one, innit?
So with the girls who got murdered then, was
Well,
that by men that they knew, or was that like...
Well,
Hunters.
I got questioned about a murder. It was a tragic tale as well. And my name come up in this because at the time I was in that area. And some poor girl had been killed in her house, and the pet animal dog what she had been, I don't even know what to say, because if they ever watched this, you know what I mean? Like, the dog had stayed alive because of
Her.
yeah. Her. So, and it been 2 weeks as well. So it was in that house for 2 weeks with the girl. And it actually, you know what I mean? It did what you think, what you're dreading. It was true, yeah. And someone got convicted.
Because that's not in dogs' natures to naturally do that.
Horrible, horrible, innit? I feel so sorry for that. Then someone was convicted for that as well, you know what I mean? Someone was tried and convicted for it, yeah. I think they stabbed her to death in the house or something, but it was a terrible tale, do you know what I mean? Talking about deaths though, you know, suicide's a hard thing to handle when someone close to you commits suicide, isn't it? And a lot of people can relate to suicide as well. I mean, when I was 16, a mate of mine killed himself, and it affected me like beyond measure. I never expected it to affect me the way it did. You know what I mean? It was so sudden though. Like, he was on drugs, and he was a shoplifter, but he was a top thief. Top thief, as in, you know, it's not a nice thing, but he was a top shoplifter, one of the good ones. And he was that good, he was taking stereos with the speakers out of like these stores in the city centre. He was a really good.
I had a friend who used to go to Curry's and walk out with a TV.
That's what I'm telling you. Well,
Top
I used
fee.
to do the same. Didn't I?
That's right.
I used
He's
to
just
do the
brazen
same.
as fuck. We'll come home with a TV and I'll be sat with his missus. He'd be like, yeah, I just got this from Curry's.
Yeah, it's funny. I used to do the same.
Allegedly.
I used to go to a superstore. I'm not saying which one it is. So they'd have all the TVs there for sale, and you could line up there to pawn your TV and sell your stuff.
I know the one.
How many times did we do that? Oh,
Take the TV from the sale
I'd let
bit
her just tell her to stand in the queue
and go
I
over
want to
and
get her
pawn it.
involved. I'd go over.
He'd stand in that queue.
I'd make her stand in the queue and not get involved. I'd go over, get the TV, push all the other TVs over so you couldn't tell there was a TV missing, stand in the queue, pull all the stickers off it and sell it to the counter.
Without even walking out the shop.
Without even going out the shop.
You was at that for ages, weren't you?
What would be the charge on that?
I know.
It's just their negligence.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, 'cause I'm not thieving now.
Well, no, you not took it out of the shop, right?
That's what she's saying, yeah.
What a hustle.
Yeah, it was a right hustle, yeah. What was I saying before that, though?
Right.
What was it
So your friend was a top thief. We
Suicides.
were on suicide.
Yeah, I knew it was something like that. Yeah, my God. When he killed himself, God. What happened was his girlfriend had just had a baby. So he got given the ultimatum, like, get off the drugs or, like, you know what I mean? And he went away to get clean. And we all thought he was going to come home. Just out the blue, just killed himself. One of his family went to work, came home. He was dead. Just like that, bang. So as quick as I told you that story, that's how suddenly it hit me. Like, you never expect that, do you? She's just gone out to work, come back, bang. He's there, give up. Got a daughter, girlfriend, partner. There's no rhyme and reason to it, is there? You can't wrap your head around it, can you? So it was tragic, absolutely tragic, and it affected me no end. I never expected me to rip my head apart like it did. Do you know what I mean? It was a terrible, terrible tale. It was a terrible situation. Terrible. Oh, God. And it stuck with me that for a long time.
Will do.
You know, that, just the whole story just stuck with me. It was just so heartbreaking. You know what I mean? And he had an older brother as well. And like, I didn't know his older brother. I never knew him. And I just thought, wow, you've got brothers and family and nice family, come from a really good family, and you just give up like that. I got angry at first. Angry, frustrated, upset. Because you're never going to see him again, are you? And that's what's so heartbreaking. And I suppose it's the same when someone dies in a car crash or something, isn't it? I mean, I've known that to happen. Like, people close to me, 1 minute they're there, next minute they've been killed. But there's nothing what can do with suicide. It's the worst thing in the world. It's just heartbreaking. It hits you right where you never expect it to, do you?
You almost take on their sadness, I find, to think what their head must have been to do that.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, you try and figure it out, don't you, what was going on, like. And the things I've been through, you know, like I've always thought, wow, some people had to give up. I've always thought that some people wouldn't have never been able to live a life how I led my life. Do you know what I mean? Carrying these things, big, heavy secrets around with you and using drugs and comfort eating to deal with them. Do you know what I mean? And a lot of people will be able to relate to that of going through, because we always say now we spill our secrets so they don't hold no power over us. You know, we allow the poison to dissipate. Do you know what I mean?
Otherwise, it eats you up inside.
Otherwise, it eats you up
100%.
inside. It rips you apart and eats you up. Do you know what I mean? And like we're in discussions with people, aren't we? People like message us and stuff, and we try and help them and like try and digest things, you know. But
Do you get a lot of messages off your YouTube videos?
Yeah.
Yeah.
we got a lot of people saying to us and speaking to us privately, not me and them. We welcome it all, but we just try and help as best like we can. Do you know what I mean? Like we'll always give people time, won't we, if we can? Oh, baby.
Oh, babies.
Baby's awake. Yeah, we've had to bring the baby today.
It's gorgeous.
Yeah, little baby Talon's there, so he's just shouted his mum.
Is this recording?
We
Yes, he
both
said
spoke
we're good.
about that.
Yeah.
That we conceived him. We remember it.
Anyway, you got some more prison stories, Marvin?
I've got a
Moving
few,
on.
just a few. Yeah. So yeah, in my time, I've been a weapons maker, a drug seller, debt recovery agent.
In prison.
Yeah,
A weapons maker.
weapons maker. Yeah,
Shank.
shanking, making sticks.
What's the variations of weapons that you covered?
Well, we used to make pokers out of toilet brushes. So you get these plastic toilet brushes and you sell to make a very quick weapon. You just light it round the middle and then you pull it and it just makes a natural spike. You know, the plastic as you pull it.
Ah.
Yeah, you get that, yeah.
Yeah.
It just makes a natural spike. So you just sharpen it quickly and then you've got a knife, you've got a plunger.
So people would approach you to...
Make knives, yeah. Say, Marv, make us a shiv, and I'd make a knife, or I'd make a sharp one, piece of metal, and then we'd just get it on the windowsill or on the brickwork and just sharpen it down and stuff.
Where'd you get the metal from?
You just find bits of metal, you can pull bits of metal off here and there, do you know what I mean? You come across it, or someone would take a little bit out of a workshop and stuff. But it got to the point where there was knives coming over the walls. They needed real knives to chop weed up. So when I was in prison, there was people getting carrier bags of cannabis over the walls. And when I say carrier bags, Jen, I mean carrier bags.
Full.
Like with kilos in and 2 kilos and mobile phones and parcels. And They was guaranteed to come over. You know, they had the guy on the phone on the top landing, watching the guys come over the field and throw it straight over into the yard. It would all be packaged so it could be broken down really quickly. We'd have a few dummy packages out on the yard, so if the screws come out, we'd throw a dummy one again, and they'd think that was it, and they'd all be chasing that, and all the real ones would be getting put on the wings, you know what I mean, in the windows. So yeah, it was like the Wild West of prison. It was crazy. There was parcels everywhere. I mean, and there was bent screws as well, bringing it in. I mean...
Lee Davies?
Lee Davies, yeah. Lee was one of them, yeah. Well,
He was one of them.
Yeah, he was a bent screw, wasn't he?
I know,
Yeah.
but that you interacted with?
Oh, no, I never interacted with him.
Okay.
No, he was in a different prison to me.
Gotcha.
But I could see how Lee Davies fell into it. Very easy. Someone pressuring him and
Yeah.
saying, do you know what I mean? Like,
Didn't
sort of pressure.
they said my dad's sick and I need to get on the phone to my dad. That was how it started.
That's how it started, yeah.
Yeah.
So I remember getting into a screw by dropping off steroids. That's how it started. You know, the lads was very, very clever how they got into him. They just started saying to him, you're skinny, you. And you could tell he was a gym head. Saying, you're losing muscle on your back, you're not training right, you need steads. And the guy's like, do you think so, do you think so? And like, yeah, you need steads, man. You want to look how big I am off the stead. And the screw ended up like, can you get me some? And that was it then, bang. You've got him, haven't you? You've got him. You've got him, because he'd get sacked if he found out that he was meeting your mates after work to drop steroids off. They ended up having him that way, do you know what I mean? And he'd just bring a parcel in and just throw it on the bed and just storm off, do you know what I'm saying? And get bored in the end, and then they just vanish. Like they must quit or something. I've known of a good few times, like bent screws have quit. You know, just one day they're in, coming in, bringing the parcels, the next they're just gone, do you know what I mean? So if they don't get caught off the police, and I think if they get caught in-house, they keep it in-house. Like you don't hear it on the news or anything like that, do you know what I'm saying? I think only the time you learn about the real stories is when they've actually had a police operation outside the prison and it's police officers searching the prison officers, you know, while they've had information.
What about female staff members?
Oh my God. Well, I can talk about one in strange ways who fell in love with one of the lads. Yeah. Met him in an hotel outside. Was doing a little thing with him, and he was a drug addict. He ended up robbing a mobile phone and a purse from the hotel.
So she fell in love with him while he was in prison.
Yeah.
And then he got released.
And
they rendezvoused at a hotel.
They were rendezvousing at a hotel. He got bored after a bit and robbed a phone, robbed a purse, and got off and went smoking drugs.
And were they interactive?
And when he came back to prison, she found out and she went to his cell and gave him a piece of her mind. Said to him, you fucking dirty scumbag, how dare you steal off me? Bloody, bloody, blah, bloody, bloody, blah, bloody, blah, blah. Just raw dog said it at his door and slammed the hatch on his door and stormed off.
Was she able to give him a rough ride because of her position?
Well, she did really, because a lot of the screws knew what he did. You know, a few of the main ones like the POs and stuff had knew what he did, so he wasn't very happy with him at all. Do you know what I mean?
A lot of cell searches.
But apparently, I know now that she's now with a woman officer. The same prison officer is now having an affair, in a relationship even with, and has been for a couple of years, with another prison officer who was on the wing, who used to just give me the most unbelievable squeezes. Like I'd have a wage, something to do on the work route, like someone who's on the way to work who owed someone money on my wing, for example. So this day, this guy who owes money, I've got to catch him, and I have to go back onto his wing with the work route, and the work route gets locked down. So the prison is completely locked down. But I end up getting locked on his wing, and I have to bang on the door, and Miss this officer came and see me and said, what are you doing on here? I said, I need to get off the wing. I need to get onto the other wing. And she unlocked the gate and get me onto the other wing. And go quick, and ran off. You know what I mean? So it was like, wow, these screws like a proper bent to the cord, you know what I mean? And that's the one who's having a relationship with the other one now. Yeah. So them times it was just the amount of drugs what was coming in was just crazy. I mean, I was on the wing and a gang of armed robbers from Ancoats have come on the wing. And a couple of them was on the street. So they had ways, I'm not saying how, because I don't want to divulge how they was getting the drugs in, but they had a way and they was getting multiple ounces of heroin in. And they were selling a quarter of heroin for 500 quid or an eighth for free, a quarter of everything for 600 quid.
What's the street value on that?
250 or something, 300. So they was doubling it. Thought he was doing more than that. He was doing an eighth for 200, a quarter for 4. No. I forgot now how he was doing it. But he was getting multiple ounces of heroin in. And we were selling an eighth for 500 quid. It was an eighth for 500 quid. So a quarter was £1,000. A quarter was £1,000 because you could make 15 wraps off a gram. 15. You could make off one gram of heroin 6 £50 things, up to 6 £50 things, wraps, street wraps. So it's very, very expensive in prison.
I mean, how do the guys who are skint afford drugs in there?
Well, they get the family to send money to, or drop money off, or do bank transfer, you know. So if you're skint, but your family have got money, they'll just say, here's a number, phone this number, get your bird to meet my bird and drop the money off. Do you know what I mean?
And quite often you hear people on the phone making up all kinds of stories
All
as to why
kinds of
they need the
stories,
money.
yeah. So it was, let me go back to the guys from Ancoats. It was an eighth for 500 quid they were selling. Yeah, it was an eighth, 3.5 grams for 500 quid. Or was it? I think I just got it wrong. But let me just say anyway, I know for a fact he was getting multiple ounces of heroin in and he was selling it all over the wing, from one end of the wing to the other. Right? Every jail, every wing in the prison was buying it off him. Do you know what I mean? I think it was an eighth for 500 quid, if I can remember correctly. And one of them battered a screw with a flask. A screw had been bullying him on the wing and he's opened his door, put a flask in his face and beat him all over the wing with a flask. One of them took no shit. You know what I mean? These lads took no shit. And we was, like when he was coming back from the gym, I was making him the power drinks and, you know, shaking these energy drinks for him, you know, because he was from my estate, so I was keeping him sweet. So we ended up they ended up doing a lot of stuff. But what I can say is I've been to prison and sold drugs for people and sold 50 wraps in 10 minutes, 50 £10 things. So you give either want a top-up number for the mobile phone. Remember when it used to be top-ups for your mobile phone? You'd have that big long number you used to put on your phone.
Oh, that was a ball ache.
That was a ball ache, wasn't it? So I used to go and stand at a window selling the bits, and there'd be people coming with numbers on it. You know, I'd have to write on the back who's it from. And a few kids would give me dodgy numbers, you know, because they're not desperate for the bit. They'd give you the dodgy number, you know what I mean? And like, obviously, like, you'd try and sort it out. But I know a guy who got killed on the wing for that. Owed a £10 canteen, got his head smashed in, a door popped in the skull. I think I spoke about it last time, but very, very serious thing over a £10 canteen. I think the guy dropped and he slammed his door and he crushed his head in the door.
He said in the last one, yeah.
Yeah, just heavy, over the tenner, over the £10 canteen. But, you know, a lot of things in prison, it's the principle of it, isn't it? Like, if you do something wrong to someone who's a very well-known person, like, he wants to rip your head off, do you know what I mean? I mean, I was away with a kid. He was a hothead. His dad's a well-known gangster and he was a hothead. And he's selling drugs on the wing. And there was a lad on the other side, like in strange ways. The big long wings are cut in half. So those big long wings you see, so there's two sides. And on the outer was this guy who was trying to bully this kid, but he didn't realise that this kid's dad was this major cheetah mill boy. Yeah, so that caused a lot of problems for him, you know what I mean? Like a firm, we just went to him and went, mate, you don't know who you're messing with, but this kid who he was like looking out for was just a hothead, you know, always causing arguments, always fighting with people and stuff, do you know what I mean? I think he went to church one day and I think someone wanted to rob him or something, and like it caused this big, massive argument, you know? And so like, you know, you've got to watch your steps, what you're doing, what you're taking. Every step could be a very dangerous move, you know what I mean? I come on top on a wing once. I've had an argument with some guy and all of a sudden I'm getting swarmed off these guys all coming from different angles and I can't cover my back enough. I've had to go in a cell and slam the door, lock the door because I couldn't deal with it, do you know what I mean? Just had an argument with some lad, and because I wasn't recognised on the wing and this lad had been on the wing a few weeks, I'm like, all of a sudden, I'm like the one on my own. You know, I'm the stranger, so they wanted to eat me alive, do you know what I mean? Like, all these lads like, yeah, he's just arguing with blah, blah. It was just like madness. But like...
But was there any repercussions after that, after you walked in and slammed your door?
Yeah, there was a few, yeah. Like, I ended up catching some kid because I ended up carrying it on for a little bit. Ended up catching some kid and splitting his eye open over it. Do you know what I mean? Because like he was one of them who was like at my door, you know, trying to have it with me and stuff, and ended up catching him on his own. But you know, it's funny. I bumped into some kid the other day where it did a hit for, and it was on the wrong person. Like it put me onto the wrong person. So this kid got a fat lip, and the guy come back to me after it was done and went, "I'm so sorry, it was the wrong person." You know what I mean? I had to go and pay this kid, like, sort him out with some bits to like, you know, because I felt terrible. And I seen him the other day in town. He's like, "Marv, remember you did that work for me and it was the wrong guy." I wanted to slap him. I was like, "You're fucking daft," you know what I mean? It wasn't even funny. It was like madness. He made me smack some guy. I could have really hurt him, do you know what I mean? But yeah, like the drug situation in prisons has just gone out of control. I mean, I was in when the spice hit. And when the spice hit prisons was changed forever. I'll never be the same again. It turned into, you'd get paid 100 quid to do something for someone, so you get paid a tenner. You know what I mean? It's like there's no money in anything now. Like things was just being done for dirt cheap. If people was being slashed for 50 quid and 3 bits, £30, you know what I mean? There was proper real slashings going on, and like, it's a spice. It just made everything different. It was crazy. Like this new synthetic drug. I remember seeing a boy on the floor and he thought he was Spider-Man. And he's trying to crawl on the floor. But no other drug does that to you. No other drugs send you that way. So now I believe and I know that heroin and that is more of a rare commodity now in prison. At one point it was everywhere. Heroin was flooded with prisons, but now it's 10% heroin, 90% spice. You know what I mean? Like the spices took over, and even the value of it is worth a fortune, because one piece of paper, you're making a couple of £100 off that one sheet of paper. You know what I mean? And I was listening to a podcast the other day saying that in every prison he went to, spice was readily available. This is just recently, you know what I mean? Like other drugs might not have been available, but spice was always available. You know what I mean? And I had a lot of problems with the spice, what we'll talk about in our next one, Sean. We've got a really exciting one next one when we talk about the spice, because a lot of things happened on the spice, and I'm responsible for, I wouldn't say killing people, but I'd say if it wasn't me, it would have been someone else who'd got them to try spice. But at the time, the only explanation I've got is it was legal. It wasn't an illegal drug. It wasn't a drug at the time. The government,
like MCAT started out legal.
Yeah, you can buy it legal. Yeah, MCAT started out exactly the same, yeah. And I could go into a shop and just choose whichever drug I wanted. That would give you different highs. Some of them was a synthetic LSD, some of them was a synthetic cocaine, some of a synthetic amphetamine, and you just ask behind the counter which one was which, and he'd just tell you, and it was perfectly legal. Do you know what I mean? And I like literally was going up to people and saying, try it, and then they'd be gone the next year, like a street person. They'd be gone, they'd be dead. And I went into this office. This is how I know where they all are. There's an office near Strangeways, and it's a porter cabin. And when you walk in, they've got a death wall. So they've got the names and the photographs of people who've died on the street or just come out of prison. And I looked on this wall and my head fell off. I swear, my head fell off. I just thought, I remember him. I know him. I knew him. And I just looked all the way across this wall and thought, wow, how many deaths of mine do I feel responsible for? And this is why I'm talking now and opening up to the world, because I want people to know like the dangers of drugs and how common it is now to be involved in drugs and how easy it is to fall off and fall into that life of drugs, because it's not a good life and you're never, ever going to be happy taking drugs. I mean, you'll use it as an escape, but it doesn't escape it. It just puts it to the back of your mind. Let's be real. I mean, if you try and use a substance to try and get rid of something, it doesn't get rid of it. No. It'll either make you think about it more, it'll affect you even more, you won't deal with the problem, you'll just prolong it, do you know what I mean? And it's very, very easy to be doing that with drugs, you know, it's so hard. I mean, I wish they'd look at people like me and take notice and try and find some way to gain a grip on it again. Because it shouldn't be in criminal hands, should it? Let's be right, you know what I mean? Like everyone wants to earn money off it, but it shouldn't be in a 15-year-old selling drugs to you, should it? Mm. It shouldn't be down to them. It should be a controlled environment. But you know what drug it is? It's not been cut with any agent. I mean, a lot of them, they cut in with these horrible powders what can just eat your insides to bits, but to fat it out, you know what I mean? Like these places are not sophisticated who distribute the drugs. They're not sophisticated countries. Every country are like not very good. They haven't got good chemicals. If they're going to bash out a drug or try and sell a drug, they're putting whatever they can in it to fill it out, aren't they? That's my fear, do you know what I mean? So like, I don't understand why all these drug producing countries are not the same level as us, like as a proper country with licensing laws with the drugs, what they produce. And like you see in Afghanistan of this world producing tons of heroin every year. It's coming to the West. It's coming to our kids, our families, our uncles, our aunts, you know, and there's no one controlling it. There's no one, all as you do is if you're an addict, they're just like sweeping you off the floor, aren't they? They're not helping you while you stood up and having the problem. And, you know, if you was buying off a doctor who could look at you every week and say, look, you're going downhill, your weight's lost, you've lost 20 pounds, I think you should stop it. That's how drugs should be. It should be like gambling, but controlled. So if you want to spend £1,000 of your money on a fruit machine, that's all well and good. But if you want to take drugs, you're not allowed to. You've got to buy it off a street person or someone who's got no care about bashing it, about adding stuff to it, even what it is. You know, the amount of names what they've got for cannabis now is just unreal. Mm. You know, they're trying to sell it like childrenize it, like make it like more, kids want it more. So they do these funny names. Trendy names to make the kids want it now, you know. So it's a very dangerous precipice we're on. Do you know what I mean? Like a lot of kids go to prison for multiple years for a drug parcel, and all that's happened is there was the cleverest kid on the estate and made a few more quid than anyone else and went shut up in the game. You know what I mean? Smart, did what it was right, business model, used the business model. Before you know it, they're a multi-kilo drug dealer. But what happens to them, as soon as they get caught, they're getting 15, 20 years. Why don't they like channel that energy into doing something more productive? I'm sure they would if they knew. But if the government had a grip on it, they wouldn't be able to get them 20-year sentences, would they? Because it wouldn't be there for it. It wouldn't be an option.
What kind of problems did you see over drug debts in prison?
Oh my God, Sean. Drug debt problems are just... Drug debt problems are 10 a penny. People are going off the wings every day. I mean, I had people putting my name in on a regular basis, saying, I owe him money, he's going to smash me head in if... So I had a prison office, I had a senior officer come to my cell one dinner time, and he said, come here, I want you. And he took me into his office, and this is his chair, and there's the chair where I should sit. And I went to sit there, and he went, no, sit in my chair. I sat in his chair and he went, I believe you're running my wing at the moment. I'm hearing your name that much. He sat me on his chair in his office and said, I believe you're running my wing at the moment. And I was like, I'm not. And he went, get him sit round there and then give me this warning, like, you better stop doing this, and I'm hearing your name everywhere because you're bouncing from one end of the bleeding prison to the other. Do you know what I mean? And I ended up getting barred from one prison in the end because I was playing up that much. You know, a very well-known prison just won't have me again, said do not return. I put a big do not return on my prison file.
Wow.
So my prison file's about this big because I was born in prison, then I went to prison when I was 20, and I went in and out of prison for 17 years, and it was like my second home. So I was just getting a sentence, going in, being around all these people, making links with people, getting out, moving on to a new estate. So, for example, I got out of prison one day and I moved on to a new estate where my mate was living. This lad gave me 2 grams of cocaine powder in a paper wrap, but my head's still in prison mode. I cheated it. I'd just come out of prison that day. So I've got this wrap of cocaine, I put it between my bum cheeks. They've took me to the pub. I don't drink. So I'm getting all these spirits put in front of me. Psh, psh, psh. And I'm drinking, obviously. The next thing I remember is I woke up outside this pub, soaking wet, right? 5 o'clock in the morning. So I'm like, what the fuck happened to me? Why am I outside this pub? So I phone my mate and he starts laughing. He's laughing his head off. He said, get a taxi. I'm going to send a taxi to you now. Sent me a taxi. I go back to his house. I'll tell you what I did to the same lad. You're wrong what I did, but I'll tell you now. Gone back to his house and he said, Marv, you got out, you went in the pub, you started drinking spirits, you started arguing with everyone at first, trying to fight everyone. We had to carry you out the pub. You wouldn't get in a car. You started booting all the car doors as we were trying to get you in a taxi. We left you outside, right? So I'm like, oh, thanks a fucking lot, yeah. But you said, nah, mate, you behaved too mad. We had to leave it outside. So I went to use the bathroom, wash up and all that lot. And I remembered this parcel between my bum cheeks. I've opened it. It was gone. It dissolved.
What?
Yeah, it was gone. It was just like a few bits of like sticky substance in the paper. It had gone. I just evaporated. I was like so good. It's like, bastard, I just lost 2 grams of coke. You know, I was addicted to crack at the time. Wow. But like the same kid, I'm staying in his house. I mean, this is what the low shit you would do as an addict. Like, I got into my head that if I take the PlayStation to my mate's house around the corner who sells crack, I can leave the PlayStation with my mate just for an hour, just till I go down and go and collect this money what I was owed, all right? So me thinking I'm a smart ass, unplug the PlayStation, take it to my mate's house. So I say to him, look, it's blah blah's PlayStation, but I'm just leaving it here for an hour while I go down and pick this money up, because he wouldn't give me anything on tick. He wanted something to hold. My mate's come home early from football and seen the PlayStation gone. And just come out of the house, got a weights bar. So you can see there's a scar right here.
Yeah.
And you can see this scar there.
Yeah.
The big scar there. I'm in, sat in a car, just about to turn a left to go into this avenue to go and get the money. And he's at the avenue because he knows it's where I'm buying crap from, and he's got a weights bar like that. And he just blows it right through the window and starts smashing it into my face.
What?
Bang, once, rips a big scar up into my face here, yeah. Second one straight here, yeah. So then he's pulled me out the car and he's whacking me with this bar. And I'm going, I fucking was only going to put it down for an hour. I got to beat him with a fucking weights bar. Yeah.
Did he get his PlayStation back?
Of course he got it back. Yeah, he got it back. But yeah, just like the shit what you do, you know what I mean? Like my mental sense was, I'm only taking it for an hour. You know, while he's at football, an hour and a half football match, he ended up coming off at half time through something and coming home and seeing the PlayStation gone. Oh man, I got a right beating for that. But yeah, I've had a good few beatings on my time, Jen, through the drugs, you know. I mean, I got, I've had my head beat that much. Like now, I've got a bit of a brain injury. What I've had, and I've had it for a few years now. And how it come across was, I was living near Manchester City Stadium, near where all the cars. So I see an opening. Let's just say that. I see an opening to take a car park. So I take this car park. So me and Ciara stood there getting cars onto this car park. And then a few weeks later, some masked men come to Ciara's house and starts hitting me with a medieval ball and chain. One of them's got a medieval ball and chain.
Holy shit.
Yeah. And the other one's got this bar and a hammer. And so I'm getting this wax over my head of this ball and chain. And it hits my occipital lobe here. You got a soft spot down at the back of your head here, yeah. So it hits me occipital lobe and it immediately sends me high as a kite. I can't explain it. So it just must send your head west. So I immediately, every breath I feel like I'm running out of oxygen. Every breath I can feel going up the back of my neck. Every breath was hitting in my brain. Yeah? And I keep blacking out. So straight away, Ciara phones the police straight away. So the police come. As soon as they see the state of me, they just go, get in this now. And just drive me up themselves. Yeah, drop me off outside A&E. Me and Ciara drop us off outside A&E. Say, mate, you need to get that looked at. Because like they've said what happened to me. And I said, I don't know. And I kept that story. I said, I don't know. I just felt these blows on me head. I can't identify who's done it. Do you know what I mean? Because I didn't know what had gone on. I just know that I've been whacked, smashed in my head, and I'm in my boxer shorts. I'm trying to defend myself. Ciara's trying to get hold of the weapons, and the weapons are coming over. Do you know what I mean? And I'm just thinking it's through this car park situation, yeah. So, like, I get dropped off at the A&E. So I go into A&E, and they see my brain, and they take a scan of my brain, and they say to me, the injury's one thing, but we found something on your brain, a shadow, they said, in your brain, yeah. And then the fella who took the test went behind the counter, this counter where there was 5 other members of staff. So he did his little thing and then went, and I said to these members of staff, I went, be straight with me. Tell me what's going on. And they went, we suspect you've got a brain tumour. It was like, what? Are you fucking out of this world kidding me? A brain tumour? So I go away and I start getting these headaches in my brain, like the sickest pain you could imagine, where I was on the floor like screaming. Yeah, it was just like my brain was just, because obviously I've been injured. So I'm just screaming. And the ambulances come, take me. They put me on an end-of-life ward. Yeah. So I'm on an end-of-life ward for 9 days. And the police come and they say to me, you're going to say who did it? Like, you know, off tape, who did it? Like, you're going to tell us. And I went, I don't know who did it. And Ciara's like to me, You're going to die without even telling them like you did it. And it's the way of the game. I've been a criminal all my life. You don't tell. It's not part of the game. You can't start telling on people. I've had dogs on me. I've been shot, stabbed. I've had my tongue's nearly hanging out. I've got a scar right across my tongue. You know, I got caught pickpocketing. I was with a girl and we went pickpocketing in Blackpool. And I fell asleep because I'd been up on crack for days. And she's doing a thing. And some guy pushed me like that and went, "Oh, you, get out." And I just jumped up and went, "Are you talking to me?" And he's just banged me, bang, bang, bang. So I'm having a fight with this guy and I'm pretty big at the time. So I'm proper keep on my own with him. I had a proper fist fight with him. So I've ended up outside the club because a few other bouncers have grabbed me and dragged me out. So I've got no jacket. So I'm running at the doors, volleying it, going, "Give us my jacket, give us my jacket." And this is the Manchester pub in Blackpool. "Give us my jacket, give me my jacket." And this bouncer stood there and he's looking, I never forget him, seeing him. And he's looked through like that and just pushed the doors open and just give me this uppercut to my face, bang, right under my jaw. Oh. I had my tongue out because I'm fight like that. I got this big rip in my tongue and it bled for 3 weeks solid. It wouldn't stop bleeding. It wouldn't stop bleeding. Sean, check it out. Come here, just look. Go on.
Oh!
You see it?
Party trick.
So yeah, my tongue was hanging off, Sean.
Oh!
My tongue was literally hanging off. So I couldn't lie back to sleep because the blood was filling up my mouth and I was choking. So I was waking up, full mouthful of blood, spitting it out, like mouthfuls of blood every time I fell asleep. And it just bled for weeks and weeks and weeks on end.
So did you have to go to the hospital right away?
They couldn't do. I don't know if I went to the hospital. I don't think, to be honest with you.
They couldn't do anything with it?
I don't think I went to the hospital.
Have you ever bit your tongue?
No.
I don't think I even went to the hospital, Sean. I was too busy for hospitals, mate. It was very rare I went to hospitals. I mean, when I got hospital, when I got shot, I discharged myself the next day. See, I was on crutches, you know what I mean? But yeah, that rip in my mouth is just like something else, isn't it?
You're gargling it in the night.
I had to lie on my belly because the blood was just filling up pillows. And
So what, you were going to run out of blood?
Yeah, that's what I was fearing, yeah. It was
getting dizzy.
Yeah, it was a
so
weird
would it stop
one.
bleeding at any point? Or was it...
It would... If I rolled my tongue back, like you push your tongue back, yeah, like that, then it'd start.
How could you eat?
I couldn't, mate. I couldn't
Straw.
eat. I was just destroying it and just, I couldn't chew. My tongue was swollen. It was sore.
You'd hate that because you eat loads.
Oh my God, I'd be on a diet.
Yeah, I couldn't eat for weeks on end. Yeah, I wasn't really bothered because I was taking drugs.
So this brain thing then, you was on
about. So yeah, they tell me I've got a frontal lobe brain tumour. Right, but they're not sure if it's benign or not at the time.
And they put you on the end of life.
Yeah, they put me on an end of life ward because they think I'm dying. So all they're doing is pumping me with morphine, all right? And I'm getting these excruciating headaches. So I do this end of life 9 days.
People visiting you?
Yeah, my carer was up and all that. Yeah, a few friends was visiting.
What year was this?
2016.
So not long ago at all?
Not long ago at all.
Did you think you were going?
Yeah, I thought I was dead. Yeah, I thought I was dying, mate. 100%. I thought the brain tumour was just going to go din, 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 bang, out, gone.
How did that change your mental focus?
Sent my head west, mate. It was very, very difficult. Very difficult.
Were you like
think
saying
I'd
goodbyes?
just been told my mum was dead. And then I get diagnosed with a brain tumour.
Were you saying goodbyes to everyone?
Mentally, I was saying goodbye to the mother world, yeah.
Were you putting up a front with Ciara and...
With everyone, yeah.
I was fine.
I was just in another world. Every breath I took sent my head west. I was sat in a world on my own, like, for 3 years. I couldn't, like, my brain wouldn't register. So I was studying all this, like, looking at all these images and visuals and afterlife pictures and whatnot and everything like that. And I just started sticking them on my Instagram in the end. So I've got like 4,000 or 5,000 pictures of it in Instagram, going back from like the time when my injury was just sending me crazy.
Well, going back to the end of life ward.
Did they try and operate on you?
No, go on, Sean. No.
What happened to get you off that?
So they discharged me because they find that the tumour isn't growing at the rate fast enough. So they've had me under observation, and so some tumours just go bang, 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 bigger, 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 and just wipe you out. All right. So this tumour, I'm getting up and I'm blacking out and I can't breathe and I can't see straight, and my vision was crazy. Like I could smell colours. Does that make sense? If I seen a dead strong colour, I could smell it. Yeah, honestly, I could smell colours.
Heard of that, but
Yeah. So I'd seen a strong colour and it'd hit my nose, make me pinch my nose.
what was it? Bad smell?
It was just a weird, different smells, yeah, that very strong smells, yeah. And it'd hit the back of my nose here and go like into my brain, into my eyes. And I was in a really bad way. So I had this brain injury and I've got this brain tumour, yeah. So I can't differentiate one from the other. So they don't tell me for ages that this is a benign tumour. So what it means by benign is it's not growing at a rate to cause them concern yet. But what's funny is I was dancing in a club one night and I met this girl with her brother, and this girl actually worked in a ward, in a home where they aftercare for brain tumours. And she says to me, it can take 15 years that. We've had people for tumours with 15 years and it's only just now being took out. They only now needed to take it out. So I go every single year to a neurosurgeon who's an Italian, and he's crazy personality. So he said to me, oh, don't worry about it. If the tumour grows big, I just chop it out. Like he's talking about putting tomato sauce on pizza. That's what it reminds me of, Sean. He just, I just chop it out. Yeah, and I'm like, wow, he's talking about literally going into my brain because it's right here. I've seen, me and Ciara walked in the office and he had this x-ray, you know, that big screen what they have with x-rays on. So they had an x-ray on my brain and you just see my brain, you just see this big white thing right there, right in the centre of my brain. Dead centre on my forehead.
Like third eye?
Yeah, but bit deep in my brain, just bang. And I walked in and seen it, and my brain injury was sending me high all the time anyway, and it was just like it was like I was in a dream. It's like I was watching myself from a third person. And I lived like that for years, and even now I get the effects of it. So I can sit back and breathe hard up my nose, and I can feel it going up the back of my neck, up into this area. So what I'm feeling is this nasal passage. I feel it hitting somewhere on my nasal passage, you know, like you're breathing and things can get to your brain or they go down. I don't know. I just feel this. It feels like it's like it reminds me of one of those musical instruments you play. What's it called? The big brass thing like that.
A trumpet?
It's like, the big long ones you get.
A flute?
Like a saxophone.
Oh, sax.
That's what it reminds me of, like a saxophone. So when I breathe in, I just get this like shape of a saxophone up inside my nose, inside my brain. Yeah. And why do you think my hair's long? Because the pain, and I couldn't let shavers go near my hair. So I tried to even touch my head and I couldn't touch it. I couldn't touch my head because of this injury, and I've got to contend with this brain tumour as well. Do you know what I mean? And like I'm on this morphine, they're just giving me morphine after morphine after morphine. And little did I did a bit of research on morphine, and what happens is if you've got a brain injury and you're getting morphine, it can give you more headaches. So we found out that was giving me the headaches. I told my doctor about it, and he done some research and he phoned me and stopped it that day, there and then. He said, no more morphine. He said, because of this injury to your brain, it's adding to the fingers, the pains, you know what I mean? So I went through a horrific time with that.
So was the ball on the chain incident to do with the car park?
It wasn't. It wasn't. It was to do with something completely different. It was pathetic what it was about. It was an absolute tragedy what it was about. There was a second-hand shop on my estate. What they have prisoners in there to get into a routine. So they sell furniture and bicycles and clothes, second-hand. When someone dies, their vans go up and unplug all the electricals and get all the clothes delivered to them, and they go through and check all the white goods and that. And there was a lad who was working there who did quite well in there, and he was selling bikes. Like he was getting bike donations, but he was selling them really expensive. He wasn't selling them for anyone on the estate because they was too expensive. He was charging £70 for like some shed of a bike, what you could buy for 15 quid. But the people who was buying them was people who was coming and trying to support the charity. And he knew that, yeah. So I got talking to him one day, and because I was learning to be a drug counsellor at the time, and Ciara was doing her courses as well, okay? She was learning to be a counsellor as well. So I was going to this course to be a counsellor, and I was going to all these other courses linked into all these other places. So I was learning to like help people when they come out of prison to like get on the straight and narrow. So he said to me, can you link me in with these places? So I said, what I can do is I can contact bicycle shops for you and see if they want to do any volunteering, helping you fixing, because it was a room full of all bike frames and stuff, and he wanted basically to get them all built so they could sell them on the shop floor. Yeah, but he couldn't build them all himself. So I said, I'll go to bike shops and ask him. And I got in meetings with bike shops. And one day I went in and he was just so arrogant and like, he was like a different person, like this aggressive, like arrogant. And it put me on edge a little bit. I thought, wow, he can turn a bit. That's what I thought, you know what I mean? Like what it was, he was dealing with a customer or something, and the guy said something about the bike, and he just went, don't fucking have it then. And just like, get out. And just like, I thought, wow, this guy can fucking change like on a penny. All right? So I invited him to dinner at Ciara's, because I know Ciara's a good judge of character. And he had his dinner, but he brought a suit, a girl's bike, this old laptop, and something else he brought, right? And he brought all this stuff. Oh, you can have all this. I brought this stuff. What you can have? I've got it from a charity shop, yeah. But he said, the computer, can you help me set up like these things what I want to set up? So we didn't really know what he was on about. He was just talking shit. And then as he's had his Sunday dinner off Ciara, he didn't say thanks, nothing. He just put the plate on the floor. Like, you don't eat dinner with someone, like, and then just throw it on the floor.
No.
Right? And Ciara, like, looked at me and went, like, he's not even said thanks, he's just, like, in his own fucking world. So when he went, Ciara went, don't have him anywhere near me. There's something about him. But what I didn't want to tell her was, he told me a story, and what the story was, he said, yeah, my bird, I got locked up for my bird. So I said, why, what happened? He went, I had to break into her house to get to see my baby. So I went, why, what happened? He went, I was arguing with her. And then this story went into this murky area that he broke into her house. She's run out in fear, clearly, and he's got the baby in the house. The police have come and they've nabbed him. So I could see through his story what he was saying, right? And he showed me pictures of his daughter, and his daughter's got all these reinforced toys around her, so you can tell it's like a proper, place where she is, protective place. And as the way he was talking about women was disturbing. Right. He was very, very disturbing. His thought pattern wasn't right. And I knew what Ciara had been through, and I thought, nah, I'm just going to keep this guy away from us. Do you know what I mean? He's just like no good at all. So what I did was I Googled his name. Okay, and he's got a very, very popular name, what's known around the world, but he's got two names in the middle of it, what nobody knows, what I knew. So I Googled his full name, and it come up that he was wanted a few years before for violently pushing an 82-year-old man off a 76 bus. Now, the 76 bus stop in Manchester is our local bus stop for our area. So basically, I read into it. We read the story. Ciara has still got it somewhere, and it says, man gets on a bus, another man tries to push past him. Old man says to him something, he pushes him violently off the bus. You know how many steps are on a bus, don't you? Violently pushes him. The guy goes flying, injuries, sustained injuries, got took to hospital, and he was wanted. That's what we read. I didn't read the complete, like him getting caught and what happened to him for that, but it just said that. So I thought, wow, he's keeping away from this guy. About a month later, I get this phone call and it goes, I want all my shit back. I'm like, what? So when we opened the laptop, it had this most disgusting porn on it you can imagine. Like you turned it on and it had this starter thing with like porn on the front. And it was disgusting. Ciara saw it and went, get that out of my house. It's fucking rotten. Whatever he's doing on that, I don't want no part of. Yeah, which is right. And he sent me a message saying, I want my shit back. So I sent him a message saying, what? You can have this fucking bits of junk, mate. I've got fucking iPads around me. What do I want a fucking 6-year-old laptop like that for? Forgot all about it. And it was him. And he's 2 other people who he did it with, high on these, that thing you get in America, that drug, what they're all taking in America, one of these very, very addictive drugs. He was buying it off the internet and sending himself off his cake on it.
Like bath salts or something?
No, one of them, yeah. He was buying a drug off the internet and he was taking it. But it broke my heart that he did that to me. Broke my heart. Yeah, I've never named him, identified him or anything like that. You know what I mean? He got caught in their own right, you know what I mean, for their own stupidity. But me personally, I said, I can't identify him. But let me tell you something. One of them, I caught him, right? Me and Ciara was in a supermarket one day. And this lad's come up to me. And Ciara's gone, you fucking scumbag. You ran in, do you know what you did to him? You give him brain damage. Do you know what? You fucked him up. You ripped him off. And at the time, I couldn't really see and hear proper, right? So he's going, Marv, it wasn't me. I swear down it wasn't me. Yeah. So I'm not saying how I know it was him, but I'm 100% it was him, right? But if the police ever asked me who did it, I'd say I don't know. Okay? Put it that way. But I know 100% it was him. And Ciara's going, you lying bastard. Are you trying to tell him it wasn't him? And he's in my face going, Marv, it wasn't me. Well, I punched him and I was trying to hurt him, put it that way. And I knocked him out, stood up, and he hit the floor face first and smashed his face off the floor. And I went to stand on his face. I'd had this vision for months that I was going to bump into him. One of the 3 of them, I had a vision, because it's not one person. If you get assaulted off a gang, not one of them gang could brag and say, hey, I did that, because it's not. It's like having a man with 6 arms and legs, isn't it, in front of you. You can't fight multiple people. Do you know what I mean? So my anger got to me and I hit him. Or he alleged I hit him anyway, okay? He alleged I hit him, right? And he's on the floor and I want to just stand on his head, to tell you the truth. I want to stand on his jaw. I had a vision of doing it for months. So I'm just about to stand and Ciara has just come in front of me and went, no. Pulled me back like that. But I dismissed her. And I went to attack him, right? And this Asian man with a T-shirt, yellow T-shirt, just come out of nowhere and just went, no, mate, he's had enough. He's had enough. He's had enough. So this guy's rolling all over the supermarket trying to get him to come back to his senses. And me and Ciara leave. And do you know that man reported it to the police?
Straight to the cops.
Reported it to the police. I went into this is how I know for a fact he did. I went into the supermarket, me and Ciara, one day, and the guy, he was a security guard. He's not there anymore, he don't work there, so I don't care what I say. The security guard says to me, have you just been nicked? Have you been nicked? So I said, why? He went, day before yesterday, the police come in for the evidence. There'd been an allegation that you've assaulted someone in the store, but the cameras, I shown him, he said the camera what they asked for, the cameras I gave him, was down this aisle where you couldn't see what happened. Ciara's got the video on the phone, I'll have to show it you later what happens. So you can't see any assault happen. So I won't say I assaulted him, I'll say he alleged I assaulted him, okay? So after I've dealt with him, allegedly dealt with him, yeah, the world itself come back to its energy, and, you know, as he's got up, he's hit the floor and he smashed his face off the floor. That wasn't me doing that, is it? It's not me.
No.
That's him, he's himself. So I didn't touch him. The energy, what had built up around it, turned into the fact that he was all over the floor trying to recover his senses. But the video, you can't see no assault on it. So he alleges I assaulted him. Do you know what I mean? But since then, I've been back to his house because he lives quite local to me. And I've knocked on his door and I've said, have you got an apology for me? Because I ain't scared of going to his house. Why it want him? It was six arms and legs. So I've been to him and said, have you got an apology for me? And he's gone, why? I said, he like went to shut his door. I said, do you know what you did to me? To my brain? Like, you fucking really caused some serious damage, do you know what I mean? And he just dismissed it and shut the door and pulled this big daft curtain behind his door. And I thought, you're pathetic. Like, you couldn't do it now. Do you know what I'm saying? But what happened is, the day I got discharged from the hospital, I went to his house. And I've gone in, picked up a spade out of his front garden, and all his kids' bikes are in the garden. And I started smacking it. And I started volleying the door, and it's 8:20 in the morning. I'd just been discharged from hospital. I'm walking up the road with Ciara. We've just been discharged. I've just been discharged. And I go straight to him. Yeah, go straight to him. On the way up, I get a bottle and say, Ciara, get that bottle and mind that for me. And there's a spade in his garden. So I start whacking the door with the spade. He opens his top window and he goes, what? And I go, you fucking little scumbag, get out here now. And he won't come out. And you know what he did? This is how much of a coward some people are. He stayed upstairs and his kids, who was about 3, come to the door, which had a piece of glass on it, and I'd seen a pair of hands at the door. So he thought I was playing. As I'm volleying the door, this little kid's thought I'm playing and doing it back. So innocent. And I didn't have the heart to do any more. I just couldn't do it. I didn't have the heart to. You know what I mean? Like, what was behind that door was not something what I wanted to do. As much as, like, do you know what I'm saying? He cowered up in the window and he didn't have the guts, the balls to come in front of me. And to this day, he hasn't, you know what I mean? So yeah, I got diagnosed with a brain tumour, what gets checked every single year. There's nothing worse than knowing I've got a ticking time bomb in my brain, because it's going to take me eventually. Like, I'm glad Ciara's not here because we can talk about it now, but it's going to take my life eventually, isn't it? It's going to do something. It's going to touch.
You got the
something.
Italian ready to just whip it out.
Yeah, but I wish I didn't know I had it. Some people have said that's a blessing in disguise, that, but it's not.
Stress.
I'd rather know that I've not got it. It just come one day, they operate, say, mate, you fell on the floor and you had a tumour in your brain, they cut it out. Now I've got to live with it every single day, knowing that it's there, knowing that eventually it's going to, or I'll die of a car crash before it, or something will happen. But do you know what I mean? It's there, ticking away. Like, all he says to me is, if you get any wobbles, because I get a lot of pain with the injury, the residue of the injury, get a lot of migraines and stuff, yeah. But he said to me, if you get any of balance issues, because I know the difference, so like your balance starts going, do you know what I mean? Like, this is one injury, but when your balance starts going, and I can taste it up here somewhere in the back of my nose as well, which is horrible, you know. Sometimes I smack my lips and I can taste this, whatever goes on. Yeah, but it's an horrific thing to live with, knowing that every day I've got to, one day I'm going to get up and I'm going to wobble the wrong way, do you know what I mean? So it's scary, yeah, it's scary. And people have said to me, why you didn't take drugs, why you didn't relapse after that happened, so you'll never know. Like, go and grab back onto the drugs, what you used to, but I didn't. No way was I going to do it, do you know what I mean? I just point blank refused to return to drugs. You know, it would have been easy to just start using it as an escape again, but there was no way I was going to do it. I mean, once I stopped, I never did it again, do you know?
Well done.
Yeah, so yeah, every day is a mad one, really, isn't it? It's crazy. So I've got my stuff going on. The baby's got his stuff going on, and Ciara's got her stuff going on. But we make a good family.
You do.
Yeah. So how we manage is through perseverance and a lot of biting tongues and a lot of allowing things to happen, and just the small battles, just letting them win the small battles. Do you know what I mean? Like,
Very inspirational.
yeah. You know, so like the baby wants 2 ice pops, he can have 2 ice pops. It ain't gonna change the world if he only has 1. He can have, if he's crying for 2, just let him have 2. You know what I mean? Let him win the little wars, the little battles, let him have. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. And I do the same with myself now. Let myself win the little battles, you know what I mean? So if things are getting too on top for me, I'll go back to basics and look at a flower in the garden or something and just think of the magnificence of how it's got there and stuff. And that's an inspiration, isn't it? You know, when you see that little bit of weed coming through the concrete, that's an inspiration. It's a little fighter.
The buggers never go, do they?
They never go, yeah. I'll never weed kill them, no. I don't weed kill anything. But yeah, so my journey has been like a roller coaster journey. Like, meeting the birth family and everything has just been incredible. It's just been a trip. But the brain tumour thing and the brain injury thing is something else altogether. But it is what it is. You've just got to accept it, haven't you, and get on with every day. And fight every day, aren't you? Yeah? So we're battlers, me and her. Like, we've fought every day to better ourselves and better our lives, do you know what I mean? And nothing's going to stop that ever. We're going to keep trying and keep pushing away.
Oh, you'll get there.
Yeah, and I believe Ciara's going to nail it too. Because it's very hard to live. Just live an everyday life is hard when you carry a lot of baggage. So I keep my circle small because I can't have other people's problems affecting my own. Do you know what I mean? So I keep my people who I speak to, and I put 100% into them. Yeah, but I don't go out looking for friends and have tons of friends. I've just not really wanted it since I've got my brain tumour, because I don't want to upset them. If I die tomorrow, they're going to be very upset, aren't they? Do you know what I mean? So something what I don't want to let people get too close, so then they can't be sad. Do you know what I'm saying? That's how I look at it anyway. Yeah.
You're an incredibly strong man.
Yeah.
Mind-blowing, man. Today it's just like built and built and built and just got more and more intense.
Yeah.
I think the viewers are now just like, whoa, the minds are blown as well. So let us know in the comments what you think. Be looking forward to the book, Born in Prison.
Yeah.
And more parts.
Yeah, what's coming up in part 3?
We've got some amazing parts in part 3.
Oh, God, give us a teaser.
Me and Ciara have got some good surprises for you guys. Like some amazing stories. God, looking for. Oh my God, I remember the police are banging on the door to come and take me away, and I've got a drug parcel, but I've been stashing and building because I know I'm wanted, and I swear I had kept it I've had it on me. And the police are banging at the door going, we're just waiting for the sergeant to green light the ram because we know you're in, because they've got to be sure you're in to take your door off. But these guys know I'm in. They know I am in. Yeah. So me and Ciara used to get all our kitchen equipment and bring it in the living room and make a little square in the living room and just use that square and not move. Like, because she didn't want me to go away when I wasn't wanted. So one day I've looked for this drug parcel. I've had to go in the bathroom. I've had to go in the bed. I can't find it anywhere. I've stripped myself naked. I'm bollock naked. Going, Ciara, where is it? Where is it? And she's going, I don't fucking know. But you shouldn't be taking it in anyway, she said to me. And I'm saying, why you don't be giving me lectures when the fucking police are outside the door? And I never did find it. And you know where it was? It was behind a thing in the bath, a shower gel. So when I'd washed, I'd put it down and I forgot to put it back. So it was a shower gel. Oh my God, I lost my parcel for a shower gel. I would have lived like a king in prison. I would have lived like a king. And when you take a drug parcel in prison, you're like a king.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll talk a few more prison stories. I've got some absolutely crazy ones. Bat flips off the 4s, landing onto the 2s, nettings. Yeah, doing bat flips, going in the dryer for Blackberry Messenger, getting in the dryers and doing a few cycles in a dryer for a laugh. Done a few of them. There'll be someone who'll show you a few clips of me in a dryer one day. I used to do it for a buzz.
I hope so. Wow.
And what do you say to the young people tempted by the drugs and gang lifestyle?
I would say, don't get your fingers burnt, because that's what's going to happen. You're playing with fire. You're absolutely playing with fire, because if you're part of a gang, you will do things what you wouldn't have done before. You'll get put in situations what you'd never have done on your own. You'll go too far, and if things come at you, you're going to try and equal it. So if someone chases your mate down the road with a knife, what you going to go and do? Go and get a bigger knife and go and chase them. So it's just as basic as that, isn't it? And what you've got to remember is, what I tell kids to take note at is, there's always a bigger fish. You're never going to turn into Tony Montana or Scarface. It's never going to go that way for you, okay? I'll tell you why. There is always, the big fish is already up there. He's already reached the top. You're not finding him. You're not making it to them levels. You're going to get 25 years in prison or die trying to reach it.
And people can reach out to you on Instagram, is it?
Instagram, yeah, Lee Marvin Hitchman.
And your channel?
My channel, me and Ciara, that's just my name. Ciara and Lee Marvin Tell It All Network, it's called, yeah.
And that's on YouTube?
That's on YouTube, yeah. That's just a compilation of all our interviews. But we are going to do 1 or 2 lives when the book's out and stuff, or maybe I might do a couple of lives, me and Ciara.
You got it. Love you guys.
Thank you very much.
Right, give us a hug, brother.
Hug time, guys.